Hello, everyone. Welcome to my channel. If you all think it's good, please give me a like, a comment, and don't forget to follow the channel to watch the latest episodes as soon as possible. Wish you all an enjoyable viewing experience. Continuing from the previous episode, the drunkard is recounting the heartbreaking tale of his love. The enemy nation and the sects protecting the country dared to deceive the drunkard's beloved, causing her to steal the Jade Seal and sign territorial agreements in exchange for peace. But it was also because of this that she was executed. When I arrived there, she had already been reduced to a cold, lifeless body. After the death of his lover, the drunkard went mad, alone. He rampaged across the western continent, bloodily slaughtering everyone who had forced his lover to her death. But after causing a stir in the western continent, he received a letter from his lover before her death. It turns out that she knew everything, but still chose to sacrifice herself for the people. The old man spoke with a sorrowful expression. The great Tao is for the sake of the greater good. However, while we see her as foolish, in reality, she is wiser than anyone in the world. Many of the truly foolish ones are actually us. Clearly, when we were with her, we said we wanted to build a land of justice. The result was that when she was no longer around, I wreaked havoc on the western continent, causing the people to suffer, completely forgetting the original plan. Maybe I am foolish. Maybe I am foolish. It is I who am foolish. Zhou Fan gently patted the arm of the drunkard, reassuring him, "Ha ha ha, senior. You don't need to mind." The man, when the flowers bloom and the moon sets, would boast a little, "This is very normal. Women and romance are fleeting. You don't need to pay attention to it in your heart." The drunkard snorted coldly and said, "I have principles. I'm not as shameless as you. I am sincere toward her. I know your heart is not pure, but I think people like you should find a good-natured maid to guide you. As for her and me, you say she's foolish, haha. She's just overly kind-hearted." Zhou Fan was startled, suddenly recalling an old memory, then thought, the feelings that the drunkard has for that princess are similar to the way I felt when I first met Ning. In this way, great heroes like us truly need innocent and kind-hearted people like them by our side to feel at ease. Because facing this world full of dangers, only people like her can make us feel at ease and free. After a long while, the drunkard finished his drink. He couldn't help but chuckle, then shook his head and sighed, saying, "Sigh, the wine is gone again. I must go find some more." People as young as you can listen to an old man rambling on like this for half a day? Truly rare. We are destined. I can help you with something, but only a few small things can be done. Big matters, like you wanting to destroy the sect, you have to obtain this item first. Only then can I help you. Zhou Fan thought to himself, this old man's strength is profound and unfathomable. If there is something he can do, it would be great. Done, the young man hurriedly asked, "What is it?" He pondered for a moment, a look of reminiscence rising in his eyes, and said, "It was a painting." At that time, this old man personally painted a landscape for her, a masterpiece that in my life I considered the most exquisite. Unfortunately, after her family collapsed, that painting also disappeared along with it. I once publicly said, "Whoever can find that painting, I will grant him a single condition, with my word as unbreakable as 9 tripods." But unfortunately, after so many years, there has been no news, perhaps in this life. I will never see it again. Zhou Fan, bewildered, asked, "Senior, what is the name of that painting?" The drunkard may have disappeared, but his voice still echoed. He was very famous. His name was Lands of Our Nation. After saying that, he stepped on the gas and disappeared instantly. Zhou Fan frowned slightly, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaimed in shock, "Lands of Our Nation? That's not him. He is the #1 person on the western continent, a master of both calligraphy and painting, and a genius in alchemy." The two women were also stunned, nodding and saying, "That's right. We have heard the legend about him. Has he really been alive for 1,000 years? Zhou Fan hurriedly said, "We have to leave right now. There's no more time." But one person in the group objected, "We can't go out in this condition. We need to prepare properly. There's no time for preparation, Zhou Fan replied. Let's go, or it will be too late. The others looked at each other, then quickly began to move, though they still felt a bit uneasy. This is the thing that can summon peerless experts. Where's the painting? I remember the Tianyu Empire had this painting. Yang Ning thought for a moment and then said, she remembers now, ever since you all went to the imperial capital last time. After the three great ancestors ascended to their positions, they were never seen again. The three great ancestors had originally planned to use that painting as a gift for Long Niu, but after searching through the entire national treasury, they still couldn't find it. Zhou Fan helplessly sighed inwardly, yet felt a sense of relief as he thought. Previously, when this painting existed, no one could be found. Now, the person who appeared can no longer see the painting. It's not necessarily a bad thing, although the opportunity to ask Danking Shen for help has been lost. The royal family of the Tianyu Empire has also missed that chance. But if that fat bastard has a painting in his hand and knows that Danking Shen is still alive, wouldn't he demand the restoration of the country? Then where will my Wo clan go? Done, the young man muttered. This damn fatso. It's better if I don't see him. It's better if I don't see him. Since the segment of the painting, Lands of Our Nation is not included at the end of the Tianyu Empire comic, I'm summarizing it briefly for everyone so it's easier to understand later. During the turmoil in the Tianyu Empire, the Crown Prince sent someone to rescue the two princes. Then, they took him to a cave to heal his injuries. Beside him was also a trusted subordinate of the Crown Prince. He handed the second imperial prince the eyes of Yun Zhuangji, along with the painting Lands of Our Nation. At present, the prince's men were escorting the second imperial prince on his journey to find Danking Shen. The scene shifts to another place, the highest floor of the Tongshan Pavilion. Above, two old men are sitting, and below are the elder guardians from various sects who have come here. The old man with white hair and a plain robe said, let's settle it this way. The Double Dragon Gathering will start in 3 days, and the rules remain the same. With the low-rank contests first, everyone, please leave. This duo looks like a platinum-haired version of Shen Gongbao and Neza. Ha! Everyone bowed together and then requested to take their leave. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door. He rushed in, saying, greetings to the two esteemed lords. I report to the two esteemed lords that the barrier has experienced an anomaly. The old man with white hair asked, what is unusual? The person hurriedly said, this time, the Double Dragon Manor had 9 sects come to the door, opening it 9 times. But we discovered that the barrier was actually open 10 times. It's likely that someone secretly infiltrated. The old man with white hair nodded and said, all right, I understand. You may leave now, but remember to stay on high alert. Wait until only 2 people are left, the old man with white hair continued. If our barrier doesn't have enough strength, or the special sealing techniques, it is impossible to infiltrate silently and without a trace. Do you think he has returned or not? The old man with coal-black hair said that it was possible for him to sneak under the watchful eyes of both of us, yet still be so familiar with the Double Dragon Manor. He is the only one on the entire Western continent who could do this. It's just that I don't know what his sudden return is meant to accomplish. Hope there won't be any more trouble. The old man with white hair let out a long sigh and thought. He was once our most trusted disciple, and now he has returned to the sect. What does he intend to do? The scene shifts to a small courtyard. Zhou Fan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the 3 guardians who had just returned. His face turned serious as he said, 3 days later, is it? The time is so tight. I wonder if I can keep up. I told you clearly that we need time. Why not ask for a little more time? Fin Yang glared, angrily shouting, damn it, with so many people here. Do you think the 3 of us, just low-ranking nobodies, can be overruled? Time is running out. You need to do something quickly. Zhou Fan shook his head with a sigh. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't do that. Don't say anything more. I don't understand what you're talking about, she replied, her eyes filled with confusion. Zhou Fan looked at her, a sense of helplessness flooding his heart. I don't want to hurt you, but I also can't do what you want. She was silent for a moment before speaking. So, how do you think this will end? Joe Fan lowered his head, remaining silent, not answering. Then it can only be seen as their destiny. Fiend Yang angrily shouted, Joe Fan, can you be a little more reliable in leading our demon scheming sect? What do you mean by watching the creation? This is because you have already failed to plan thoroughly. Also, what is going on with the two women outside? At this point, you're still chasing girls. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Joe Fan listened but remained indifferent as before. The young man shrugged his shoulders and whistled, as if nothing was related to him. But in his heart, he was carefully calculating, thinking that if he wasn't mistaken, within 3 days, everyone would be able to break through, though it would depend on the individual. Who knows? There will be no unexpected events. Those who feel too itchy and want to break through further can enter seclusion for another 10 days. Half a month more is not impossible. It is indeed what is called waiting until the water reaches the feet before jumping, only breaking through right before the competition. In the 9 sects, it is likely that only the demon scheming sect would dare to play such tricks. If the other sects found out, they would probably be utterly shocked. All right, the male league confidently said, enough, stop making a fuss, just leave it at that. You guys leave me alone, and I'll take you all on. Fiend Yang shouted loudly, what are you doing by yourself? Do you think this is a place for you to show off? The Double Dragon Gathering is an individual draw to form battle squads, and the battle is just a wartime showdown. First, it's the individual battle. Are you going to fight 10 people by yourself? Fiend Gui shook his head awkwardly and said, no, I can't do that. Why not? The other person asked, their voice filled with doubt. Because it's impossible. I can't change it, Fiend Gui replied, his eyes full of worry. But if we don't do it, what will happen? The other person pressed, still unwilling to give up. We will have to find another way, Fiend Gui said, his hands clenched tightly. Not right now. The other person fell silent, their eyes full of confusion, but in the end, they nodded. Yes, we know you are capable of fighting, but the tournament has rules. You can only fight 1 match. Afterward, the sect will have to organize and combine forces to decide the sect ranking. So the sect leader said that being strong alone is useless. However, in a team competition, there is a significant advantage. All right, Joe Fan sighed and said, fine. Why are there so many rules for this Double Dragon Gathering? Wouldn't it be faster if everyone just teamed up and had a big fight right away? Fiend Gui laughed bitterly and said, ha ha ha, this is to consolidate, determine, and assess the potential of the sects. Joe Fan said, all right then, we'll take it 1 step at a time. We'll leave it to fate. Fiend Yang was extremely furious, wanting to charge forward and settle the score. But he was stopped by everyone. Fiend Gui thought with a sense of frustration, Aigu, I hope they can make it through. Then 3 days passed in succession, and there was no movement from the disciples inside. This made the 3 Fiend Yang individuals despair, if not for the fear of harming the cultivation of the disciples, coupled with being obstructed by Joe Fan. Fiend Yang has truly forced its way out. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar sound of knocking on the door echoed outside. A person in gray robes bowed respectfully and spoke. Honored guests of the demon scheming sect, the Double Dragon Gathering is about to begin. But we have not seen you here yet, so the elders have specially dispatched me to invite you. Fiend Yang looked at the male protagonist, then angrily said, HMPH. What should we do? Joe Fan said indifferently, take your time, my friend. Fiend Yang shot him a glare before clutching his stomach and yelling loudly, Aigu, my stomach hurts so much. The food at your place is not clean. I want to go to the restroom. That person was shocked out of their mind and said, honored guest. Everyone is a cultivator. We do not provide food or alcohol. Moreover, with your cultivation level, how could you possibly have a stomach ache? Did you accidentally consume some kind of poisonous pill? Fiend Yang's face flushed red. Then he suddenly jumped up, beaming with laughter, and said, ha ha ha, this is truly miraculous. When you finished speaking, I really no longer felt any pain. It's weird, right? The group of Zhou Fan were all speechless, helpless, unable to say a word. The person snorted coldly and said, "If there's nothing else, then please follow me." He muttered as he walked, "Encountered such a damn fool. Never met anyone so bold. To fake an illness right before the competition, if you're too scared to get on the stage. Then why the hell are you even here? Are you stupid or what?" Fiend Yang glared at the male lead and snarled, "Brat. Today I was completely humiliated by the servants because of you. Right now, we will extend the time for you. If you don't restore our dignity, I swear I will not let you off. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. After saying that, Fiend Yang let out a cold snort and left with the other two. Zhou Fan angrily said, "What does your shame have to do with me? Who would have known you're as dumb as a dog?" Done, the young man looked at the group of disciples in the rooms. Not a single movement. Zhou Fan couldn't help but frown, thinking, "Damn it, what the hell are these brats doing that's taking so long?" Suddenly, a distinct spatial tremor appeared, and a powerful aura emanated from within the room. Flooding into the small courtyard, Zhou Fan's eyes lit up as he thought, "That is the room of Qi Changlong." Immediately after that, continuous of powerful aura erupted around, surging and pouring out. Zhou Fan became even more excited and said, "The large eggs have finally come to fruition, and each one is finally cracking open. Next is the time for you to spread your wings and soar high." Ha ha ha. In another place within the vast square, people were seated in all directions, filling every corner. All of them are noble clans from the empires of the Western continent. They were sent to witness the strength of the sects. Yang Ning and Yun Shuang had expectant expressions on their faces as they looked down below, but they still couldn't see the people from the demon scheming sect. The people of the mystical heaven sect and the beast taming sect are there waiting for the drawing. In front of them was the adjudicating elder for this time. The low-ranked disciple was determined to fight to the death, so Dragon Supreme did not come to watch. Only the elders of Double Dragon Man arrived. At this moment, the middle-aged man in gray walked up to the elderly men, bent down, and respectfully said, "Esteemed elders, the people from the demon scheming sect have arrived." The elder raised his eyes and frowned, not understanding, and asked the three guardians, "Why is it that only you have come? Where is your disciple?" The three of them glanced at each other, unsure of how to speak. In the end, it was Fiend Yang who endured and said, "Esteemed elder, I beg your pardon. Our disciples are currently dealing with some matters and will arrive a bit later than expected." As soon as he finished speaking, a very arrogant voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, what delay? They are simply afraid of me, the Great One, and dare not come." Done, Hu Zhong walked to the center of the arena, a very smug expression on his face, and said, "You might not know this. Nearly half a year ago, I single-handedly came to destroy the betting arena of the demon scheming sect. Now, they have no one who can fight. Only a few old and weak ones can be sent, and they even made the one at the Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer the team leader. At that time, I had good intentions, simply pointing them in the right direction. It seems that they are also perceptive and have realized, finally understanding that this place is not meant for them. Already scared and running away. Ha!" Hearing this, the entire hall immediately erupted into noise, with hurried sounds of discussion. No corrections needed. Could it be true, as this person says, that the people of the demon scheming sect were scared and fled? Then it is truly too embarrassing, even more embarrassing than going up to the arena and losing. Truly, it could be said to be the most disgraceful event in the past 1,000 years of the Double Dragon. Manner, the adjudicating elder, unaware of the truth, turned to look at Fiend Yang. The three of Fiend Yang, however, did not know how to explain it. One can only suppress the anger in one's heart. Hu Zhong, seeing this, was even more convinced that his guess was correct. He arrogantly glanced toward the mystical heaven sect, laughing loudly as he said, "It seems that this competition for dominance is now down to just the two of us." Damn it, the people from the mystical heaven sect sneered, thinking that we had witnessed the terrifying strength of Zhou Fan. Who would believe your foolish words? Steward Zhuo could be scared into running away by a bunch of insignificant pests. What kind of joke is this? Damn it. This is the master who defeated a genius disciple of a high rank like you. You are not yet qualified to fight against Steward Zhuo. Then Danner spoke, HMPH. What are you doing here, acting all crazy and lunatic? After finishing the task, Hu Zhong was incredibly furious and yelled out, You dare? Suddenly, a voice rang out, Hurry, look, who is that? Hearing those words, everyone was startled and turned their heads in that direction. Then they said in confusion, It's just a low-ranked decisive battle. Why did they come? The ones who arrived were none other than the three brothers Han Jia from the Demon Soul sect. Everyone began to murmur among themselves, What's going on? The number one genius of the Demon Soul sect, Han Yunfeng, actually came in person to watch a low-rank competition? Could it be that the low rank has an opponent worthy of his attention? How is that possible? The Demon Soul sect is mid-rank, with powerful strength. How could low rank possibly compare? I think even young Master Han alone could fight against the entire low rank. This statement is not wrong. But why did he come here by himself? Surely he's just bored, has nothing to do, and is casually strolling around to gossip. Ha ha ha. Not only the audience, but even the adjudicating elder furrowed his brows in suspicion. He thought that between the sects, there was always a gap in rank. It was strength that prevailed, with high rank looking down on mid-rank. Mid-rank despises low rank. It was already a common occurrence. Yet this time, the three pillars of the Demon Soul sect went to watch the low-rank competition. What does this mean? Could it be that the strength of the Demon Soul sect is not enough this time? Are you worried about being challenged by a low rank? That's why you specifically came here to investigate the situation. But it's not quite right. The strength of these three people is so high. It doesn't seem like they are worried about being challenged. So in the end, why is that? But the group of Shui Ruohua glared fiercely at the three of them. Previously, I was injured due to a dispute over a spiritual herb. How could I possibly forget this grudge? Looking up at the arena, the eldest son Han Jia furrowed his brow and said, What do you think? Has the Black Chain sect not arrived yet? Second Han glanced around, confirming that he did not see any familiar faces. He said, It seems like it's not time for Big Brother yet. How about we go up to the stands and wait? The eldest son nodded and then walked up to the stage. As he walked, he said, I couldn't wait any longer, wanting to expand my knowledge and see what the monster you speak of looks like. Third Han and Second Han laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Big Brother will definitely be a worthy opponent for you. Immediately after that, the trio from Fatai went onto the podium to observe. Everyone, upon seeing this, began whispering to each other. What is happening? The number one genius of the Demon Soul sect, Han Yunfeng, actually came in person to watch a low-rank competition? Could it be that a low rank has an opponent that makes him pay attention? How could young Master Han do such a thing? The Demon Soul sect is a mid-rank sect with powerful strength. How could a low-rank sect possibly compare? I believe young Master Han alone is already capable of fighting against the entire low rank. This statement is not wrong, but why did he come here by himself? Probably bored, with nothing to do, just casually strolling around, eavesdropping. Ha ha ha. Not only the audience, but even the adjudicating elder frowned in suspicion. He thought that, between the various sects, there was always a difference in rank, and that strength was the most important. High rank looked down on mid-rank. Mid-rank despises low rank. It was already a common matter. Yet this time, the three core members of the Demon Soul sect went to watch the low-rank competition. What does this mean? Could it be that the Demon Soul sect's strength is insufficient this time? Are you worried about being challenged by a low rank? Is that why you specifically came here to investigate the situation? But it's not quite right. The strength of these three is so high. It doesn't seem like they're worried about being challenged. So, what is the real reason? Shui Ruohua also stared in that direction, her face clearly showing signs of anger. Sensing the malicious intent in the gaze directed at him, Third Han contemptuously raised his middle finger, sneering as he said, A bunch of stupid little girls. Do you think you have the right to hold a grudge against this young master? Elder Yun sharply shouted. Shui Ruohua, calm down. Our target is not the mid-rank. Don't cause trouble recklessly. Shui Ruohua heard it and, feeling strange, said, Ah, are you sure about being at the top of the low rank? Elder Yun, this target is the one from 3 months ago. Are you still holding on to such a lofty goal? Isn't it too difficult for us? Try asking where the demon chain sect has gone. Elder Yun had just regained consciousness, recalling Zhou Fan's terrifying strength, which sent a chill down his spine. He quickly coughed once and then said, HMM. Then the second position it is. Just do your best. Suddenly, Hu Zhong, disregarding everyone, laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, very good. You truly know what's wise. Knowing that this time the top position in the low rank will belong to the beast-taming sect, we know to retreat and aim for a lower position to protect the second place well. The so-called wise person is the true talent. You all admit defeat before this young master. There is nothing to be ashamed of. No need to be so discouraged. Isn't there still the demon scheming sect, old and frail, supporting you from behind? After all, I have already received the favor of the 3 young masters of the demon soul sect. Shui Ruohua looked at him as if he were an idiot, then said, What, you are favored by the 3rd Han people? The adjudicating elder also shook his head in disappointment, thinking to himself that the temperament of the disciples from the beast-taming sect was indeed good, but perhaps it was a bit too much? Ignoring the gazes of everyone around, Hu Zhong arrogantly tilted his head back and, with a smug expression, said, Perhaps you all don't know. Right after my master and I caused a huge uproar at the demon scheming sect. On our way down the mountain, we encountered Second Han. They learned of my great achievements and have since worshipped me, praising me endlessly. Second Han stood in the arena, his face turning ashen, speechless. He thought, are these the master and disciple really this foolish, or are they pretending to be? When they hinted before, if they didn't catch on, it could still be understood as a slow reaction. But so much time has passed. You all actually believed it and even took pride in it. This is definitely a mind with problems. Hu Zhong sighed and continued speaking. Even if the tree grows into a forest, the wind can still unexpectedly uproot it. Hu Zhong, because I am truly too outstanding, I was noticed by the 3 young masters of the demon soul sect. It really makes me feel happy inside. Then he turned towards the arena, aggressively clasped his hands, and said loudly, 3 young masters, rest assured, I understand your intentions. All right, you have determined that I am the strongest opponent. After I obtain the top position in the low rank, I will definitely seek out the 3 of you to learn your advanced techniques, and repay the kindness of the 3 who lowered their status to come here, and voice their support for me. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the stands began to stir, thinking of Hu Zhong, although he was at the 9th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. Was he really being noticed by these 3 young masters? Do you see him as the strongest opponent and come here to observe? Then I must observe this Hu Zhong closely. Who knows, this could be an unknown dark horse. Han Yunfeng forced a smile as he turned his head to look at Second Han, then coldly asked, Second Han, do you know this fool? Second Han hesitated and said, big brother, I was just joking with him earlier. Who would have thought he would believe it to be true? And what's even more unbelievable is that his master is equally foolish to believe it too. Han Yunfeng coldly said, Hehehe, it really is true that a disciple is like their master. We were accidentally used by these idiots, helping him raise his prestige. I feel very uncomfortable about it. Second-hand suggestion. What should we do now? Or should I step forward to clarify everything? Han Yunfeng sneered and said, Clarify what? The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Wait a moment. He will soon reap what he sows and leave on his own. Suddenly, a streak of red light flashed by, and the temperature in the entire hall rose sharply. A loud shout echoed. Everyone, look! Glancing over, all I saw was Yanmo holding his aching body with a displeased expression, leading the people of the Demon Flame sect. Han Yunfeng's expression was serious as he spoke. The top-tier genius of Demon Flame sect Taimo? The second Han's face also grew serious as he said, "Big brother, what is this monster doing here?" Han Yunfeng slowly shook his head, angrily saying, "How would I know? It's just that this person appearing here is certainly not by chance. Could it be that he also came because he's eyeing that person? If that's the case, then it's all over." Third Han asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Han Yunfeng sighed lightly. "Didn't you think about it? Someone who can be treated so seriously by Yanmo must be an extremely powerful figure." Then Yanmo and the group climbed onto the stage. As he walked, he glanced around the arena, then muttered, "Has that monster not appeared yet?" On the arena, Shui Ruohua was furious, gritting his teeth, and yelled out. Yanmo Elder Yun snorted coldly, warning, "Shui Ruohua, this is Double Dragon manner. Do not cause trouble. Moreover, we cannot provoke Yanmo. Behind him is the Demon Flame sect. We should not touch it even more." Shui Ruohua, upon hearing this, could only sigh, then thought to herself, "If this goes on, we won't be able to avenge our grudge, and the sect won't dare to intervene." The adjudicating elder, seeing this, became confused and thought, "I don't know what to do now. The situation seems too complicated. Perhaps I should discuss it further with the other elders. What's going on today? The battle is just between low rank, yet it has alarmed two of the great disciples from the mid-rank and high rank. Could it be that the low rank truly has a monster powerful enough to make them wary? This is simply unimaginable." The 3/3 Han people could still vaguely explain it as being bored and watching for fun. But when Yanmo arrived, how could they explain it? Hu Zhang was startled when he saw Yanmo, feeling worried. Then he turned to say, "Master, your disciple has attracted the attention of Yanmo." Elder Lu excitedly said, "HMM, although it is very dangerous, it completely proves that your strength has been recognized by the #1 genius of the Demon Flame sect. I, too, am happy for you." The adjudicating elder thought with exasperation, "Are these two narcissistic? Based on what do you say Yanmo came because of them? Their strength does not even reach the void transformation realm? Based on what did Yanmo set his sights?" He was also vaguely suspicious, unsure of the reason. "All I know is that the truth will be revealed when the competition begins. After that," he shouted loudly, "the time is no longer early." The sects quickly gathered to draw lots. This time, it's an individual battle in the form of a Shaolin battle. There are 3 bamboo sticks here. The ones at the top have been numbered, and the 2 leaders will declare a duel with one another. The side that loses will fight the third person. Then, the third person fought the winner. The result will determine the personal achievement in battle. It hurts, and a glow appeared in the hand of the elder, revealing a large bamboo tube. Elder Mystical Heaven sect and Elder Beast Taming sect exchanged glances before stepping forward to draw lots. The 3 Fiend Yang individuals looked at each other, their hearts burning with intense anxiety. Fiend Yang chuckled and asked, "HMN Elder, is there still something preventing our personnel from arriving? Can you wait a moment?" Fiend Yang nodded his head but could not help but rise. Then he said, "HMM. Although I know that's the case, but there is one thing." The adjudicating elder, seeing this, angrily shouted, "Did you draw lots? If you didn't draw, it's as if you forfeit your right." Fiend Yang panicked, struggling as he moved forward, then said, "I withdraw, I withdraw, I'll withdraw. That's enough." After speaking, he raised his hand and took out a token. But when he looked at the card in his hand, his face went blank like a Tibetan mastiff. The card clearly says #1. Now it's time to fight. Truly lucky as hell. With the nickname Child of the God of Luck, Fiend Yang drew the top-tier lot for the first match, while the entire team was still waiting for a breakthrough. Fiend Yang held the token in his hand, staring blankly. It had always been like this. Fiend Gui's face darkened, and he quickly asked, "How many numbers can you draw?" Fiend Yang, immensely embarrassed, extended the stick and said, "Sorry, my luck isn't very good. I drew #1. The 2 people from the Yin sect could only sigh. "Done." Both of them raised their thumbs and said, "A true hero. Indeed a true hero. Well done." This fat guy. Elder Yun and Elder Lu laughed heartily, thinking, Now, their disciples are not coming. The first round, no fighting means losing points. This is indeed a considerable loss. Huizhong sneered contemptuously and said, Heh, I originally planned to display the overwhelming might of our sect, but to my surprise, the demon scheming sect doesn't have anyone bold enough to face me. Lao Tzu told them not to go on the stage. They really don't dare to go up, do they? We also make a little profit, saves us from dirtying our hands. Ha 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 ha. Fin Yang heard this and gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. The disciples of the demon scheming sect have not yet arrived. So why not let the two sects fight first? Let the mystical heaven sect go ahead. Fin Yang gratefully said, It is still your good heart. Elder of the mystical heaven sect is willing to exchange positions with us. Let them go ahead. As soon as the words were spoken, Elder Yun roared, Nonsense. We have 0 points. Then he clasped his hands and said, Elder, my disciple is foolish. Please do not listen to what she says. Done. He turned to Shui Ruohua and scolded, Shui Ruohua, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and step back. Shui Ruohua involuntarily shivered as she gazed at Fin Yang. She could only give an apologetic look, let out a helpless sigh, and then step back. She saw an opportunity to repay the favor. The demon scheming sect had offered assistance, but she understood the elder's intentions. The demon scheming sect is Zhou Fan, whose strength is overwhelming. This time, making them lose a round of points is the best option, but everyone's conscience is also troubled. Isn't this the very definition of ingratitude and betrayal? Chu Qingcheng also fully understood everything. She calmly spoke, Senior sister, this is the time when we are enemies, so there is no need to show mercy. Moreover, such a trivial matter cannot trouble that person. Everyone was stunned, silently thinking, isn't Chu Qingcheng in love with Zhou Fan? Why isn't she helping him now? Could it be that because of loving too much, without it being reciprocated, hatred is born? Fin Yang looked down on Tram and mockingly said, Old man Van, you truly are a heartless person, still calling yourself a righteous sect, yet you're no better than a dog. Elder Yun sneered and said, Our mystical heaven sect has nothing to do with the demon scheming sect. You made it clear before that the broad path to the heavens is open to anyone. You can go. So why can't we? We don't owe you anything. Now, the two sects are competing with each other. We don't need to have a conscience towards you anymore. Fin Yang was so enraged that his face turned red, and he secretly cursed, thinking, the mystical heaven sect is truly full of damn dogs. Feigning righteousness and justice, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have intervened to help. It would have been better to let them die at Yanmo's hands. Everyone is unaware of the inner details. Of course, without knowing the grievances between the two sides, Yanmo knew full well. So he sneered and muttered, HMPH, what so-called righteous sects? Just a group of ungrateful liars. The demon scheming sect, therefore, cannot participate in the battle. It's truly a pity, and that monster. The group of Han Yunfeng remained silent as well, because, after all, they had gone through the trouble of coming here to observe the enemy, yet they had not appeared, which was quite frustrating. Yong Ning and Yun Shuang sat in the stands with worried expressions on their faces. The adjudicating elder coldly said, Have the disciples of the demon scheming sect arrived? If not, then this match will be considered a loss. The three Fin Yang could only sigh helplessly, not knowing which hole to crawl into to avoid the humiliation. The adjudicating elder said, All right, I declare. At that moment, a powerful aura surged into the hall. A familiar voice echoed, Zhou Fan has arrived. Everyone was focused on the entrance. The three young masters, Hanjia and Yanmo, wore serious expressions. The three Fin Yang members' eyes lit up, truly grateful to the heavens that they had finally arrived. Each step grows larger as it approaches. The first to appear was Zhou Fan with his carefree demeanor, followed immediately by the group of Qi Changlong. Balian, Kui Lang, each entered. His face was serious, and a coldness emanated from his eyes. They kept glancing around, as if searching for prey. Joe Fan laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha. Sorry, a disciple of the demon scheming sect has arrived a bit late. Why is it so tense?" When everyone felt the overwhelming aura condense around them, they all jumped in shock. Whether it was Yanmo or the three young masters of the Hanjia family, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What the fuck? What the hell is this?" Chi Changlong, Lu Zi, and Balian, the three strongest disciples of the Starling Cloud sect, had broken through to the Void Transformation Realm, and yet they advanced all the way to the third layer of the Void Transformation Realm. Chi Changlong, Guihu is at the Void Transformation Realm, second layer. Kui Lang, Yuling broke through to the Void Transformation Realm, first layer, only Taiying. Kui Gang, and you were, because I had used the Heavenly Connection pill before. The effect this time was not as significant. Only broke through from Radiant Soul Realm second layer to Radiant Soul Realm sixth layer. Now, the disciples of the demon scheming sect number 10. 6 people had reached the Void Transformation Realm. 3 were at the 6th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm, and only Joe Fan was the weakest. Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer, but also the most hidden monster. A monster that even a Void Transformation Realm would be left in the dust by a simple flick. With a lineup like this, don't even mention low rank, even mid-rank would be terrified at the sight. Only high-ranked disciples have a chance to compare. When Yanmo witnessed that scene, he broke into a cold sweat and thought, looking at it like that, not only is solo combat difficult, but even individual fighting would be hopeless against that monster, and group combat would be an absolute hassle. Han Yunfeng glared at Old Third and questioned, "What's going on with this? What is going on here that more than half of the Zichtang are experts in the Void Transformation Realm? Are you here at the Demon Chain sect to enjoy the scenery? How is it that you are so clueless about such crucial information?" But the two of them, Second Han, were also dazed, unable to believe. They stammered and said, "We don't know about this either. Where did they come from? How did they get so strong so quickly?" Those people from Chi Changlong, who were previously beaten by me until their teeth and lips were full of dirt. How could they be this strong now, big brother? A few months ago, those 3 were still in the 9th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. How could they possibly reach the 3rd layer of the Void Transformation Realm now? This is too ridiculous, big brother. Han Yunfeng nodded and said, "What? You're saying they haven't even broken through to the Void Transformation Realm yet? How is that possible with second brother's strength in our Demon Soul sect? You have just broken through to the Void Transformation Realm. How could the small demon scheming sect have achieved this in such a short period of time? To allow these people to continuously break through for levels, reaching the 3rd layer of the Void Transformation Realm." Second Han smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, if you ask me, who should I ask? What you say, I don't believe, but if you still don't believe, you can ask Third Hand." At that time, he was also there. Third Han nodded and said, "That's right, them. How did they break through so quickly? All right, this is really like encountering a ghost." Han Yunfeng's expression grew solemn, but then he calmly said, looking at this, "It seems that the Demon Chain sect cannot be underestimated. This is no longer about whether they can threaten us, but about the true strength that can actually defeat us. Therefore, the plan has changed. We must definitely avoid the Demon Chain sect. Moving to second mid-ranks only requires us not to lay the foundation for the Demon Scheming sect. Even if we reach mid-rank, they still won't be able to threaten us." "That's right. Last time you mentioned who that monster was. Is it one of the 6 people in the Void Transformation Realm?" The 2 people slowly shook their heads. Then the third Han pointed towards Joe Fan. A deep sense of caution appeared in his eyes as he said, "Big brother is that kid. Don't be fooled by his low cultivation level. His strength is as monstrous as a beast." Han Yunfeng snorted softly and said, "There's no need for you to remind me. I know already. These Void Transformation Realm cultivators are actually willing to follow behind him. It seems this person truly has unfathomable cultivation and extraordinary methods. If anyone thinks he's just a Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer and looks down on him, they'll definitely end up suffering." In another direction, The three Fiend Yang people were stunned when they saw Zhou Fan leading his impressive team of 5. The Fiend Yang people, as if crazed, charged forward, laughing joyfully and saying, "Zhou Fan, you've arrived. You've brought me such great joy." Lao Tzu loved the one who had passed away. Ha 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 ha. But in response to that enthusiasm, Zhou Fan pointed the rope straight at his face, then glared at him and replied, "Old Taoist does not have a liking for fatty meat." Fiend Yang, without the slightest dissatisfaction, said, "Do you think that just because of your words, I will change? Don't dream." He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, if you don't like it, then forget it. I just couldn't control myself earlier." Then he carefully examined the disciples, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. This brat is truly a god. In less than half a year, it truly transformed these disciples, causing them to undergo a complete metamorphosis. Indeed, Zhou Fan is a figure who has created miracles. For Zi Wuyu to bring him back to the sect is truly like finding a priceless treasure. When one family is happy, several families are sorrowful. The mystical heaven sect and beast taming sect were horrified by the sight. Their faces filled with dread, particularly Elder Yun, who was deeply unsettled. He knew Zhou Fan was incredibly terrifying, and he had already been on guard against the demon scheming sect. But back then, Zhou Fan was strong as an individual. Now, it was even worse. That monster turned all the disciples of the demon scheming sect into monsters in one go, all in the void transformation realm. At this point, he might as well just surrender. What's the point of fighting that damn thing anymore? The people from the beast-taming sect couldn't help but be amused. The master and disciple, Hu Zhong, stared with their eyes nearly popping out, exclaiming, "Damn it, all of them are void transformation realm experts. At this rate, we might as well go play with the dogs. Who could possibly stand a chance?" The group of Shui Ruohua also stood there in astonishment and said, "These people were just recently zombies, their limbs stiff and rigid. How is it that they can move around so awkwardly? How did they become so terrifying in such a short time?" Chu Qingcheng smiled faintly and said, "Do you think what I said is correct? Matters as trivial as these, he will handle them himself. We just need to treat them as enemies and deal with them with all our strength." Chu Qingcheng, you make it sound easy. But how can we possibly deal with a bunch of void transformation realm monsters swarming around? Done. Suddenly her gaze became filled with immense fear, and she exclaimed, "Ah, that's right. You just said that the way they suddenly transformed like this was all because of Mr. Xian. How did he do it?" Chu Qingcheng looked at Zhou Fan with deep affection and calmly said, "I know. In short, all I know is that he is someone capable of creating miracles. There is nothing that cannot be done." With advanced observation haki, Zhou Fan realized that someone was secretly watching him. The young man glanced over and immediately met Chu Qingcheng's gaze. Zhou Fan also responded to her with a longing gaze, accompanied by a gentle, radiant smile. Chu Qingcheng felt warmth in her heart upon seeing this. She gently smiled, her eyes sparkling. She smiled a truly satisfied smile. Shui Ruohua was astonished upon hearing this, thinking that it turned out Zhou Fan not only had overwhelming strength, but his methods were also incredibly unnatural. Truly a monster of legendary reputation. The adjudicating elder was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He kept staring at the list in his hand, trembling in fear, wondering what the hell this demon chain sect was doing. A few days ago, wasn't it all just the Radiant Soul Realm? And even then, it was all below the 5th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. Why has it turned into the Void Transformation Realm with no turns left like this? Only one person is still below the 5th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly stopped, his mind stagnating for a brief moment as he recalled the conversation between the two elders guarding the gate. Could it be that this time the demon scheming sect has become prosperous and dares to use the corpse puppet pill on its disciples? Thinking of this, the elder finally understood. He silently thought to himself, so there is an expert. How could they use such a rare training method? In a short period of time, the disciples' strength can be enhanced. After doing it this way, Our long institute has only heard of it but never practiced it. This person, however, is so proficient at it. It is clear that the methods are truly remarkable. It seems that this double dragon gathering will be a stormy one. The demon-binding sect has risen to the skies. Ha! Done, he said loudly. All right. The Mazich sect and the beast-taming sect began their battle, and the disciples of both sides were invited to draw lots. Hu Zhang's whole body was trembling uncontrollably at this moment, his face pale as a sheet. Indeed, he was already scared out of his wits before the battle even started. He looked at his master, on the verge of tears, and choked out. Master, they are cheating. 3 days ago, they were clearly still a group of old, weak, and sickly individuals. So how is it that now they have all become freaks of the void transformation realm? Surely, they are cheating. Hoo. Elder Lu was also shocked to the point of almost crying and said exactly that. How could there be such a damn thing? The demon-scheming sect is playing way too dirty. Done, he thought to himself, are these guys playing with toys? How could their strength increase so rapidly within 3 days? They truly aren't ordinary people. They're a bunch of monsters. Hu Zhang pondered for a long while, then said, Master, we are definitely going to lose in the first round. How about we forfeit? To exert all of one's strength to deal with the mystical heaven sect. Fighting these monsters would only result in getting beaten to death. Elder Lu shouted angrily, drop that thing. What do you know? Speaking like that. The double dragon manor fears that some people, by abandoning their authority, might target other sects. Understood. Please provide the text you'd like me to check, and I'll get to it right away. You forfeiting your power means you gain nothing at all. Hu Zhang helplessly said, but master, even if we compete, we are still sure to lose. Just look at their lineup. Oh my, terrifying. I feel like when we get to the demon-scheming sect, we have been deceived by Ziwuyu. What he showed us was his weakest disciple. These people here are the true elites of the sect. Elder Lu thought back and was startled, thinking, but it truly was never expected that Ziwuyu, the dignified sect master of the #1 sect, would stoop to such petty tricks. Someone has come to the door to discuss martial arts. Yet the disciple is strong but unwilling to engage in battle. If this spreads outside, wouldn't it be a humiliation for our 9 sect? Done, he thought for a moment and then said, Disciple, you do not need to worry too much. Although they have 6 strong individuals, there are 4 weak ones. As long as I have good luck, I can earn a few points. Hearing this, Hu Zhang glanced over at the people from the demon-scheming sect. He gave a slight nod and said, Master, you are absolutely right. Then his gaze stopped at the place where Zhou Fan Hu Zhang pointed, saying, Master, that little brat only has a cultivation level of Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer. If I capture them, there's nothing better. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Lu delivered a painful strike to him. Then he looked towards Zhou Fan, and with a sneer, curled his lips and said, truly a useless one. On the other side, there are 4 Radiant Soul Realm experts, and you chose the weakest name. I beg you, are at the 9th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. You can't choose that name. That weak little brat, let your junior brothers deal with him. Only then can we increase our chances of victory, you rotten brat. Always thinking only of yourself. Hu Zhang hugged his head and said with grievance, Master, you said it yourself. We draw lots to test our luck. It's not like I can choose just because I want to. I was just joking. Why so serious? Elder Lu angrily scolded me for being upset with you for lacking ambition. It's not that he was scolding you for overthinking. A strong cultivator must be brave enough to challenge the powerful. Only then can one become stronger. Don't keep thinking about bullying the weak and calling it talent. It's something with no future. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. The adjudicating elder said, the teams, go draw lots. There are 2 wooden boxes over there. Inside, there are 10 number tags. Each person draws 1 card. The 2 individuals with the same card number will be opponents. The order of combat is also determined from there. As soon as the words were spoken, Two beams of light flashed from the hands of the adjudicating elder. Two wooden boxes appeared. Joe Fan stepped forward, indifferently extended his hand to take a token, and handed it to him for inspection. The adjudicating elder nodded and said in a loud voice, Joe Fan drew number 10. Number 10 on the demon flame stood grinning and said, "Ha ha ha, number 10. Really don't know which unlucky person it is? Once again, I have to fight this monster." At this moment, a clear and melodious laugh rang out. "Ha ha, senior brother Yanmo. On a normal day, even our elites, because of the battle with you, wouldn't bother to look. Why are you interested in watching low-rank fight today?" Yanmo let out a sound of surprise. "Ha, is it you, May? It's over." He sighed again and said, "Ha ha, low-rank battles are really boring. I have no interest." But at this point, a sharp glimmer suddenly flashed in Yanmo's eyes, like a wolf's gleam. He fiercely glared at the group below, then gritted his teeth and continued, "However, there's one person whom I must treat with caution." Yume was startled, and Yanmo's fierce appearance only made her more astonished. Thinking of Yanmo, who was usually playful and indifferent to everything, with Wu Qinkyu being the only one in his heart, she couldn't help but feel that his gaze now was even sharper than when he mentioned Wu Qinkyu. Could it be that there is someone here whom senior brother Yanmo values even more than Wu Qinkyu? Looking at Yanmo's fierce gaze, Yume saw Joe Fan looking frustrated and disheartened. She then said in surprise, "Radiant Soul Realm, 3rd layer. How about it?" Yanmo helplessly nodded, then gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer. Damn it, that bastard scammer dared to use the shabby Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer cultivation to disguise himself, going everywhere pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger. Last time, I almost." Yume anxiously asked, "What happened last time?" Yanmo blushed and, feeling embarrassed, said, "It's nothing. You don't need to ask so much. This has nothing to do with you." Done. He thought, could I really go and tell them that I was almost killed by that brat from the Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer last time? How could I still have the face to go anywhere after that? But the more he said nothing, the more curious Yume became. She stared at Joe Fan and then flashed a strange smile, thinking to herself, this brat actually managed to make senior brother Yanmo so angry. This is really interesting. The place where the Mazich sect stood to take a temporary rest. Fin Yang looked at the strong and powerful army of the Mazich sect before him, excitedly saying, "Brothers and sisters, seeing your overwhelming strength like this old man feels truly delighted. I feel that this time we will definitely be able to break through to mid-rank." Joe Fan spoke indifferently. "Stop spouting nonsense. Get to the point." Fin Yang happily said, "HMM, I originally wanted to praise you all a bit more. But since Steward Juo has said that, I'll get straight to the point. The main point is that when we fight the beast-taming sect later, you must show mercy. Just knock them down, but absolutely do not harm them." Kui Lang was stunned and said, "Why, that pig, Hu Zhong, was so arrogant before. We have wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time. Now that we have the opportunity, why should we tell our subordinates to show mercy?" Fin Yang said solemnly, "It is not that my subordinates showed mercy, but rather the strategy of the Double Dragon Gathering has a points-based system. If it's like this, if we hurt them, it would be no different from helping the Mystical Heaven sect. You all know that those ungrateful and treacherous scoundrels are the most detestable." Hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up. Then, all of them sneered coldly, sensing the danger. Fin Yang turned to the male protagonist and reminded him, "Most importantly, don't let the interests of your sect be neglected because of that woman. Your opponent is the strongest person in the beast-taming sect. Make sure to preserve his strength. Don't let him get hurt or killed. It is no different from giving points to the Mystical Heaven sect." Joe Fan nodded indifferently and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits. Moreover, she has strength as well. Even if Hu Zhong comes, it won't be a problem. I am not worried." Boom, boom, boom. A spatial fluctuation appeared around the center of the arena. Invisible walls materialized, and then the adjudicating elder shouted, "The barrier is up. Both sides enter the arena He completed the hand seal, then glanced toward the demon scheming sect and beast taming sect, signaling for them to take the stage in order. Qi Changlong, with the highest cultivation level, the young man walked arrogantly forward, his imposing presence at the third layer of the void transformation realm, causing his opponents to feel an indescribable pressure. The young man, magnificent in appearance from the beast-taming sect, grabbed the number 1 bamboo staff, only for it to shake uncontrollably like a frightened dog. Looking up at the stage, I saw Qi Changlong smiling coldly. His gaze was as if he wanted to devour me whole. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Damn, his strength wasn't weak, being at the 7th layer of the Radiant Soul realm. But damn, his luck was just terrible. Picking the strongest name from the demon scheming sect. Isn't this just like a grasshopper trying to kick an elephant if they go up on the stage? I'm just afraid that as soon as I signal for battle, I'll be heading back to join the ancestors. He quickly glanced over at Elder Lu, pleading, Elder, I'm definitely going to lose. Is it possible to forfeit? Elder Lu snorted coldly and said, Damn, do you know the rules of the Double Dragon Manor? Win 2 points, lose 0 points, and then forfeit the right. Haha, minus 2 points. If you don't leave, we will suffer a major loss of 7. The person trembled and said, This Double Dragon Manor is truly harmful. They won't even give up the rights. Isn't this clearly forcing someone onto the path of death? Elder Lu shouted. HMPH, the thoughts of the higher-ups. What the hell do you know to be saying that? The so-called knowing that it cannot be done, yet still doing it. Knowing that there are tigers on the mountain. One must still advise the tiger to roam the mountain. The Double Dragon Gathering is held to see if the disciples have the spirit of sacrifice. For their sect, if every match ends with abandonment, then it is not just a matter of the sect's strength. It is also a matter of human heart. Therefore, for the sake of the sect's reputation, don't even mention the Void Transformation Realm 3rd layer. Even if he were a master of the Void Transformation Realm 8th layer, you still have to go and fight for me. The person secretly thought, Damn it, the one going into battle isn't you, so don't speak so incoherently. But he only shouted for a moment, then he had to fight anyway. Because if he doesn't rise, later, the sect will pursue an investigation, afraid that living would be worse than death. It might be better to simply fight and die for the thrill. Hu Zhong laughed at the suffering of others and said, Aigu, didn't you used to compete with me for the title of the number 1 sect? Now, this is good. This is your opportunity to make a name for yourself. Come on, just like my opponent. Only at the Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer. Even if you win against me, it won't feel like much. Ha 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 ha. The elder helplessly shook his head and said, All right, the competition begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the person hurriedly lowered their head, clasped their hands in front of their chest, as if begging for forgiveness. Not a trace of fighting spirit remained. Seeing this scene, Qi Changlong also stood still, sneering in disdain. Good, Qi Changlong sneered and spoke. Good, very considerate, knows how to weigh things. That's clever. All right then. Today, Laozi is in a good mood, so I will spare your life. Get lost. Boom, the Qi Changlong strike was swung, and a powerful blast of wind and force was unleashed. Before the other person could even react, they were sent flying to the ground. By the time he regained his composure, he realized that although the wind's strength was fierce, it had not caused him any harm. He still has absolutely no killing power. The adjudicating elder thought with a sense of frustration. The power disparity between the two sects is too great. The Double Dragon Manor has never seen a situation like this before. This time, it is clear that the demon scheming sect is a monstrous force. He shouted loudly, the demon scheming sect wins the match. The person looked up at Qi Changlong, both terrified and overjoyed. As if having survived a great calamity, he said excitedly, Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for sparing my life. The adjudicating elder called out loudly for the second round of the competition, and the disciples of the two sects stepped onto the stage. Yu Ling stood up and leisurely walked onto the stage. Then, the two of them brushed past each other, both wearing strange smiles, like to monsters hunting for prey. But they still did not forget Fiend Yang's instructions to show mercy to their subordinates. Hu Zhong angrily shouted loudly, "Stick out your chest, damn it, don't be like that little brat. A life-and-death battle must have some backbone. Get up and follow me." Then he turned to the person who had just been struck off the stage by Qi Changlong, and angrily shouted, "And you too, truly disgraceful. You've thrown away all the face of our sect. Does he still have the nerve to return?" The other person coldly glared at Hu Zhong, inwardly fuming and thinking, HMPH. Standing there boasting, "You've chosen the weakest name, so you must be the best. If you're truly a hero, then do you have the guts to switch opponents with us? Let's see what you do then, HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. In another direction, the second disciple of the beast-taming sect was a cultivator at the 6th layer of the Radiant Soul realm. After stepping onto the stage, he was so frightened by the aura of Yuling's void transformation realm that he nearly pissed himself. Without saying another word, he fell to the ground, kowtowed in great reverence, and showed even less courage than the person before him. The machines watched the dual combat and burst into laughter, laughing so hard that their stomachs ached. This is not a low-ranked dual combat. It's basically the beast-taming sect bowing to the demon-scheming sect as their grandmaster. Ha ha ha! The adjudicating elder silently thought, "Damn, is this still a duel? It's so embarrassing." Elder Lu was so enraged that his entire body was trembling, no longer just feeling embarrassed, but truly the entire reputation of his ancestors, spanning 18 generations of the beast-taming sect, had been completely lost. Anyway, it's still low rank. If the disciples continue to act like this, where will the sect's reputation go? Can they still be considered disciples of the beast-taming sect? Yuling sneered and said, "Not bad, not bad. She likes men who are perceptive like that. Get lost." After speaking, Yuling casually kicked the guy, sending him flying off the floor. Although he lost the battle, he still appeared very joyful, constantly shouting and expressing his gratitude in various ways. Elder Lu was so enraged that he spat blood. Hu Zhong was even more infuriated and cursed angrily in every possible way. The people of the Mystical Heaven sect burst into hearty laughter after watching the battle, as if they were watching a comedy. But suddenly, Elder Yun's gaze became filled with immense terror. He panicked and shouted loudly, "Damn it, this is a demonic plot from the demon-scheming sect." Shui Ruohua asked in confusion, "Is something wrong with the elder?" Elder Yun's eyes glared viciously at the person from the demon-scheming sect. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, Fiend Yang, you're something else, HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. Then he turned to the disciples and continued, "Haven't you noticed something? This time, neither the demon-scheming sect nor the beast-taming sect suffered any casualties?" Shui Ruohua laughed and said, "The cultivation levels of both sides are too different, naturally. There won't be any casualties without a great battle. Elder Yun is right, the gap is too large, so one side has dominated the entire battle. Such a thing has never happened in previous editions of the Double Dragon Manor. In the end, everyone must do their best for the benefits that are deserved for their sect, so no one can control the outcome of the battle. Because of this, I'm unable to see through the cunning of the demon-scheming sect. Hehehe." Shui Ruohua, bewildered, asked, "Elder Yun, you keep talking about the schemes of the demon-scheming sect. What exactly are they?" Elder Yun's eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "They are indeed still too inexperienced. The reason they didn't injure the people of the beast-taming sect is to preserve their own strength. In order for the next round to have them fight against us, we can respond with full force." Shui Ruohua was startled and said, "The disciple of the beast-taming sect just entered the arena and immediately kowtowed, begging for forgiveness. Since they have already admitted defeat, we should show tolerance and magnanimity." Elder Yun said, "Shui Ruohua, that is the righteous rule of our sect. How could one use such a method against these demonic cultivators? Could there still be those crazed demonic cultivators? Each of them with such unpredictable personalities? One of them might even show mercy to their subordinates. How could Elder Yun possibly do that? Could everyone really be so lenient clearly. They had already made plans and calculations in advance, targeting our mystical heaven sect. These damn death cultivators want to suppress our mystical heaven sect, so that we end up at the bottom of the rankings. Hearing those words, everyone was startled, and their expressions grew extremely serious. However, Zhuan Xiaoyu coldly sneered and said, HMPH. People from the demon path are indeed despicable. Shameless, capable of doing anything. Chu Qingcheng suddenly spoke. Senior brother, you are wrong in what you just said. No, they are simply following the rules correctly. Only take action to control and calculate the battle. Which sect would go to the Double Dragon Gathering without wanting the best outcome? Why call that shameful? Moreover, we were already at a disadvantage compared to them. Just now, we even deliberately threw a stone into the well, making them even angrier. Now, what they are doing is also reasonable and justified. It has nothing to do with the relationship between the righteous and the demonic. Everyone nodded their heads after hearing that. Previously, they had indeed been too unreasonable. No wonder the demon scheming sect, in a fit of anger, had changed and started to suppress them. If they were to change it, then I guess they would do it that way, too. Anyway, this is the Double Dragon Manor, which will affect the entire sect in the future. Zhuan Xiaoyu felt dissatisfied in his heart. He was furious, filled with hatred, and said, Qingcheng Jr. sister, why do you always speak well of those damn devils? Is it not because of that little brat's name? Chu Qingcheng said calmly, half of it is indeed like that. Half of it is not him, it is an old friend of mine. Whenever, no matter what he becomes, I am willing to stand by his side. Moreover, not to mention severing the relationship. When it comes to major matters, the two sects are now enemies, regardless of the methods they use. As long as they do not break the rules, it is all reasonable and justified. Whenever they find themselves in a bad situation, they always use the excuse that others are on the demonic path, accusing them of being traitors and blaming random things to elevate themselves. This is the act of the weak. Whoever is responsible for this matter, Chu Qingcheng, will look down on them. Everyone shivered involuntarily after hearing this, but then they all nodded in agreement. What Chu Qingcheng said made sense. VL. Zhuan Xiaoyu was furious to the point of losing his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, Junior sister, based on what you said, if that brat does such a thing, would you also disdain him? Chu Qingcheng happily and confidently said, he will never be like that ever again. Then her gaze sank into memories again, and she anxiously said, you don't understand him. In the past, he competed with me in alchemy, and it was a competition of speed. The result was that he came first, but he used many despicable methods to sabotage the other person. As a result, that person lost 2 years' worth of hard work before barely managing to refine it, then made it to the next round. But at that time, someone spoke out with doubts. I am only a second slower than that person, but my quality is much higher. Accordingly, one could replace the position of the other. How do you all think we should handle the situation? The women all fell into deep thought. Danner spoke up, though it was a second slower, but the quality of the elixir was higher. In my opinion, we should choose the latter. Chu Qingcheng laughed and said, ha. At that time, everyone present thought the same, but only he stepped forward to speak on behalf of that person. At that time, it was previously stated that it was only about speed, so the results naturally had to prioritize speed. Quality must be prioritized above all else. Shui Ruohua said in a daze, how could that be? He's so stupid. Didn't you say his goal was to bring down that person? Why would he suddenly help him at such a good opportunity? Chu Qingcheng said, this is his skill. Defeat with nobility, victory with justice. Although it is a demonic path, it is evil in a grand and dignified manner. At that time, I felt that he had lost a great opportunity. Also, blame him? But after thinking it over, I realized he wasn't wrong. Although he used any means necessary to achieve his goal, he still had his principles. At that moment, I knew that no matter whether this person was good or evil, he was still a man of great name. With his head under the sky and his feet treading upon the rickshaw, The female disciples, after hearing those words, unconsciously looked towards Zhou Fan, their eyes showing a sense of confusion. They thought that although the young master appeared to be ordinary and aloof, what kind of person he really was. Xuan Xiaoyu was already furious to the point of vomiting blood. He angrily thought, "Didn't Chu Qingcheng's words clearly insult me? Zhou Fan is a true man. Am I not? To be secretly loved by the one in my heart, does that not make me a true man? Who could possibly bear it?" Dan hurriedly said, "That's right, Qingcheng sis. Did he win in the end?" Chu Qingcheng happily nodded and said with a proud smile, "Of course, Zhou Fan is amazing." Danner asked again, "Then what about the defeated one? Was he killed?" Chu Qingcheng laughed even harder and said, "Ha ha ha. This is also very unexpected. At that time, a great battle had occurred. That person was killed by Zhou Fan right in front of everyone. The result came later, when the sisters sent word to me. That was when I found out. It turns out that the person had been following him all along. The two of them had been colluding to do bad things together." Danner exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh? How could this be? Aren't they enemies with each other?" Chu Qingcheng calmly said, "The righteous path has heroes, and it values heroes. How could the demonic path not have the villains with the same goal? As for the women, they are all first-tier alchemists. That person even regards Zhou Fan as an idol." Chu Qingcheng had not finished speaking when Elder Yun, fearing that these female disciples might be corrupted by demonic arts, loudly said, "Chu Qingcheng is a demon, different. Pay attention to your words." Chu Qingcheng heard this and could only shrug, complying with the order. She had been in the middle of praising her talkative husband when she was interrupted. It was really quite a shock. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, the competition between the two sects was incredibly dull. The people of the demon scheming sect would step onto the stage as if they owned the place, arrogant and standing in one spot, while the disciples of the beast-taming sect, upon stepping up, immediately prostrated themselves and begged for mercy. After that, a disciple from the demon scheming sect casually kicked them down. Finally, the 10th competition between Zhou Fan and Hui Zhang has arrived. Hui Zhang cast a contemptuous glance at the disciples behind him, then shouted loudly, "HMPH. A bunch of useless fools. What a disgrace. Let me take the stage and show you what the might of the beast-taming sect really looks like." Then, like a general who had won 100 battles, he strode forward with immense confidence and grandeur. Elder Lu was now humiliated like a dog by the disciples. When he saw Hu Zhang step onto the stage, he felt a glimmer of hope and began shouting, "Our Hui Zhang beast-taming sect has yet to win a single battle. All hope is placed in you." Hui Zhang laughed loudly. He was still arrogant and overbearing, speaking loudly, "Ha ha ha, master. Just rest assured, leave it to me. I can't be like those useless people. I will make this demon scheming sect member kneel and beg for mercy." The disciples of the beast-taming sect looked down upon him, sneering and thinking, "Damn, he's fighting against a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the radiant soul realm. So what's there to be proud of if he wins? HMPH, HMPH, HMPH." On this side, Zhou Fan slowly stood up, calmly stepping onto the stage. Hu Zhang, his eyes filled with contempt, said, "Hung, a mere radiant soul realm 3rd layer. And yet my son will make you cry out for your great ancestors." On the other side, Zhou Fan still maintained his carefree and confident demeanor. A bright smile was always present on his face, as if the young man knew that the brat in front of him was just a kid. Fin Yang shouted loudly, "Zhou Fan must restrain himself. Don't hurt him. That guy is the best in the beast-taming sect. He needs to be in top condition for the next battle." Zhou Fan replied indifferently, "It's tough, I know. You said it countless times." Fin Yang's face remained uneasy. The elf fully understood that when Zhou Fan got a whim, he wouldn't hesitate to stir up even other sects, let alone hold back. Guiyu spoke up to advise, "Guardians, rest assured. Steward Zhuo is someone with the highest state of mind. Strength always expands and contracts naturally. I can do it, so he definitely won't be too harsh." Fin Yang shouted loudly, "What do you know? The situation is not like that. You are all at the void transformation realm. When the enemy sees you, it's as if they are facing a revered ancestor, and they are so frightened that their legs are trembling, only knowing how to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Of course, you can strike lightly, but just look at that fool Hu Zhang. Its hunger for a beating look even flew right in front of that reckless, bloodthirsty Zhou Fan. What do you think? Can he really hold back after seeing that? Everyone was startled upon hearing this, looking up. Sure enough, Hu Zhang's arrogant demeanor was very provocative, even more so when it mocked Zhou Fan, a person known as the rough Fan Tumble Boy. How could someone like Zhou Fan possibly tolerate it? Guihu gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Damn it, this bastard. If I were on the platform, I would either beat him to death or cripple all his limbs." Fiend Yang clasped his hands together in prayer and said, "I only hope Zhou Fan can endure a little longer, otherwise, that brat is sure to die, and our plan will fail halfway." Finally, after days of waiting, the battle between Zhou Fan and Hu Zhang officially took place. Zhou Fan had just stepped onto the stage when sharp gazes from the stands immediately fixed on him. Not only Yan Mo and the three brothers of Han Jia, and there's also a mysterious gaze that is intensely observing. Fiend Yang was praying, thinking, "Zhou Fan, you must endure." Fortunately, Zhou Fan's state of mind is high, and his temperament is steady. Even if Hu Zhang provokes him, Zhou Fan will probably let it go. Hu Zhang started to activate his provocative mode, and he crowed loudly, "Ha ha ha, little brat. All the humiliations that the demon-scheming sect has inflicted upon our beast-taming sect before, I will return everything to you. Blame your misfortune for drawing a number that matches mine." Yan Mo stood above, also irritated, and said, "Damn it, you idiot," barking so loudly. The three Fiend Yang were even more confused, thinking that Zhou Fan must endure. "I beg you." Zhou Fan was completely unmoved by those provocations. The young man simply stood there, letting out a soft chuckle. But suddenly, Zhou Fan's heart trembled. The male protagonist slightly furrowed his brows. It seemed as if he heard the call. The young man suddenly turned his head toward the entrance. His eyes widened, trembling, as he stared intently in that direction. Hu Zhang was stunned upon witnessing the scene. He was about to speak and insult his opponent. Yet Zhou Fan didn't even pay him any attention, not even casting a glance his way. He just kept staring at the entrance, which made him even angrier. Just think about it. This brat has no sense of the vastness of the world. He's only at the third layer of the Radiant Soul realm. I was about to make a statement, and yet you dared to ignore me. Are you asking for a beating? Is that right? Thinking of this, he shouted loudly, "Brat, I ask of you 10 moves, strike. I will not defend, absolutely." But Zhou Fan still stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, fixated on the dark entrance. It seems like they are trying to find something, but they can't seem to locate it. Surely the young man is searching for the light of Bai. Oh, how dark it is. Hu Zhang continued to scream, but Zhou Fan paid no attention whatsoever. The male lead simply stood there, calm and unmoving. Seeing the situation, everyone was also very astonished. The group of Fiend Yang found it strange as well, wondering what was wrong with Zhou Fan. Although they had told him to hold back a little, one should show mercy to subordinates. But it's not that I meant for him to be this accommodating, yet he stood there like a wooden post, not moving an inch. What's going on? Hu Zhang also felt very strange. He pondered for a moment, then, as if coming to a realization, he sneered and laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha ha, this little brat has no idea what the vastness of the heavens and earth is. He must have been terrified by my aura." But even so, Lao Tzu still did not loosen up. Lao Tzu is a person of principle. As soon as the words were spoken, Hu Zhang's aura erupted, and his entire body was bathed in a grayish glow. Suddenly, a gigantic bear appeared behind him, the aura surged, and the entire barrier dimmed, completely controlled by his imposing aura. Everyone who witnessed the scene was quite astonished. The group of Guihu exchanged glances, showing signs of surprise. They thought, although Hu Zhang always acted provocatively, he was, after all, the strongest disciple of the beast-taming sect, and indeed, he did possess some real strength. This power is not inferior to Chi Changlong's when he was at the 9th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. But unfortunately, his opponent this time is Zhou Fan. If it were another Radiant Soul Realm cultivator, he would still have a chance to win. Such a pity for the Radiant Soul Realm, if only life were as it should be. Hui Zhong slid forward and stopped in front of Zhou Fan. Seeing that the male protagonist still paid no attention to him, he became even more furious. Carrying an immense grudge, Hu Zhong, a powerful elder, struck down with all his might, then shouted loudly, brat, this is how you want to die. Haiyan Jai, intermediate martial skill, with mighty and awe-inspiring power that dominates the heavens. Boom, a palm strike descended like a massive mountain, crashing down onto the stone ground. The spot where Zhou Fan stood was instantly shattered into fragments. The wind soared in all directions, the fierce gale blowing the male protagonist's robe into the air. This strike, if it were from an ordinary person, would only leave behind crushed flesh as if from being drunk. But Zhou Fan still didn't bother to glance or pay attention. His eyes remained focused on the entrance. There was something there that attracted the male protagonist, causing the young man to forget everything around him. Hu Zhong struck right in front of him, yet he remained as if in a deep sleep. Everyone looked on in fear, all anxiously glancing at Zhou Fan, wondering what had happened to him. Could it be that he was truly frightened? He didn't move at all? Yang Ning and Yun Shuang anxiously called out Zhou Fan's name. The group of Fiend Yang became even more confusing. Just think about it. What on earth has happened to this brat? Suddenly, Zhou Fan's gaze turned extremely fierce. From deep within the darkness, at the entrance, a figure lurked behind the door. And then, his gaze also brightened. The light in his eyes both strange and familiar in the two characters of the male protagonist, flickering like a green flame. Deep in his heart, Zhou Fan suddenly felt danger approaching. Suddenly, the thunderous Tao Child cautiously shot out. The body of the divine beast emitted a radiance, releasing a terrifying aura. The three strongest energies on Zhou Fan's body were momentarily uncontrollable and erupted completely. At this moment, Hu Zhong's most powerful strike also arrived. At that moment, Zhou Fan finally regained his senses. The young man instinctively reacted, raising his hand to catch it. Well, it wasn't exactly catching, but rather just flicking his hand lightly in reflex. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson mang blossomed, and the purple thunder roared across the sky. The divine eye of the void and the purple thunder golden eyes combined to form a powerful force, rapidly striking toward Hu Zhong. It was only for a moment. Hu Zhong didn't even have time to react. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he was blasted into nothingness in the void, unable to let out even a scream. Before his death, he was reduced to dust, not even leaving a trace behind. Immediately after that, a powerful force continued to surge forward, striking directly into the barrier, causing the entire barrier to tremble incessantly. Ravaged by the intense death thunder, the adjudicating elder was terrified. But before he could do anything, the barrier emitted a cracking sound and then shattered, vanishing without a trace. That power still would not stop, and it kept charging straight toward the place where the disciples of the beast-taming sect were resting. Boom, boom, boom. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out. Everyone there was too stunned to react. The overwhelming pressure passed through them and struck directly at the grandstand. When the dust and smoke finally cleared, there was no trace of a single person at the location of the beast-taming sect. Only a single beam of blue light slowly rose, with purple lightning wrapping around the body of the light. That is the divine soul of Elder Lu. He trembled in agony and said, This, what exactly happened? What kind of nonsense is this? Then the adjudicating elder was startled and exclaimed, Is that the voice of Elder Lu? Then he turned to look at the ruins, devoid of any life, and was stunned into silence, saying, The disciples of the beast-taming sect have all been killed. The elders' bodies have been destroyed, only their souls remain. Immediately after that, everyone looked up towards the high platform. There, Zhou Fan. His face solemn, still had the blooming crimson mark on his right arm, emitting an overwhelming aura. Everyone was so astonished that they broke into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves, a monster. Truly a monster. The people of the mystical heaven sect and the two elders glanced at each other, their bodies drenched in sweat. In their hearts, they were shocked to the point of trembling, wondering where the demon scheming sect had found such a terrifying monster to bring here. Facing this monster, they truly felt no sense of safety. If someone like me, an elder, is scared of wetting myself, how terrified must the disciples be? This name may have strong strength, but that's all. There's no need to mention it. The important thing is the methods, while the cruelty lies with the person on the stage of battle. At most, he would only kill his opponent in the arena, but he would kill people in the stands, annihilate the disciples of the sect, and not even spare the elders. The three brothers of the Han family were also left speechless in astonishment, not expecting Zhou Fan to be that strong. The Fiend Yang group was completely bewildered. Their plan had completely fallen apart. There was nothing left. Even Yan Mo was shocked, his eyes wide open, thinking to himself, what the hell? Now I understand. So it turns out that Brat didn't even unleash his full strength last time. Today, with just a casual swing of his fist, he displayed such overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, he shattered Hu Zhong, broke through the barrier, and wiped out all the disciples of the Elder Beast Taming sect. Such terrifying strength, coupled with unbelievable speed, left the adjudicating elder no time to react or intervene. Truly terrifying. But he did not know this was not Zhou Fan's intention, but rather the internal loss of control. The main reason lay in that dark entrance. Zhou Fan slightly squinted his eyes, watching the two streaks of firelight in the darkness gradually fade away. At this moment, the force within his body slowly began to stabilize. The protagonist thought, the enemy that fate has destined has finally appeared. If my three sources of energy couldn't simultaneously erupt like that, then who exactly is this person? Yume trembled as she spoke. Senior brother Yanmo, who exactly is this person? If this is how things are going, he might as well go play with dogs. Yanmo said in a deep voice, it doesn't matter who he is, just don't provoke him casually. Yeah, you'd be asking for death. Yume, do you think I don't know what you just thought? You should probably forget that thought for now. Yume was as silent as a clam, nodding, thinking, Yanmo has always been more arrogant than others, yet he values Zhou Fan so much, and even wants to find an opportunity to probe into the inner workings. Let's see what exactly makes him stand out from the others. But now, there is no need to be curious. I am completely clear on this. He is the one who can shake the positions of the three sects. No wonder senior brother Yanmo pays so much attention to him. It seems that in this high-ranked duel, I must prioritize protecting the two of them first. If not, it is highly likely that this person from the demon scheming sect will push him down, which would truly be a tremendous loss. Then she stopped and spoke again. Senior brother Yanmo, what do you think of this person compared to Wu Qingqiu? Slowly shaking his head, Yanmo calmly said, there is no way to compare them. One follows the demonic path, the other the righteous path. One comes from hell, the other from the immortal mountains. One is tyrannical, the other is royal. With different paths, naturally, there is no way to compare them. The only thing is, if we're talking about equal strength, a single punch from this guy would probably still make Wu Qingqiu exert some effort. A shiver unknowingly ran through her heart. Yume knew that although Yanmo was unwilling to lower himself before his opponent, but in his heart, he had already known. This person is superior to the talented disciples of the three sects. Even Wu Qingqiu would likely find it difficult to compare. Thinking of this, Yume sighed again, then said deeply, the double dragon manner this time truly intends to shake the heavens and the earth. In another direction, the three young masters of Hanjia were already terrified by the sight before them, and after a long while, they could only helplessly sigh. Han Yunfeng glanced at his two disciples, then said, the plan has been set. In this competition among the three sects, we must ensure that we maintain second place. If you don't want to be beaten like dogs by that guy, After hearing those words, the two brothers of the third Han nodded their heads, thinking, "After seeing his punch, I no longer want to have anything to do with him. Oh my, terrifying, if I were to battle with this crazy group called the Demon Scheming Sect. Basically, there's no chance of survival anymore. Lao Tzu really is in great danger, not dying before, yet he ended up fighting this monster once. Now that I think about it, how crazy was I back then? If he had gone all out, I'd probably be scooped up with a shovel, my flesh all torn apart." The adjudicating elder looked at Zhou Fan as if he were a monster, then waved his hand and shouted, "This time, it's a low-rank competition. Due to an unexpected special situation, the battle is temporarily halted. Please allow me to seek permission from the two honored elders before we make a decision. Representatives of the Empire, please disperse immediately." Suddenly, Elder Lu's divine soul soared over and then shouted loudly, "No, the elder cannot leave like this. The beast-taming sect has more than 10 disciples who were killed by him. How can it be so easy to make a decision like that?" Fin Yang heard those words, and then Vin said on the competition platform that life and death were not up for discussion. "What does it matter if a few lowly disciples die, if we follow your suggestion? Then the Double Dragon Manor should make a clear rule. Everyone must fight with restraint. If anyone kills their opponent, it would be an eye for an eye, a life for a life. How about that? If that's the case, then who would dare to fight with full force anymore? How could one assess the strength of the disciples of various sects?" Elder Lu angrily shouted, "Damn it, those disciples were on the stage? They were the ones who died below the stage." Fin Yang indifferently said, "You are the damn bastard here. Zhou Fan's punch was on the arena. Killing a disciple in the stands happened because you idiots were weak and couldn't dodge. Who else is to blame? Moreover, the power was too great while the barrier was too weak, and in the blink of an eye, it was shattered, spreading all the way to the disciples beneath the stage. If you want to blame someone, blame the formation. It's set up so poorly that it can't even withstand the dark energy. If you have the guts, go to the Zonglong Institute and settle it there." Sure enough, Elder Lu fell silent like a dog after hearing it, not knowing how to refute it at all. The adjudicating elder's face twitched, slightly embarrassed, and thought, "Whatever the case may be, the formation was set up by me." Fin Yang said, "Aren't those words meant for Elder Lu to come and settle the score with me? Who could have thought that in just a low-rank competition, a disciple with such formidable strength would appear, even in high-rank competitions? It is rare to encounter such a powerful monster. And yet, even if it were a monster, why would it need to lay a hand on an ordinary person? It's too much, truly bullying that goes beyond reason." He then glanced at Zhou Fan for a moment before helplessly shaking his head, letting out a sigh and saying, "Everyone, please go ahead. Wait for me to report this matter to the two esteemed elders. I will definitely give all of you justice. Don't you trust the reputation of Double Dragon Manor?" A tremor unknowingly ran through their hearts. The two did not dare to refute, merely nodding their heads in agreement. Someone has already presented the Double Dragon Manor token, and if we continue with our calculations, we will inevitably encounter Double Dragon Manor. In that case, we definitely won't be able to withstand it. As a result, Elder Lu was left with nothing but a resentful soul that flew sluggishly, leaving. Before departing, he still directed a gaze full of killing intent at Zhou Fan. Fin Yang also declined to offer an opinion. He led his disciples and Zhou Fan away. Fin Yang helplessly looked at Zhou Fan, then sighed and said, "Ah, brother, there's just so much trouble, Zhou Fan. In the sect, I see that you are someone with a steady temperament. Even when killing the two elders, you have meticulously arranged everything carefully, without leaving any flaws for others to exploit. Then why couldn't I stay calm this time? Some people can be provoked with just a few words, and they explode, while others are shattered completely. On top of that, they even caused the entire sect to be wiped out. Even I was startled. Were you really that angry at the time?" The brows furrowed slightly, and Zhou Fan replied, "That brat just provoked me, quite skilled. Isn't he? I haven't paid much attention to him." Everyone was a little stunned upon hearing this and said, since you're not angry. Why do you need to make such a big deal out of it? You killed an entire group from their sect. Have you already forgotten our strategy? Joe Fan sighed and said, That's not it. Besides, this punch wasn't even something I prepared. That guy isn't worthy of it yet. Fiend Yang, after hearing that, was confused and thought, Huh? What the hell is this guy talking about? At the same time, on the opposite battlefield, everyone was hurriedly leaving. A young man, wearing a gray robe, curled the corner of his lips into a faint smile as he slowly moved with the crowd. Birch, a figure in green, flashed by. He walked up to the young man in gray and said with a smile, Junior brother, one day without seeing you, I thought you had run off somewhere. It turns out that you came to watch the low-rank competition. Haha, how is it that someone as lazy as you is always like this? Even the experts who fight within the sect don't bother to pay attention, yet now. They suddenly care about the movements of the low rank. What's going on? The young man in gray laughed cheerfully and said, Ha ha ha, senior brother, you misunderstand. I didn't come to watch the low-rank battle. I just came to find someone. Senior brother, do you still remember a few days ago, when my heart suddenly started beating faster? At that moment, I felt that my fated opponent had appeared. Sure enough, it was he who has come. The young man with black hair asked somewhat strangely, What? He's in this low-rank place? The young man with gray hair laughed and replied, That's right, I'm here to find him. As expected, it was not beyond my prediction. He and I are of the same kind, half human, half beast, Emperor Saint Triman. We possess internal energies that are both complementary and conflicting. He is certainly the enemy of destiny. The black-haired person couldn't help but tremble, saying, Junior brother, this is the first time I've seen you so excited. The person with gray hair excitedly said, Of course, because I have encountered a great opponent. Heaven does not have to suns, and the mountain does not have to tigers. The level is equivalent to a ferocious beast. It must be decided who wins and who loses before it can be let go. This is also fate. Brother disciple, I am sorry. The title of the #1 genius of the Western continent me junior disciple wants to take. I'm not referring to this. We already decided this when we agreed to fight the super fierce beast. The young man with black hair was slightly stunned, then said indifferently, Oh, congratulations. The scene shifts to the following morning. Fiend Yang returned to the small courtyard, laughing joyously. Ha ha ha, so refreshing, so refreshing. You still want to report us? Truly bringing shame upon yourself. Joe Fan opened the door to the room and said in surprise, What's wrong? Did you play with the items again and go into a frenzy? Fiend Yang laughed wickedly, then raised his voice and said, Ha ha ha, it's even more enjoyable than playing with that thing. Done. He glanced around the rooms and then continued, Where are those little brats? Why aren't they coming out to share in the fruits of today's victory? Joe Fan said, If you want to show off, just tell me. Let them focus on their cultivation. They've just made a breakthrough in their cultivation level. These past few days, I have been free and must focus on my cultivation to strengthen it properly. Fiend Yang laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Yes, you still think things through carefully. After all, we are men. One must constantly challenge higher levels. Just being at a low rank is already insufficient to satisfy our ambition. Stuart Juo, do you know what we did early this morning? Joe Fan shook his head and said, I don't know, nor do I want to know too much. Before being called to handle the matters from yesterday, what else can be done? Fiend Yang was momentarily stunned, then shrugged and said, This brat. Just this one thing makes people grind their teeth in hatred. He knows everything. One can't even be a little mysterious. It's really so disappointing. HMPH. Fiend Yang laughed and said, Ha ha ha, Fiend Yang, if you have something to say, just say it directly. How could you possibly make things difficult for him? If you do not speak, let me speak. Hearing this, Fiend Yang immediately panicked and hurriedly said, No, it's not that. Let me explain. This matter must be personally explained by me to make it even more. Fiend Gui laughed and said, Fiend Yang, you don't have any hobbies at all. Only the habit of rambling. You go ahead and speak. Song PingBong, as if telling a story, spoke with deep emotion, expressing his feelings. This morning, while I was resting, I heard a knock at the door. I went outside and saw a middle-aged man wearing coarse, rough clothes. Although his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded an aura of immense strength. Zhou Fan coldly interrupted. The point is, PingBong said, that person is from Double Dragon Manor. They called us to clarify what happened yesterday. PingBong angrily said, can you show some respect for the storyteller? The atmosphere I painstakingly created has been ruthlessly shattered by you. Zhou Fan shook his head, thinking, now I understand why the entire demon scheming sect is afraid of this person. It turns out, listening to him speak, that the incident which happened so long ago is still heartbreaking. Seeing Zhou Fan silent and unwilling to say anything, PingBong pondered for a moment before continuing to speak. At that time, we went to the location of the competition from yesterday. That place had become a desolate, abandoned ruin, bleak and solitary. At that time, there were the tall, majestic figures silently standing there for a long while. Make us feel a sense of reverence in our hearts. Zhou Fan, feeling annoyed, spoke up. The main point is still missing. That day, I only destroyed a wall. Where did all this ruin come from? PingBong, dissatisfied, said, fine, whatever. The machine has lost all interest. Fine then. Actually, it is today that we were summoned to meet with the sovereign of the Twin Dragons, along with the two adjudicating elders and the shattered soul of Elder Lu. The two supreme beings, along with both sides of us, the three factions confront each other. Zhou Fan couldn't help but be stunned and said, what? Did the Supreme Lord of the Twin Dragons personally come here? PingBong nodded and said, of course, such a big event happened at a low rank. Dragon Supreme naturally had to come to the scene, and the expressions of the two exalted positions were truly terrifying. Finally, it was decided that he would personally oversee the low-rank competition. It is precisely to prevent you, little brat, from making another mistake. Ha! PingBong nodded happily and said, Dragon Supreme, it is truly a great honor to show my true face because of you. Zhou Fan frowned slightly, feeling puzzled, and said, could it be that the matter from that day is just going to end like this? PingBong replied, of course, how else could it be? At that time, I had already said that your strike on the stage was aimed at Huozhong. The tragic deaths of the beast-taming sect disciples were entirely caused by the residual force of that attack and had nothing to do with us. At this point, the adjudicating elder also recounted in detail, Dragon Supreme has always been fair. Of course, it will not make things difficult for us. Zhou Fan asked Elder Lu, what about it? Is he really willing to let this matter go so easily? PingBong laughed, clutching his stomach, and said, hey, how could he possibly be willing? But no matter how much he talked, the Double Dragon Supreme Lord still did not listen to him. After all, the truth was right before their eyes. Didn't joining the Double Dragon Manor require one to prepare for heavy losses? Ha ha ha. Oh, right. He also accused us, saying that he didn't see us in the Starry Genius sect at the Demon Scheming sect, claiming that we relied on outsiders. At that time, I'll tell him, we are from the labor office. The result shocked him so much that his eyes widened, and he said, sect leader, we are despicable, doing things to deceive others and cheat beneath them. In the end, Song Long Kaitan found him too troublesome and had to quickly help him find a new physical body. He won't die, ha. He was really pissed off at that time. Hearing this, the three of them laughed out loud, thinking, such bad luck for Elder Lu. There is not a single useful argument, but there is only one sentence that he spoke correctly. That is our sect leader, truly shameless to the extreme. This point is indisputable. Heh. However, just at that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Zhou Fan, it's bad. Yun Chuang has been captured. The four of them were stunned upon hearing this, and when they looked up, they saw Princess Yongning rushing toward them in a panic. The PingBong Strange said, is it that girl again? Wasn't she the first to come and congratulate you? What about that other girl? Wasn't she the one who got caught? Impossible. Who would dare make a move in Double Dragon manner? Do you no longer wish to live? Yunshuang, Zhou caught Yongning and calmly said, "We don't have much time left." What happened? Take your time and speak. Yongning anxiously said, "Zhou is in trouble. As soon as we stepped out the door, we were teased by a group of princes from another kingdom. Yunshuang stopped them. Let me go and seek help. I'm afraid they have already taken me." Fin Yong furrowed his brows and said, "Absurd. In this Double Dragon manner, which offspring of noble families would dare to be so audacious? Even though nations come here to observe the battle, they are still treated with respect. But I don't have that much courage. What's more, encountering such a situation, anyone from Double Dragon Manor could easily help her resolve it. You don't need to run so far to come here seeking help." Yongning began to recount everything from the beginning. This is how it happened. This is how it was. Fin Yong laughed and said, "All right, this little girl must have been scared out of her wits. She's speaking more rambling than even I do." Zhou nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Now we go to rescue Yunshuang." Fin Yong said in astonishment, "Hey, this is really strange. Do you really want to go?" Zhou said nothing, but wrapped his arm around Vin Lin's waist and shot off into the air. Fin Yong wanted to continue speaking, but Fingui gently patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "There's nothing to worry about. This little brat is much cleverer than you. While you were able to spot the issue, he's not so certain." Fin Yong laughed and said, "Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, yet still daring to charge in. This brat truly has both great talent and a bold heart." Scene shifts to another location in the dense forest. Yunshuang's eyes were half closed as she leaned against a large tree, her body surrounded by a layer of blue light. A light blue butterfly, more than a meter in size, continuously danced around her. It emitted a mysterious, ethereal green light. Suddenly, Ni opened her eyes wide, her pupils resembling the mysterious and profound spirit of the celestial beings, vibrating strangely, expanding outward, dispersing all the blue light. Then, she gently closed her eyes again, as if falling back to sleep. The butterfly was shaken violently, its body trembling in panic, looking at Yunshuang and asking, "Who exactly is this little girl?" The old man actually couldn't evade her divine consciousness, couldn't subdue her, and could only knock her unconscious. "This person is the soul of Elder Lu. Previously, his body had been destroyed, and his soul form had yet to reveal itself. It is precisely because he is afraid that everyone will discover his strength and be on guard. But now he was in a state of wanting revenge, so he unleashed his full strength. The soul of Elder Lu was an extraordinarily rare soul domain, capable of plunging enemies into an endless nightmare of hellish dream loops." A sharp sound of wind tearing through the air was heard. As Zhou carried Yongning into the dense forest, the two of them searched every corner. He chuckled to himself, "Ha ha, finally, you have arrived, while I deal with this little monster. You will bury these Danua along with yourself, huh?" Elder Lu sneered coldly before disappearing into the deep forest, leaving Yunshuang still leaning against the large tree, her face calm and serene. Suddenly, Yongning shouted loudly, "Yunshuang!" Zhou looked down at a patch of empty land below. Yongning is sitting quietly down there. Zhou laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, your eyes are even sharper than mine. Then let's go down and rescue her." After saying that, Grandpa immediately flew straight down. Then, the male protagonist and Yongning landed on the ground. At this moment, Yunshuang could still be seen, unconscious, sitting there. Zhou looked around in all directions, then a cold smile appeared on his lips. After that, the two of them moved forward toward it. But before the two of them could get close to Yunshuang, an invisible fluctuation in space suddenly flickered around them. Immediately after, streams of blue light burst forth. The scenery around the two people suddenly changed, transforming into a magnificent world. There is nothing that, when looked at for long, cannot be seen to have an end. Next to Zhou at this moment, there was only Yongning left, but even he quickly faded away. Now, only the male protagonist was left, lost and alone. Zhou chuckled and said, "Illusionary realm, This place truly is a trap. Just now, when I arrived at this place, there were no traces of any formation around. This illusion must have been created by a human. Elder Lu spoke, ha ha ha, knowing it's a trap yet still stepping in. You little brat, you really are incredibly audacious. Zhou Fan heard that voice and immediately knew who it was. The young man spoke with disdain, Elder Lu, a master of the void transformation realm like you, yet you use to young girls as bait. Don't you feel ashamed? Elder Lu coldly snorted and said, so what? This is Double Dragon Manor, and there are 3 guardians protecting you. I can only use this strategy. I see that these women are very close to you. I have bewitched their minds, but for some reason, one of them remains unaffected. I am extremely confused, Yan Shuang said, while Zhou Fan appeared very calm as he spoke. You're talking about Yan Shuang. She is the saintess of the Tianyu Empire, a great benefactor to the heavens. Angered by the fate map sweeping through the mist, revealing the true truth, you used a spell of illusion on her. Indeed, it's like pointing a gun at the muzzle. Elder Lu rushed up and said, so that's how it is? I've heard that the Tianyu Empire has a very peculiar young clan meeting them today. They are indeed extraordinary. But you, brat, telling this secret to this old man, aren't you afraid I'll capture that woman and study her? After all, this is quite a prodigy. Zhou Fan sneered and said, study the cage. If a person is dead, what's there to research about? Lao Tzu dares to tell you this because I have the confidence that you can keep the secret. And the dead are the best keepers of secrets. Elder Lu couldn't help but laugh loudly, saying, ha ha ha, you arrogant brat. Now you are in my hands. What makes you think you can take my life? Zhou Fan laughed and said, Kekiki, your body has already been destroyed by me. Now I will destroy your primordial spirit as well, ensuring your soul is utterly wiped out. How much more effort could that take? As soon as the words were spoken, 2 wings appeared behind Zhou Fan. It emitted a hazy light, drifting in all directions. The male lead said, old man, you must understand, an illusion is ultimately just an illusion. It is not reality. Now I will use the sea mysterious image wings. Once you are touched by the power, you will fall into an illusion, unable to break free. The illusion will shatter your soul and spirit. Zhou Fan continuously flapped his wings, the soft light scattering. Elder Lu sneered and said, you little brat, you really are foolish. The sea mysterious image wings, developed from the 4 extremities, are indeed rare, but it can only target the body. My physical body has already been destroyed. How could it fall into an illusion? You are just a fool. Ha ha ha. The body suddenly became sluggish, and Zhou Fan's expression grew serious, as if he had just reacted. The male protagonist then withdrew his arms, suddenly rising up, with a red glow roaring. HMPH, the illusion is fake, but my power's real. The illusion is set up based on the real world, and I will destroy this place completely. Let's see if your illusion can withstand it. After speaking, Zhou Fan punched the ground forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding space exploded with deafening roars, and everything shook incessantly. But right after that, everything quieted down again. But suddenly, Zhou Fan's gaze became one of utter astonishment. A light was emanating, and then Hong Mang shot them back at Zhou Fan. The male protagonist was knocked back, and at the same time, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Elder Lu proudly said, ha ha ha, little brat, you only rely on your own strength. But let me tell you, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to break the illusion of this old man. Zhou Fan stood up, saying in disbelief, it's impossible. This must be an illusion. If I land a few more punches, this hallucination will definitely shatter. But they all felt the space tremble, and then they were shot back once again, striking Zhou Fan with heavy injuries. Just a few more strikes like that on Zhou Fan's body, and he would have accumulated self-inflicted wounds to the point where he no longer resembled a human. Elder Lu laughed heartily with great delight. Ha ha ha, brat, no matter how strong you are, you're definitely going to die this time. This is the world of this old man, not for you to be in charge. Immediately after that, the surrounding space once again transformed, becoming a blood-red world. Beneath Zhou Fan's feet, a pool of blood suddenly emerged from all directions. In the sky and on the earth, countless evil demons advanced towards Zhou Fan. Their bodies were drenched in blood, their intestines pierced through their shattered bellies, and a sinister, malevolent gleam emanated from their eyes. Among them was a group of people who had once been enemies of Zhou Fan. They kept shouting for Zhou Fan's life, "Give me back my life." Zhou Fan returned my life. Zhou Fan couldn't help but cry out in fear, "It's impossible. These are all illusions. Lao Tzu must kill all of you." Zhou Fan raised his hand again, intending to strike with all his strength. But before the protagonist could swing his fist, his arm was seized. Zhou Fan turned his head and saw a demon crawling onto him. It was the Huzhong zombie. He opened his disgusting maw. Immediately after, he bit down hard on the sky-piercing killing arm. The mighty sky-piercing killing arm was actually gnawed down to nothing but bone. In no time, even the bones were gone. Zhou Fan shook his head in disbelief and said fearfully, "It's impossible. This is an illusion, not the truth." Elder Lu smiled and said, "That's right, it's an illusion. However, those who are trapped in the illusion will die in reality. Ha ha ha." Zhou Fan looked up at the sky, constantly feeling the pain in his body as it was torn apart. Unable to do anything, one can only cry out in pain. Then, watching as his body was slowly consumed, unable to exert even the slightest bit of strength, he fell into the fetid blood pool in despair, wretched and hopeless. In another place, still under the great tree, Zhou Fan's body remained intact, but his eyes were tightly shut, his brows furrowed in agony, his hands and feet trembled. Yet he could not move. Elder Lu flew round and let out a strange, eerie laugh, saying, "Heh, you ignorant brat. You guessed wrong. From the very beginning, you were wrong. My true body is the dream butterfly, not an illusion. You are using methods meant for dealing with illusions to handle the dream butterfly. It is completely useless. Anyway, in that world, this old man can control all of you. Even if you risk your life with your fists, it has nothing to do with the body. There's only one thing that matters, and that is you losing your life in the dream. You will die in reality. The only difference is that I want you to suffer so much that you no longer wish to live. This is to avenge the death of more than 10 disciples of our beast-taming sect. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. Then he laughed wickedly and said loudly, "Go to hell, you dog." Immediately after, Elder Lu thrust his hand straight into Zhou Fan's heart. He chuckled sinisterly and said, "You damn bastard. I will crush your heart so you can feel true pain. Ha ha." At that moment, a soft laugh echoed. "Ha ha ha. That really is a great pity. I'm afraid you won't have that chance." Elder Lu was extremely shocked and exclaimed, You're awake." Somehow, Zhou Fan appeared behind. Then, the kid flashed a creepy smile and said, surprised, "Dog, I have never fallen into this shabby butterfly dream of yours. I was just acting to entertain you. Did you enjoy it? Ha ha ha. The butterfly dream is indeed a rare phenomenon. It can catch the opponent off guard without them having a chance to react. Unfortunately, meeting Lao Tzu today means you've encountered your nemesis." Elder Lu was extremely terrified, then looked around, but his starry screen was still intact. With a horrified expression, he said, "How is this possible? Can you really wake up? Have you truly awakened after my butterfly dream?" Zhou Fan laughed mysteriously and said, "Ha ha ha. Can't you understand what I'm saying? What I mean is, I have never fallen into this butterfly dream of yours." Elder Lu was terrified upon seeing this. "Still don't understand anything." Not far away, Zhou Fan wore a wicked smile. The pupil in his right eye flickered, emitting 3 bright golden halos, while an Elder Lu's dream butterfly. I don't know when it happened, but I have been surrounded by an invisible layer of protective barrier. The illusory space is constantly rippling. Elder Lu suddenly started, unable to believe, and said, Is this an illusion? Could it be the move of this old man himself?" Zhou Fan grinned sinisterly and said, "Heh, you're right, old man. Before you created the butterfly dream, You had already fallen into my illusory void. I return to you a phrase. At this moment, you are standing in my world. I'll let you know who the real boss is here. You must die. It is you. Ha ha ha. Elder Lu was horrified beyond measure and said, impossible. When did you discover that this old man was hiding? Zhou Fan chuckled and said, this is something you don't need to know. Death is right around the corner. Why ask for so much? But I only saw the highly secretive blood infant flying from afar towards the south. In fact, Zhou Fan had released the blood infant to investigate before Yongning discovered Yan Shuang. Indeed, not far from there, the soul of Elder Lu was discovered. Therefore, Zhou Fan used his own method of scheming, utilizing the very thing he was most proud of to defeat him. That is the ultimate humiliation. Immediately after that, Zhou Fan's body began to disintegrate. Zhou Fan shouted loudly, Divine Eye of the Void Third Eye Illusion, Mirage World. Suddenly, the 3 golden rings emitted a strange golden light. At the same time, Elder Lu felt the entire heavens and earth trembling incessantly. The sky, which had once been bright, turned dark. A blood-red circle appeared in his astonished eyes, slowly rising, resembling the gaze of an evil being looking down upon the protagonist. He said, Elder Lu, no matter how terrifying your dream butterfly is, it can never trap me. But my illusion is quite different. It's very hard to escape from. Ha 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 ha. Elder Lu was afraid and said, what do you want? Zhou Fan sneered disdainfully and said, as you just mentioned, if you die in the illusion, you will die in reality as well. So, heh. Elder Lu said, dare you? You should remember that this is Double Dragon Manor. Do you dare kill me? Are you not afraid of death? Zhou Fan replied, heh. If you dare, then what is there that I wouldn't dare? You want me to die, then don't even think about living. Then suddenly, Zhou Fan shouted loudly, old man, taste what it feels like to be torn apart by 10,000 dragons. Similar. As soon as the words were spoken, countless colossal dragons appeared in the illusion. They raised their heads to the sky, continuously roaring. Then they charged together toward Elder Lu. Elder Lu naturally wanted to escape, but he still couldn't find a way out before he could fly more than 2 meters. The wings of Meng Dai were bitten by the head of a giant dragon. Immediately afterward, countless giant dragons surged forward, each one vying to bite those above and below. Then, each piece tore apart, tearing his soul into countless fragments. At that moment, Elder Lu only felt as though he was being subjected to Linky, screaming in agony. In the illusory space, the divine dream butterfly trembled incessantly, its body emitting anguished cries. Zhou Fan stood to one side, watching, then broke into a wicked smile. The protagonist has condensed the heavenly dragon divine soul, a power of the primordial spirit that was extremely strong in the past. Zhou Fan wanted to use this move to kill a radiant soul realm expert, but it was still difficult. Now, it is easy to kill the divine soul of the void transformation realm. It is clear that the male protagonist's strength allows him to roam freely in the western continent. Even though he couldn't recklessly roam around, he still wasn't afraid of ordinary characters. At the very least, when it came to the elder guardians of the sects, Zhou Fan could still fight them on equal terms. After thinking for a moment, the young man couldn't help but grin with delight and said, as a junior, am I perhaps a bit too strong? Absolutely give those old geezers no way to survive. Haha. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Elder Lu's name, yet you were able to deal with him so easily. Ha ha ha. Truly a case of self-inflicted karma that can't be avoided. You, little brat, are quite impressive. No wonder you were able to wipe out all the elite disciples of the beast-taming sect. With a single move, it seems that low-rank battles really aren't suitable for you to take the stage. Zhou Fan was startled and turned his head to look. He saw an elderly man with black hair who, he didn't know when, had appeared behind him, his deep gaze curving into a faint smile. Because Zhou Fan was terrified in his heart, the spatial illusion slightly lost control, and his body staggered. Elder Lu, helpless, fell to the ground, weakened and dying. That old man, Zhou Fan, didn't even bother to pay attention to him, but instead carefully observed the old man, staying alert in case he might unknowingly appear too close to him without noticing. The strength of this person is truly profound. This person gives me the same feeling as Danking Shen. It can be seen that they are absolute experts of the same level. Zhou Fan hurriedly said, "May I ask, Senior?" The person had not spoken yet when Elder Lu exclaimed in astonishment, "Exalted Hairan." Exalted Hairan arrived at the perfect moment. This brat dared to openly kill someone at Double Dragon Manor, hoping that the Supreme Lord would uphold justice. Zhou Fan asked in confusion, "Exalted Hairan?" Elder Lu sneered and said, "Ha ha ha. That's right, you little brat. You have eyes but are blind." Not even knowing Exalted Hairan. He is one of the 2 dragon supreme representatives of the pinnacle of demonic Tao. On the entire Western continent, Exalted Hairan. Zhou Fan took a deep breath and said, "What? Dragon Supreme? Is this one of the 2 Dragon Supremes?" Exalted Hairan smiled calmly and said, "Little brat, there's no need to be terrified. I'm not here to target you. The machine is completely the opposite. I came here to protect you. But now it seems it is no longer necessary." Ha ha ha. Elder Lu was startled and said, "What did you say, sir? This person does not respect the rules of Double Dragon Manor and is openly causing trouble. How can you protect him? But heavens, the Black Supreme is too big, holding a crooked mouth. Elder Lu, do you take me for a blind man? What is the meaning of bringing these 2 women with you?" During the low-rank competition, an unexpected incident occurred. "We have made our decision, yet you still want to seek revenge? Do you look down on the rules of our Double Dragon Manor? HMPH? You beast, we have given your sect face, treated you with courtesy, and that is respect. Don't push your luck," Elder Lu said, but, however, before he could finish his sentence, a burst of chi slashed through Elder Lu's soul. The soul was immediately shattered, vanishing between heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Elder Lu was thus unintentionally insulted by Exalted Hairan, to the point where even Zhou Fan didn't have time to react. Exalted Hairan snorted coldly and said, "Didn't I tell you to shut your mouth?" Zhou Fan looked back. Elder Lu was gradually fading away. The young man felt utterly panicked. Western Continent turned around and looked at Exalted Hairan, then gave a joyful smile and said, "Rare, rare, to have such strength at such a young age. Indeed, it is the luck of the Western Continent. Compared to the one from back then that we discarded, this is still better." Zhou Fan pondered, "Am I a forsaken disciple? Danking Shen, what does he mean by this? Is it joy or anger?" He was still angry about what happened with Danking Shen before. So what if he took out his anger on me? Then I will have to accept my fate, right? But if he still respects the master-disciple relationship from the past, then this comparison means that his joy outweighs his anger, and I am safer. What the hell is this old man thinking? Elder Lu immediately accused the male protagonist of acting arrogantly, but Exalted Hairan knew all too well his tricks. Then, a burst of butterflies flew out. But Zhou Fan was even more shocked when he witnessed that scene. The protagonist had no idea what the old man was contemplating. Seeing Zhou Fan still on guard, Exalted Hairan laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, little brat. You don't need to be afraid of this old man. I just said that I didn't come here with the intention of targeting you. Moreover, look, I even killed that old man on your behalf. This is so obvious that I am clearly standing by your side, isn't it?" But Zhou Fan still hesitated, not daring to fully trust him. He thought that, before understanding the temperament and position of this person, he could not casually believe his words. No matter how one puts it, this position of honor still belongs to someone from the demonic path. What if this esteemed position enjoys teasing others? As soon as I let my guard down, another move strikes to kill. I want to see the look of panic on others' faces. Who knows about that? Then, Zhou Fan respectfully said, "Zhou Fan does not dare. Thank you, Supreme One, for your help in saving me." Exalted Hairan saw that Zhou Fan appeared calm on the outside, but his body was stiff. Knowing that the protagonist still harbored a great deal of caution, he helplessly shook his head, chuckled, and said, I have not already said that I intend to protect you? But did it end up being a wasted trip? All right, kid, you really are very cautious. Zhou Fan raised his head and looked directly at him, then asked Lord Zitun, if you have nothing else, can I go ahead? Exalted Hiran was somewhat troubled, but then chuckled and said, am I really that terrifying? Zhou Fan calmly said, Venerable Supreme, you say you're not targeting me. You just want to protect me. Now I am safe, and the culprit has been killed by you. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Exalted Hiran was slightly surprised. He couldn't help but laugh in anger and said, good brat. Not bad. You think you can just run away like this? I protected you, and you just leave like this? Do you think it's fine? Zhou Fan replied. Master Hiran, are you saying that you are going on this journey empty-handed? Regardless of whether you take action or not, my life will still be spared. Therefore, thank you for your concern. But the favor of saving my life cannot be considered settled yet, can it? Done. The young man thought that his sudden appearance this time was definitely intentional, and that he was looking for him. But there must be something they want me to do. Otherwise, they will never stop mentioning the life-saving grace. In other words, this is something they must do, but it is difficult for them to bring it up. Exalted Hiran pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly brightened as he spoke. That's right, this time I have helped you resolve it. Elder Lu, think about it. If he dies at your hands, you will definitely offend the beast-taming sect. But if he dies at my hands, it's different. I am the one who enforces the rules. The beast-taming sect dared not say anything. Zhou Fan said indifferently, but they still hold me accountable for it. The result wouldn't be any different unless you speak directly to the beast-taming sect. Then I would be at ease in accepting this favor. Exalted Hiran was somewhat angry, but he laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha. You actually figured it out despite how difficult it is. Previously, our beloved disciple wanted to do this in order to stabilize the Western continent. I don't even allow him to do such things. Now you're saying a sentence that makes us go do that? Farewell, Zhou Fan said. If you hold no favor toward me, then I shall take my leave. After speaking, the young man turned to leave, but Exalted Hiran roared, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Farewell. Zhou Fan turned his head, a smug smile appearing on his face as he thought. Indeed, there is something that seeks me. Then I have no reason to fear you, if you have something to find me for. What can you possibly do to me? Ha ha ha. Right after that, the protagonist transformed into a completely different person. The young man became arrogant and self-satisfied. Exalted Hiran shook his head upon seeing this, laughed, and said, Kid, don't get too full of yourself. Looking for you is not because of anything important. I just want to impose a ban on you. In the competition between low rank and mid rank, you are not allowed to participate. That's all. Zhou Fan asked with a strange expression. So what? Why don't you just issue a ban directly? Why bother negotiating with me? Exalted Hiran couldn't help but sigh and said, ha ha ha. Do you think we are willing to negotiate with a junior like you? The so-called without rules, there can be no formation of a circle. Our organization, the Double Dragon Manor, has been endorsed by the 9 sects up until now. The most important thing is righteousness. If not, the Double Dragon Manor will not gain the trust of the major forces of the Western continent, and the people's hearts will scatter. The Western continent will face war, so under the condition that you make no mistakes, we have no reason to issue a ban against you. If the 2 words justice were to be spoken, they would destroy one's own honor. Your strength is truly overwhelming, surpassing low rank, even reaching mid-rank. If you step onto the arena, who would dare challenge you? The Double Dragon Gathering was created to test the potential of various sects. There are people like that. It's no different from being useless. Therefore, we want you to understand that you should not go into battle until you challenge a high rank. At that time, it will not be too late for you to make your move. Zhou Fan found it strange and asked, how do you know our target is of high rank? The black-bearded Supreme laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. With the current strength of the demon scheming sect, you are indeed worthy of this. Zhou Fan hesitated and said nothing more. Do you think, with the strength of those disciples now, whether the first rise or not no longer matters? Is it possible to gain some benefit from the Supreme One? It's like seeing through Zhou Fan's greedy heart. The black-bearded Supreme chuckled and said, I have known what that man named Lu wants to do for a long time. But I did not stop you earlier because I wanted to observe your strength more carefully. Indeed, as the elder reported, indeed, a monster. Someone like you cannot exist in the battle between the three sects. Zhou Fan sighed and said with a bitter smile, Lord Supreme, are you threatening me as the Supreme? Can Double Dragon Manor act with impunity against a disciple? Exalted Hiren let out a wicked laugh and said, Ha ha ha, the Supreme Double Dragon Manor would. Of course, never do such a thing. Elder Lu holds a grudge against you. The woman set a trap to kill you. And then Double Dragon Manor uncovered the truth. Elder Lu has been dealt with. Return justice to you. You tell me about this matter. Zhou Fan sneered and said, Ha, truly a perfect fit, as if it were meant to be. I agree. Later, in battle, if nothing unusual happens, I absolutely will not participate. After saying that, Zhou Fan also lifted his butt and went to Yun Shuang's side, carrying her. Exalted Hiren said with satisfaction, Ha ha ha, this little brat is truly cunning. I originally planned to win him over with affection so that he would willingly agree. But in the end, I still had to resort to threatening him. Then he suddenly shouted loudly, also, regarding matters related to Double Dragon Manor. Don't let anyone else know, otherwise. Hehehe. Understood the behavioral style of Double Dragon Manor. Zhou Fan no longer showed any regard, and he yelled loudly, Rest assured, such wickedness is something I know very well. After saying that, the little brat flew off immediately. Done, the young man thought. Anyway, your principles of action are fairness and integrity. As long as I do not commit a crime, that is enough for me. You have no reason to make things difficult for me, HMPH. Exalted Hiran was so enraged that he froze. For a moment, his face turned furious. But he quickly smiled, shook his head, and said, All right, this kid really is clumsy. Before understanding the situation clearly, be cautious and meticulous. Once you know, let go and don't worry about the small details. Truly, this is the attitude of someone who undertakes great matters. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair appeared beside Exalted Hiran. He was the other Exalted, named by Mei. He spoke. That's right, this temperament is very similar to Danking Shen back then. Arrogant and unrestrained. I wonder if it will cause as much trouble as it did back then. Black-bearded Supreme sighed and explained. By Mei, wasn't it that when we established Double Dragon Manor, it was to provide cultivation resources for the cultivators of the Western continent, ensuring a fair environment for their cultivation so that talented cultivators wouldn't stagnate and would not lose their way while seeking the heavenly Tao. But with the passage of time, everyone has focused too much on personal interests. It is very rare for someone to officially cultivate the Tao, not only in the demon Tao but also in the righteous Tao. People place too much importance on these fundamental principles and forget the original intent of the cultivator. We were once like that too. Exalted by Mei sighed warily and said, For the righteousness of the Western continent, we have destroyed our most cherished disciple. But now, upon reflection, the world that he and that woman wish to create, is it not the very world that we want to create? After hundreds of thousands of years, it has been incredibly difficult and painstaking to finally encounter a cultivator who moves according to their own will, and yet he is also our disciple. Why should we belittle his? Surely, we are no longer cultivators as we once were, but rather the ones who oversee the entire Western continent, Dragon Supreme. It is we who have changed. The entire Western continent should change. The young Exalted Hiren nodded and said, One cannot maintain their original intention. Severing the path to the Tao, the two of us old men are more like worldly emperors. Ha ha ha, no wonder Danking Shen became stronger than us so early. For more than 1,000 years, we still have nothing changed. Gibbs nothing has changed yet. because we are getting farther and farther from the heavenly Tao. So now, we meet this person again. Will we make the same mistake as before? Bai Mei glanced at Hai Yan. Both remained silent. They sat in a high position, bound together by the interests of the entire Western continent, unable to escape. Their task was solely to ensure the stability of the Western continent, regardless of who sought to disrupt that stability. They knew it was wrong, but the entire Western continent had to act to stop it, only because they are now Dragon Supreme. Hiran suddenly chuckled softly and said, Bai Mei, if Danking Shen truly returns, I want to give him that sword so he can search for his original heart. Bai Mei thought for a moment, then gently nodded. Then, the two esteemed individuals had a conversation with each other. They praised Zhou Fan for being sensible, very much like a hawk with the protagonist. I don't know if it's like the previous Danking Shen, but it's definitely not. Causing a stir like Danking Shen is a bit of a mess, ha. 3 days later, the low-rank competition began once again. This time, there are no low-rank sects, only 2 to 3 sects, because the beast-taming sect was wiped out by Zhou Fan. Nevertheless, the imperial delegates became even more excited because the strength of Zhou Fan and the demon scheming sect truly brought them a great surprise, Lao. At the same time, this astonishment spread quickly, reaching all the remaining sects, to the extent that the sects are crowded together, something never seen before. Then suddenly, a loud shout rang out, Look, the people from the Demon Soul sect have arrived. Han Yunfeng led a group of over 10 people with great authority. This time, he was not only accompanied by his 2 younger brothers, but he also had to pay attention not only to Zhou Fan, but also to all the disciples of the demon scheming sect. He had to send more junior brothers and junior sisters from the sect to observe. Another group of cavalry headed straight toward them. The leader even flashed a relaxed smile. Han Yunfeng said with a solemn expression, He is the strongest mid-rank of the Sword God sect Wentao. He was a young master, with elegant manners, gentle and always smiling. However, in his eyes, from time to time, a gleam of light flashed, observing everything. Second Han exclaimed in shock, Gentle sword, Wentao? I can't believe he's already at the 4th layer of the Void Transformation Realm. Compared to those genius disciples of the high rank, he's not far behind at all. Han Yunfeng snorted lightly, a gleam of battle intent flashing in his eyes as he said, That's right, this person is a rare talent. He is already a level above us. It could be said that if the monster Zhou Fan hadn't appeared, the person we would most want to deal with would be Wentao. Wentao didn't pay attention to the hostile gazes, and he still laughed heartily and said, Young Master Han, long time no see. Another breakthrough in cultivation, reaching the 2nd layer of the Void Transformation Realm. Truly a cause for celebration. Ha ha ha. Han Yunfeng snorted in anger and said, Are you at the 4th layer of the Void Transformation Realm? Congratulations on reaching the 2nd layer of the Void Transformation Realm. What? Are you trying to insult me? That's not it. Wait a minute. Wentao quickly waved his hand, laughing as he apologized. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I truly do wish to congratulate you. That's right. I heard that 3 days ago you came to watch the low-rank competition, and that the little brat caused such a stir that even the 2 Dragon Supremes had to personally intervene. Is he really that powerful? Will he become a threat to us? Han Yunfeng sneered and replied, Do you think you can defeat me? Whether it is possible or not, you should go and try it yourself. Wentao glared at him and then said, I was just asking, why do you have to be so petty? Do you think I don't know anything? Having said that, Wentao pulled a young man closer and laughed, saying, Junior brother, tell him what your relationship with that person is. The young man's face was cold, and his voice was solemn as he spoke. I am Zi Xiaofeng from the Tianyu Empire, who once fought side by side with Zhou Fan. That's right, he is indeed the #1 genius of Sword Marquis Abad Zi Xiaofeng. If Zhou Fan knew, he would definitely be shocked by this. I don't understand why the people of Sword Marquis Abode aren't trying to assist in the great cause of Womin, and why they have come here instead. Wentao smiled smugly and said, See, I have better news about the original. Do you want to trade? At this moment, someone shouted, "Quick, look! The people from the Heavenly Circulation sect have arrived." The Heavenly Circulation sect is at the top of the 3 sects that protect the nation of the Tianyu Empire. They came to inquire about the health of the demon scheming sect. Probably even more trustworthy. Wen Tao said, sorry, we'll go ahead. Let's talk later, haha. Having said that, he immediately headed toward the Heavenly Circulation sect. Third Han spoke in a difficult-to-understand manner. Is Wen Tao really the #1 mid-rank genius? Looking at him, there's nothing special. Only the appearance of a scholar. Han Yunfeng snorted lightly and said, "What do you know? Wen Tao, the title of gentle sword, with gold hidden in the flower, a perfect balance of softness and hardness. This person, with a name as gentle as his demeanor, is polite and courteous, a scholar. Kaifeng, just like the wind, wreaks havoc and destroys recklessly, with the sea waves towering into the sky. The 2 sword styles merge into one strike, called the gentle sword, because of the softness at the forefront. The sword is behind, the obsession in the heart hidden within the plot's gentle wind. Taking a life is what is truly terrifying." At this moment, a loud commotion could be heard from afar. Han Yunfeng smiled and said, "As expected, even the high rank has arrived. This kid's strength has already alarmed the entire 9 sects." Yanmo appeared, along with the disciples of the Demon Flame sect, coldly walking up to the stage. Beside him was Elder King Ya. A disciple spoke up. "You may, look, that person has already made a move. Is it really that powerful?" Yume replied, "Of course, otherwise how could so many people have come here to watch?" The other person asked again, "How does he compare to Brother Yanmo?" Yume looked towards Yanmo, then hesitantly said, "This?" Yanmo hurriedly coughed lightly, but at that moment, Yume didn't know how to respond. A loud laugh echoed. "Ha ha ha, Yanmo, long time no see. How have you been?" Yanmo snorted coldly and said, "We chink you." From afar, a group of people approached, with a young man in a green robe leading them. "No change is needed." Yanmo crossed his arms, sneering as he said, "Are you, the #1 genius of the Western continent, really afraid? What, are you worried that this brat might steal your position, so you came here to check it out?" Wu Kinkyu laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha. Not like that. The Grand Purity sect values purity, simplicity, and elegance. Not bound by fame or profit. I don't pay much attention to this title at all. If you want it, just take it." Yanmo snorted lightly and said, "HMPH. Lao Tzu wants to defeat you and obtain it with his true strength. Now, when you say such words, aren't you insulting me?" Wu Kinkyu shook his head, sighed, and said, "Without the title you have today, perhaps tomorrow there will be another opponent. It is as fleeting as smoke and mist. Why does it have to be so heavy?" Moreover, the river's waves surge forward, with the waves behind crashing down upon those in front. It is truly difficult for one to permanently maintain their position. Having said that, Wu Qinkyu intentionally glanced toward the young man with gray hair. Under his gaze, Yanmo also glanced over, but immediately afterward, she suddenly shuddered. There is a sense of terrifying intimidation in the heart. He was extremely frightened, wondering what was happening. Who, exactly, was this person? How did he make me feel so afraid? The young man with gray hair smiled indifferently and said, "I am Yulin. Zhou Fan is my only opponent. Others should not hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with me." Yanmo was deeply shaken after hearing this. He coldly stared at Yulin, and once again felt that if the other party made a move, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single strike. It was as if a mountain beast in the forest had encountered the Beast King, and was compelled to willingly submit. It gives a sense of oppression from within. It was a feeling that Zhou Fan had never brought to him before. This inevitably caused Yanmo to tremble with fear. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The heavens and earth were filled with righteous energy. Only the universal righteous sect is utilized. A dozen or so disciples, dressed in imperial robes, appeared, arrogant and full of themselves, walking toward the leader, proudly and continuously shouting loudly. The demonic path may rise, but only righteousness will endure. As long as Zhao Diju is here, I will definitely protect it. Wu Qingqiu shook his head and sighed, saying, the universal righteous sect is extremely stubborn, only taking the task of eliminating the demon path, knowing that the demon scheming sect is rising. It is better to come early and suppress them. Yan Mo sneered and said, HMPH. How can you talk about eliminating the demon protection of the rightful path? Your sect stands at the bottom of the high rank. Every time you go to the long courtyard, don't you end up defeated by our demon flame sect? What qualifications do you have to talk about eliminating the demon protection of the rightful path? Universal righteous sect is just an empty vessel making a loud noise. Zhao Diju snorted. Who can he protect? Wu Qingqiu slightly nodded, then sighed and said, the narrow orthodox path truly cannot protect anyone. An exalted Hairan is also of the demonic path. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the adjudicating elder appeared on the high platform. Then he turned to one side, bowed, and said, please, to esteemed seniors, take your seats. Done. Exalted Long immediately appeared in the main position. Everyone then bowed and greeted. Exalted Bai Mei nodded and said, everyone need not be so polite. Has the full force of the two sects arrived yet? The adjudicating elder nodded, then raised his voice and shouted loudly, disciples of the mystical heaven sect, demon scheming sect, step forward. Immediately afterward, the gate was opened, and what everyone had been eagerly awaiting finally arrived. Zhou Fan and the groom's party from the demon chain sect took to the stage. Immediately afterward, the disciples of the two sects stepped forward. Everyone in the stand simultaneously focused their attention on the leader of the demon scheming sect. The protagonist had just entered and, glancing upwards, saw Exalted Hairan slowly retreating while looking at him. He immediately left Team 5 as Zhou Fan entered. He did not escort the demon scheming sect team to the stage, but instead returned to his resting place, landing indifferently. The young man raised his hand towards the sky, grinning with delight as he composed a poem. Witness the peak and the pinnacline, gathering geezers 3 by 3. The wine shall be endless, all night we could revel. If only there was one who could get on my level. The rough translation based on my understanding of this would be, the poem by Zhou Fan means that I, your father, possess a strong and bold spirit, like a tiger roaring loudly in the forest. Impenetrable pride. No matter how strong the disciples of your sect are, they will never be a match. But standing at the peak of power is also a very lonely experience. The cup of wine is full. Lao Tzu has already prepared it. You little brats, if you have the guts, come here and drink it. I, alone, can handle all of you. The disciples of the sects, upon hearing this, were enraged to the point of boiling with fury, especially the righteous spirit of the universal righteous sect. Zhao Diju shouted angrily, damn it, these vile evil cultivators actually dared to speak so arrogantly here. Just you wait, our universal righteous sect will definitely hunt you down. Wu Qingqiu chuckled and said, ha ha ha, this little brat, if you're not going to fight, then don't even bother. To even write a provocative poem like that, it's clearly a challenge letter to all the sects. Yulin carefully examined the meaning of the poem. Then the young man turned and said, Senior brother, is he really that arrogant? Wu Qingqiu laughed loudly and replied, ha ha ha. The power of water energy combined with the joy of one's own speech truly is immense. Junior brother, it seems that he has no intention of coming out to the arena. Someone must invite him out. However, in order to invite him, one must be able to raise a cup and have a pleasant conversation with him. But that person must be qualified first, or else the disciples of the sects, who are grinding their teeth in hatred right now, look at them. Wu Qingqiu saw the situation, and Yan Mo disdainfully said to his junior sister, do they deserve it? It's easy to invite him out, but fighting him one-on-one is not so simple. Wu Qingqiu, you won't have many opportunities like that. Wu Qingqiu glanced at him, then thought to himself that this was the first time he had ever seen someone as arrogant as Yan Mo speak such words of discouragement. After that, he chuckled and said, whether we can fight him or not is not important. The key is that there is someone among us who can fight him. Saying that, Wu Qingqiu patted Yilin on the shoulder, then smiled mysteriously. However, Yilin paid no attention. His eyes kept staring at Zhou Fan, the streaks of fiery light flashing in his gaze. Zhou Fan suddenly felt a jolt through his body, sensing that someone was glaring at him. The young man turned his head and looked toward the stands. Their eyes met, sparks of passion flashing between them. The two people who once sensed each other's presence finally meet again. The feeling of encountering this destined enemy makes them both feel close, yet filled with resentment, their eyes brimming with a fighting spirit. Zhou Fan thought to himself, so it was him, this brat. Yilin said nothing, but from her eyes, it was as if she had already spoken. I am waiting for you. Zhou Fan smiled eagerly and then nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Yan Mo was immediately shaken. He could sense that both sides were implying something to each other. Then the young man spoke. This can only be the case when two people with equal strength share the same ideals. It can be seen that this person's strength is absolutely no less than Zhou Fan's. It has another monster now. High above, Dragon Supreme exchanged a glance before both burst into laughter, thinking, this little brat is even more arrogant and reckless than Danking Shen was back then. I just want him not to randomly go up to the arena to fight. As for him, he's fine, but he goes ahead and sets up the stage himself, always offending all the other sects in the process to make sure it's complete. But this arrogance truly pleases me, a man of integrity, who stands tall with the heavens above his head and the earth beneath his feet, is the only one who dares to speak such words. Exalted Hiran spoke, Bai Mei. Now he can be counted as part of Double Dragon Manor. Bai Mei laughed and replied, ha ha ha, it should have been like this from the beginning. Finished, he then took out a list and wrote the characters on it. The Zhou Fan adjudicating elder was unaware of the situation, and then Long Zitun had already set his hawk-like eyes on Zhou Fan. He kept staring at the male lead, then said, everyone, go ahead and draw lots. Does the demon scheming sect only have 9 people who can take the stage? Fin Yang arrogantly said, naturally, do we need 10 people to deal with these pests? As soon as the words were spoken, they made the people of the mystical heaven sect grit their teeth in hatred. Danner shouted loudly, that damn fatso, who do you think you're looking down on? But how could they know that the Fin Yang group had also been struggling? Since the day Zhou Fan went to rescue the 2 people and brought them back, then he suddenly decided, if no expert appears, the male protagonist will not go on stage. It has made the 3 guardians feel confused, advising, persuading, and pleading in all kinds of ways, but it was all in vain. When pushed to the brink, they had no choice but to act in this way. Anyway, their strength is already very powerful now. Even if Zhou Fan doesn't ascend, it won't be a big problem. Who said Zhou Fan is ridiculously strong? He doesn't have the right to be so arrogant. The adjudicating elder said, but if that's the case, you will be considered someone who forfeits their rights and will have to points deducted. Because of the unexpected situation with the beast-taming sect, the mystical heaven sect can be said to have won without a fight. Now, they have the same total score as you, which is 20 points. 16 Fin Yang was extremely confident. He didn't bother to pay attention to the 2 insignificant points and replied, it's fine. We accept. What if I give them the 2 points and then take all the remaining points? The final result will still be the same. Sigh, such a huge lead, so we don't even bother to care. Elder Yun's expression immediately darkened. He was contemplating something. The adjudicating elder hurriedly laughed and said, all right, then go ahead and draw lots. The disciple from the second sect stepped forward to choose an opponent. Upon looking at the list of opponents, Elder Yun's eyes lit up, and he said, very good. It seems we still have a chance of winning. Cheng. Later we will request a 4 versus 2 for battle. You 4 will use all your strength to deal with Lu Zi first, and the other 3 do not need to be concerned. Cheng. For people, Cheng glanced at them, each gripping their long sword tightly in their hands. At the demon scheming sect, Fin Yang furrowed his brows and said, Tai Ying, Kui Gang, you're... Even with your Radiant Soul Realm strength, you may not be confident of winning against them, especially the Jade Sword Fairy, Shui Ruohua, who is the leader of the 4 swords of the Mystical Heaven sect right now. All of them have reached the 9th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. Kui Gang, can you handle this? Kui Gang said with confidence and determination, there is no problem at all. We have prepared very thoroughly. Fin Yong helplessly shook his head, letting out a snicker as he said, if you are prepared. Do you think others are unprepared? Shui Ruohua is the one wielding the 7th grade jade holding sword, a spiritual weapon. What makes you think you can outdo her? In the end, isn't it all about determining superiority through strength? No, Kui Gang hesitated for a moment. But suddenly, Zhou Fan calmly said, there's nothing to worry about. Anyway, we have 6 Void Transformation Realm, 4th layer. The 6 matches are sure to be won. The 3 of you can just go out at will. Even if you lose, don't worry. Just treat it as a casual game. Upon hearing this, Kui Gang and Yura both felt relieved. The 2 of them said, yes, master. Yes. Lao Tzu Zhou Fan angrily thought, is it because I was warned that I now have to seal my own mouth? What can I do? But it's also not something I can tell them. What if that exalted High-Ren loses his mind and starts killing people to silence them? Suddenly, Fin Yong shouted, show mercy, strike down that damn bunch of insolent brats. Hearing this, the members of the demon scheming sect all showed cold smiles. Their eyes filled with murderous intent as they gazed at the members of the Mystical Heaven sect. Across from them, this instantly sent a chill down the spines of the Mystical Heaven sect disciples. And then the first match was held with a loud roar. Ji Changlong, with a single strike, killed a disciple of the Mystical Heaven sect, then landed below the stage. The adjudicating elder shouted loudly, the first match is won by the demon scheming sect. The faces of the people from the Mystical Heaven sect immediately became solemn. They had sensed that the demon scheming sect was about to devour them alive. The demon scheming sect was furious due to their previous ungrateful and treacherous actions. Fin Yong grumbled in dissatisfaction. Aya, young master, what are you doing? Why did you kill that little brat so quickly? You should have tortured him. Let them know the consequences of daring to betray us. Qi Changlong calmly said, sorry, I don't have perverse interests like you. Fin Yong sighed and said, fine, give me a break. Are you a cultivator of the demonic path? Is that so? Don't you even have a little bit of passion for it? At this moment, Balian also walked over, patted him on the shoulder, then headed straight up to the platform. She exerted all her strength, striking the man dead with one blow, then said, sorry, I don't have that passion either. Fin Yong then placed all his trust in Guihu. He eagerly exclaimed, Guihu, come on, show them that you are a demon. Go slaughter them all. Now, unleash the beast within you. But compared to before, the killing intent on his body had shifted, and his mind was very calm. After stepping onto the platform, he did not strike down his opponent, only inflict serious injuries, then say it's over. Before, I had it, but now I don't. Now, I have turned over a new leaf. When Guihu descended, he simply shrugged, smiled faintly, and said, I am not hungry right now. I don't need to eat. Fin Yong gritted his teeth and said, what do you mean? What does killing have to do with being hungry? Zhou Fan saw this and let out a faint, sarcastic smile. It seems that he has learned quite a bit from the old master, the tiger that pounces on rabbits. That is when it is hungry. If you're not hungry, then what's the need to be heavy? The adjudicating elder called out for the 4th match, Chu Qingcheng to battle Lu Zi. Elder Yun hurriedly stood up and said, reporting to the elder, the Mystical Heaven sect requests for people to fight a decisive battle to determine the winner. Fin Yong was startled and said, what, for people fighting together? Could it be that he has a formation for people to cooperate in an attack? For the strength of a sect, the appearance of a master is indeed very important. But if there is a formation that works in coordination, capable of echoing throughout the world, it will be the most important combat power, even more important than personal strength. Therefore, the Double Dragon Manor battle has exceptions. if a formation combination appears. Priority will be given to the formation battle. The demon scheming sect also has a formation like this, namely the 4 scheming demons in Impermanence 5. They have all practiced this formation before. Unfortunately, they no longer have the opportunity to participate in the double dragon manner. Now that the Mystical Heaven sect has unleashed this formation, it is indeed a great opportunity. Adjudicating Elder asked how the formation was, saying, "Name it and let's see." Elder Yen hurriedly presented a jade slip and spoke loudly. "This is the Chu Chan Siyuan formation, which our sect master has researched for hundreds of years with the Guardian's Elder. Together, they created the realm of heavenly and earthly might, the chi of the 5 elements, forging the 4 directions without any gaps. For women with extraordinary physiques, each different from one another, must cultivate together, aligning their wills in perfect harmony with the fusion of heaven, chaos, and the unity of yin and yang. When united, the 4 of them will form an indomitable force capable of overcoming 10,000 soldiers." The elder took the jade slip, flew towards the 2 positions of the Venerable Ones, and then said, "3 Venerable Ones, please give your instructions." Exalted Bai Mei glanced over it before handing it to Hai Yan, then smiled and said, "It's somewhat interesting. It can be watched. If this formation technique is good, then it would indeed be a blessing for the Western continent." Appointed as the adjudicating elder once again, returning to the battlefield, he swung his hand and shouted loudly, "Mystical Heaven sect, advance, demon scheming sect, also step onto the stage." As soon as the words were spoken, Chiking Cheng, holding the Han Guang sword, slowly stepped onto the stage along with Shui Ruo Hua, Danner, and another woman. Each person held a sword that emitted a distinct light, and Shui Ruo Hua was exactly like a man holding a sword, looking quite impressive. But everything must bow before the coldness of Chu Qingcheng. There is nothing more to describe. There are numbered 10 points, but Fin Yong witnessed the scene and trembled violently, then glanced at the 4 people from Keixing behind him, shaking his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "Indeed, I made a mistake in my calculations. I didn't expect that they had prepared the double dragon gathering formation. Moreover, they prioritized a formation type that could enhance the cultivator's strength. Basically, as long as the sect assigns to positions of honor, they will definitely succeed. The draw will naturally determine the opponent. The other 4 will become the test subjects for this match. The score will still be counted as that of the 4 individuals. But the 4 disorganized individuals who fought against the 4, who had practiced the formation technique, really had no advantage whatsoever. Especially in this group, only Lu Zi is at the Void Transformation Realm, 4th layer, while the other 3 are at the Radiant Soul Realm. In a one-on-one fight, they might not necessarily win against their opponents. Moreover, now, once the opponent wins, they can immediately earn 8 points, which would bring their score equal to ours. Elder Yun, you've just been waiting for this moment, haven't you, you shameless old man? Then, he said viciously, "Lu Zi, when the time comes, you must strike without mercy." Lu Zi smiled wickedly and said, "Don't worry. I will not go easy on you. Kek kek kek." After saying that, he climbed up to the stage with the 3 Radiant Soul Realm children. Shui Ruo Hua stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Gentlemen, previously, it was truly because we acted inappropriately. It is not surprising that you have complaints, but just now you have killed one of our disciples." Lu Zi sneered and said, "HMPH, a person who is ungrateful and treacherous, and now you still want to beg for forgiveness? It's too late." Shui Ruo Hua wanted to say more, but was stopped by Chu Qingcheng. She said, "Senior Sister Shui Ruo Hua, there's no need to say anything further. After all, standing in the arena means to fight and kill. It has nothing to do with personal grudges. Once you step into this place, it is destined that no one will show mercy." Lu Zi laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, no wonder you're an old friend of Zhou Fan. You see through everything. But should I also not go easy on you?" Chu Qingcheng glanced at Zhou Fan and saw that the male lead's expression was extremely cold. She then burst into laughter and said, "Are you afraid of him? Don't worry. We have already discussed it. Both sides are doing this for the sect. There is no need for mercy." Luzi also secretly gazed at Zhou Fan, seeing his cold expression, and felt reassured. He thought to himself that it seemed Steward Zhuo didn't value this woman too much, so it would be simple. Done. He laughed maliciously and said, "In that case, don't blame me for not cherishing the flowers and pitying the jade." As soon as the words were spoken, Luzi's aura surged, the powerful presence of the Void Transformation Realm third layer radiating, with each intense strand of pale green poisonous mist, sweeping toward the four people of the mystical heaven sect. Shui Ruohua shouted loudly, "This is a soul impact. Everyone, be careful and form the formation." Immediately after that, the four of them gathered together, their long swords in hand, flashing with four strange rays of light. With a loud rumble, an invisible barrier of protection instantly rose. The overwhelming momentum of the Dao Qi fiercely struck the barrier above, but it was like a gentle breeze passing by, causing a slight ripple before being blown away again. Luzi was immensely terrified as he witnessed the scene. He never imagined that this formation would have such power, capable of withstanding even an attack on the soul. Everyone observing was constantly astonished. The distance between the Radiant Soul Realm and the Void Transformation Realm is considered to be thousands of miles, yet it was easily surpassed like that. It's truly a miracle. Done. The Supreme Long also continued nodding in appreciation. This formation is truly quite remarkable. When Luzi used the Soul Shock, Zhou Fan's expression became tense, and his pupils emitted a golden gleam. As soon as the roof is in danger, I will go up and save it immediately. When he saw the four people safe and sound, the young man let out a relieved sigh. Although before coming, Zhong Long from the south and Shiqing Cheng had severed all ties. At this moment, Zhou Fan still couldn't stop the tension when he saw the roof in danger. This kind of conflicting emotion inevitably put the male protagonist in a difficult position. He wondered whether he should continue down the path he had chosen or... But that damn Luzi still dares to use such underhanded killing moves, seriously. I almost went down there to punch your face in. Shui Ruohua shouted loudly. The formation of the Chutian sword array transforms. The four women once again spread out, standing at four different points. The swords in their hands emitted a brilliant light, and invisible streams of qi appeared around them, constantly fluctuating, binding the four together. Shiqing Cheng led the way, her cold radiant sword continuously strengthening the icy aura. Luzi clenched tightly in her heart. Feeling an increasingly strong sense of danger, he couldn't help but feel afraid. He thought, could it be that these four people, working together, will pose a threat to me? But how could that be? I am at the Void Transformation Realm, but they are only at the Radiant Soul Realm. Taking advantage of the joint attack formation, being able to withstand the impact on the soul is already very impressive. But how could they threaten me? Then Luzi gritted his teeth and became a monk, unleashing his most powerful poison strike. The mysterious great martial technique, the poisonous bone storm. The sky was filled with a greenish-blue toxic mist, swirling like a tornado, crashing toward them. Inside me, there was still the energy of the divine soul hidden, if it hit. The other four would die from their souls being thrown into chaos. Seeing this, Zhou Fan became anxious again. But when he looked into Shiqing Cheng's extremely confident eyes, the young man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, it seems this move won't have any effect on them. Sure, here's the translation, as expected. Shiqing Cheng shouted loudly. The four origins returned to one. The five elements gathered qi. Cold light cleaves the moon. The three people immediately drew their swords, and three beams of light suddenly shot into her body. The Hongguang's sword shone even brighter. Shiqing Cheng swung his sword, a cold beam of light shooting out fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. A loud sound echoed as the windstorm was pierced through by the strike. At the same time, the sword energy continued to shoot toward Luzi. Luzi basically did not expect the combined power of the formation to be this immense. He unleashed his full force in a single strike, yet it was difficult to even make it tremble. Now, The opponent's sword chi is striking toward me. He had no way out and could only persist in setting up the formation. Another loud bang rang out. Lu Zi was sent flying, blood spattering from his mouth. At the same time, the powerful shockwaves spread in all directions. The three of them, Taiying and Kuigang, didn't even have time to react before they were blasted off the platform and sent tumbling down. Fiend Yang clutched his head, silently thinking that even though he knew the three of them going up to the stage might be pointless, but I didn't expect it to be so useless. The great battle of Lu Zi, not only did those four women fail to interfere, but they were also knocked off the stage by the residual force from the attack. Truly, it's a huge disgrace. And this also proves that the joint attack was truly not simple. It is possible to use the strength of Radiant Soul Realm Cultivators to repel a Void Transformation Realm Cultivator. Thinking of this, Fiend Yang gently patted Zhou Fan's shoulder, then sighed and said, "It would be so much better if you were the one going up." Zhou Fan glanced at Shi Qingcheng, then chuckled and said, "Fortunately, I did not ascend." Fiend Yang immediately became furious and shouted, "You are truly someone who values beauty over friendship. Now I feel that you shouldn't even step onto the stage. Who knows how much you'll give in to them again." Everyone witnessing the scene beneath the stage was filled with immense fear. The two Dragon Supremes exchanged glances and continually nodded in approval. At the same time, a person who had been added to the selection list of Double Dragon Manor appeared in his hand. Only Lu Zi was unwilling to accept it. He crawled up from the ground, his eyes filled with intense anger. Wu Qingqiu nodded indifferently, praising Chu Tianxi for the formation's flawless coordination without the need for discussion. The chaotic five elements Dao contained both offense and defense. Even a master of the Void Transformation Realm, using a soul-shocking attack, can still eliminate the Chu Tian Kai power from a distance. It is truly miraculous. Fortunately, the mystical heaven sect is of low rank, and they were still able to think of such a marvelous formation. Ha ha ha. After that, Yanmo pouted and said, "A marvelous formation, huh? But the requirements are very high. Not something an ordinary person can do. First, the person setting up the formation must have a rare Yuan Ling original spirit body. Shui Ruohua has a gold spirit body. The young girl in the red dress has a fire spirit body, and the woman in the green dress has a wood spirit body, all of them coordinating with great caution. The earth spirit at the 6th level merges with heaven and earth to become one. Only then can it reach such a state. If it were an ordinary person, the 5 elements would be difficult to transform. This battle will surely be decided." Wu Qingqiu chuckled faintly, nodded, and said, "Indeed. This battle does have very high requirements. It cannot be used by ordinary people as it has been predetermined. It is difficult to enhance the overall strength of the sect. However, for the 4 of them, there is no great killing intent. Surely, I will be accepted into Double Dragon Manor." Then suddenly he pointed towards Shi Qingcheng and, after a moment of doubt, said, "Or are you saying that woman is a water spirit body? She doesn't seem like it. Metal gives birth to water. Water gives birth to wood. The Shui Ling body can naturally cooperate with at most 2 people. But why do I feel that she is the center of the great formation, with the power from everyone enveloping her, carefully guiding, and the intelligence spreading everywhere, all converging on her?" Firstly, Yanmo Cham said sarcastically, "I can't believe it. A genius of the highest order from the Western continent, and yet your eyesight is only this good. Can't you see it?" Wu Qingqiu said in surprise, "See what? Could it be that you can actually see it?" Then, Yanmo smugly nodded and said, "Of course, the woman was not a water spirit body, but a non-spirit body practicing the 5 elements cultivation technique. Various types of cultivation methods can be practiced naturally. This is merely the coordination of this formation, together the water elemental cultivation method." Wu Qingqiu exclaimed in surprise, "What? The legend says the divine aid technique doesn't work on the physical body?" "No wonder," I said. "How could this formation be so powerful? It turns out it's because of her. The legend says that the physical body of a spirit can transform into different types of natural energy states, being the body closest to primordial chaos. It's hard to believe a low rank so small actually found such a terrifying talent like this. I am afraid that, regardless of the sect, she will be a disciple who attracts special attention from the higher-ups within the sect. Yan Mo nodded in agreement, but Yilin slowly shook her head and said, "Ha ha ha, the physique is indeed quite rare, but the strength is not strong. In our eyes, she is not much different from an ordinary person. Perhaps when her strength increases in the future, she will become a worthy opponent." Yan Mo said, "But with such a physique, using it for dual cultivation can greatly increase one's strength." Yilin smiled faintly and said, "The wave enhances strength. Half of it is due to others, and it can never become your own strength. Too extravagant, among the 10 heavens. There is no one who has reached the peak by relying on dual cultivation. Because of this, the Tao will not be pure." Yan Mo and Wu Qingqiu were stunned. The first time I heard such things, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Has Yu Tianten been done?" Yilin smiled mysteriously and said, "Ah, this matter is very distant to you now. Now I will speak of the 10 ancient emperors, but you have never heard of them. Ha ha ha, all right. Anyway, you all only focus on strength now. Stepping into the ultimate Tao is the goal I'm striving for." Then he turned his deep gaze towards Zhou Fan and continued, "Isn't that right, Zhou Fan? On the entire continent, there are only the 3 of us. From the very beginning, we have only headed in that direction." Yan Mo and Wu Qingqiu trembled upon hearing this. The 2 of them were extremely confused, not understanding anything. They only felt that the realms of these 2 people were completely different from their own. On another part of the disciple list, the 3 characters Chuqing Cheng lit up on Double Dragon Manor. Exalted Hyran said with joy that Bai Mei woman is not a water spirit physique, but the legendary non-spirit physique. Exalted Bai Mei nodded and said, "That's right. The spiritual body encompasses the fate of all things. If it weren't like this, then this battle would have no chance of happening naturally, without a single flaw. It can be said that half of the credit for this battle belongs to that woman. The mystical heaven sect truly possesses the ability to find someone like her, which is rare." Exalted Hyran added the names of the other 3 people, then said, "HMM. It's hard for Chuqing Cheng to get those 3. Also NDTO. In this battle, all 4 individuals unleash their abilities simultaneously, then take them all together. At this moment, on the spectator stands, everyone had already erupted into chaos like a beehive disturbed. Shouts of admiration rang out, most of them filled with astonishment, while the rest were mocking laughter. Lu Zi, being at the Void Transformation Realm, was unable to do anything against the 4 Radiant Soul Realm. The frustrating part was that these mocking laughs reached Lu Zi's ears, causing his expression to become utterly terrifying, filled with murderous intent. Lu Zi then carefully examined the formation. Finally, he has discovered it. The main stream of energy in this formation gathered and flowed through Chuqing Cheng's body, proving that she was the core of the formation. Lu Zi's entire body instantly emitted a strange green light. A towering Kaithu appeared. His 3 eyes emitted a fierce, malevolent aura as they glared at the 4 people opposite him. This was his soul. Lu Zi wanted to exert all his strength. Everyone couldn't help but straighten their faces in the stands. The observers were even more excited. Void Transformation Realm, exerting all its power to respond, is rarely encountered. The expressions of the 4 women became even more serious. Knowing that their opponent had used all their strength, they became even more cautious. Lu Zi is like a vast, poisonous web of deadly force. A spider emitted a stream of emerald green energy, swirling and enveloping them. When touching the barrier of the Chuchan Siyuan formation, the energy suddenly slipped away and dispersed around the surroundings. Surrounding them, I looked from a distance as if it were a large spider's web enveloping and trapping them. Zhou Fan nodded, already knowing what this brat wanted to do. Done, the young man thought, although the Chu Heavenly formation has no gaps. But it's still the same phrase. Exerting all his strength, standing before absolute power, no matter how perfect the formation is. It cannot withstand a single strike. But what's also important is how strong this force is. There is still the method of using power from before, but Lu Zi's forceful attack was unsuccessful. Now it is clear that you want to use your intellect. The three women then transferred their power to Chu Qingcheng. The ice-cold light sword in her hand emitted an even colder aura than before. Chu Qingcheng swung her long sword again, fiercely slashing downward. Immediately after that, a powerful sword chi was slashed. But as soon as the sword chi touched the spider silk, the silk suddenly transformed into a gust of air. It dispersed, and the sword chi, without any obstruction, flew straight out, striking the void. Immediately after, 6 streams of chi continued to blow towards them, and the barrier adhered to the formation of the women. They stood there, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, everyone finally saw clearly that this was not some kind of green poisonous gas, but rather tiny spiders countless in number, numbering in the tens of thousands around them. At this moment, Lu Zi let out a sinister laugh and said, "Ha ha!" A vicious soul explosion. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted around the formation. In the blink of an eye, the 4 women had vanished in the explosion. What everyone could see was only the poisonous bones continuously pouring out, while the protective barrier shook uncontrollably. Zhou Fan clenched his fists tightly, his face darkening, looking quite worried about the roof. The people of the mystical heaven sect were shocked to the core, their faces filled with utter astonishment. Everyone was startled as they watched the first battle. After that, they all clapped their hands, praising Lu Zi for his secretive nature. His gaze was malicious, quickly spotting the flaw in the formation. The 4 heavenly ray uses the power of the heavenly force, which can be considered a perfect 10, but after all, the 4 people cooperate to channel and transform the energy. Just now, Lu Zi's attack was merely a simulation to transfer all the energy onto Chu Qingcheng, so that she would become the ultimate source of power, while the other 3 women would become weak. At that moment, Lu Zi dodged the powerful strike from Chu Qingcheng and then attacked the other 3 women, causing them to be unable to react in time. This side is only afraid that the great formation has been disrupted. At that moment, Lu Zi coldly sneered and said, "A bunch of bastards, you dare to embarrass me." Now, he slowly walked straight ahead, preparing to take control of the 10 major situations. Just at that moment, a streak of cold light suddenly flashed through the dust and smoke. It shot straight toward Lu Zi. He didn't have time to react, and a cold sword light struck directly at his vulnerable spot. Lu Zi was extremely shocked, seeing that the other 3 women had been injured by the explosion, with blood still trickling from the corners of their mouths. Lying weakly on the ground, only Chu Qingcheng, holding a long sword, coldly stabbed it into his critical spot. Around her, there was a layer of shimmering, bone-chilling ice. Not only hers, but also round the bodies of the other 3 women. A layer of ice and frost appeared, blocking the poisonous bones. At the same time, the Chu Tian Kai force surged through the bodies of the 3 women, naturally gathering onto Chu Qingcheng's body, causing her aura to rise, without a trace of void transformation realm at all. Not only was Lu Zi surprised, but even high-ranking talents like Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo were astonished and exclaimed in shock. How could Fiend Yang and his companions from the demon scheming sect be left dumbfounded, shocked to the core upon witnessing that scene? The mystical heaven sect, on the other hand, was overjoyed beyond measure. Above, the 2 exalted figures exchanged glances. Exalted Bai Mei spoke. This girl, to think that with just her own strength, she could completely control the Chu Tian Kai power. It really makes one unable to believe. Although it was only the Radiant Soul realm, the level of control over the power was clearly at an unbelievable level. The original formation required for people to work together to set it up, in order to unleash the full power of the formation. But the weakness lies in the 4 individuals, 4 minds, even if they are in sync. It is still very difficult to achieve the level of unity where the mind and body are one. Therefore, Lu Zi decided to attack the formation from multiple directions. Just like that, under extreme danger. As long as one person's heart is unsettled, the formation will no longer be stable and will quickly collapse. The truth has verified this. The 3 Shui Ruohua were shaken, causing serious injuries. Their consciousness nearly collapsed in an instant. But what was even more surprising was that Qi Qingcheng suddenly, with her own strength, took control of the entire Qi Qianzi power, relying on her non-spiritual physique to stabilize this great formation. It can be said that at that moment, the three of them, Shui Ruo Hua, aside from providing source power to Qi Qingcheng, it no longer has any effect. Lu Zi broke out in a cold sweat. He glared fiercely at Qi Qingcheng. But when he saw Qi Qianqi's force constantly circulating behind her, a look of caution appeared in his eyes. He thought, this woman is truly a monster. How could there be anyone in this world who could completely control the combined strike formation with just their own strength? The cold sword peak 6 thrust into the critical spot of Lu Zi. Qi Qingcheng calmly said, "You have lost, but out of respect for your steward Zhuo, I will spare you. I will not harm you, even though you have wounded my three sisters." That being said, Qi Qingcheng glanced at Zhou Fan, the male protagonist, and immediately looked away. It seems angry for being given a bit of attention by a woman. Truly, it has touched upon dignity. But in Zhou Fan's heart, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, this girl has finally won. Fin Yang angrily roared, "Damn it, old man Yun has schemed against me. My luck is truly awful." Sixth Void Transformation Realm, yet it managed to strike Lu Zi. If there were another Void Transformation Realm on the stage, then this battle would be even more intense, but it wouldn't be a problem. Zhou Fan laughed casually and said, "Old man Van, waiting for this moment has truly been a long time coming. If he draws an unfavorable lot and pulls the fourth Void Transformation Realm, then this match will end in 7 defeats." He could only say that he was ready, just waiting for the opportunity. Fin Yang reluctantly said, "So we lost, huh? Why do you seem so happy, or should I have noticed earlier? You don't want us to win. It would be great if you went out there." "No," Zhou Fan replied, "it's fine. After all, there's still one more team battle left. We're sure to win." Fin Yang angrily said, Win that ridiculous crab. The personal combat team fight is indeed a combined score, but it is still separated for additional rewards. Zhou Fan said nonchalantly, "So what?" Fin Yang angrily said, "I simply don't want Mystical Heaven Sect to be placed on the same level as us and receive that reward. I can't stand seeing them benefit from it." Zhou Fan thought to himself, truly a narrow-minded person. On top of the battle stage, the adjudicating elder clearly saw the outcome and then spoke. In this match, the Mystical Heaven Sect wins. Immediately after that, Qi Qingcheng also let out a sigh and lowered her sword. She coldly turned around and left, but did not notice the extremely vicious gaze of Lu Zi. It was no surprise when Qi Qingcheng was struck by a lethal blow from behind. The group of Shui Ruo Hua was stunned by the scene and shouted, "Qi Qingcheng." The sisters immediately stepped forward to support Qi Qingcheng. She seemed to be in a great deal of pain. The adjudicating elder, witnessing this, panicked and looked toward Lu Zi. He immediately blocked him and angrily shouted, "You brat, what the hell are you doing? I just announced the result." Lu Zi roared, "I haven't admitted defeat yet. What the hell are you judging?" The adjudicating elder shouted, "The result is already very clear. Continue fighting. There's only the path of death. What else do you have to mend your wounds?" Before Lu Zi could respond, a loud shout from the demon scheming sect echoed naturally, expressing their dissatisfaction. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and saw Zhou Fan coldly walking up, his eyes bloodshot and filled with killing intent. His posture as if he were ready to slaughter the entire world. As soon as he saw Zhou Fan Lu Zi, he suddenly seemed to remember something, frightened. He quickly lowered his head. Zhou Fan gently patted his shoulder, signaling that everything was fine, then glanced at Elder Bing Fan and Qi Qingcheng. Afterward, he coldly said, "Avoid being complacent when victory or defeat is undecided. Victory or defeat only determines life or death. As long as the opponent still has a breath left, there is still a chance for them to turn the tide. Therefore, on the stage, before one side completely handles the other, either knocking him off the stage or not, it cannot be considered as determining the winner." Adjudicating elder, Don't you think you have judged a bit prematurely?" The elder, upon hearing this, was speechless and stammered, this, Danner, furious, shouted loudly, "King Cheng's sister. Isn't it because I'm showing you respect that I've gone easy on him? If not, a single sword would have split him in half." Zhou Fan coldly replied, "To whom is she showing respect? I am from the demon scheming sect, and you are from the mystical heaven sect. Upon entering the double dragon manor, we are enemies to the death. Being merciful and sparing is equivalent to disregarding one's own life. Who can you blame? You made your own choices, so you must bear the consequences." Then the protagonist turned to Lu Zi and said, "We are at Double Dragon Manor. Everything here operates according to the rules. The elder has judged this way. We'll accept it this time. But next time, don't do something as stupid as that. If you lose your life, don't blame anyone else." Danner was so angry that her eyes widened. Chu King Cheng waved her hand to stop her, then shook her head and smiled faintly. Chu King Cheng smiled gently as she watched Zhou Fan leave. After that, both pupils also closed as he fainted. After that, both pupils also closed as he fainted. No spelling or grammatical corrections needed. The sentence is appropriate and clear in its original style. Danner was startled to see a surge of black aura on Chu King Cheng's shoulder, and she couldn't help but scream in fear, King Cheng is in big trouble. The palm strike contains poison." Zhou Fan suddenly stopped, his hands clenched tightly, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. But right after that, it returned to normal. The protagonist returned to his seat, calm as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Zi, seeing this, finally dared to let out a breath, thinking that it seemed the steward Zhuo didn't hold that young lady in much regard after all. Phew, she had scared herself out of her wits. The group of Shui Ruohua wore expressions full of anger, fiercely glaring at Zhou Fan. They thought to themselves, people of the demonic path are indeed heartless. We truly misjudged him earlier. Done, they then helped Chu King Cheng back to her spot. Everyone from the mystical heaven sect was also angry, thinking that it was still understandable when the demon scheming sect had previously killed people on their side in their rage. But this time, they showed mercy, yet they still dared to launch a sneak attack. Elder Yun took this opportunity to speak and teach. "See, this is the true nature of the demonic path, turning hostile without any regard. We absolutely cannot go easy on them. King Cheng is the biggest lesson for all of you." After a brief moment of commotion, the mystical heaven sect scored 8 points. The adjudicating elder then shouted loudly, "The 8th match, disciples from both sides, step onto the stage." The mystical heaven sect immediately sent a disciple, who, with great strength and imposing grandeur, swore to take revenge for senior sister King Cheng. But as soon as the lantern was reported, the person facing him was Yuling, a master of the void transformation realm. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, that person immediately displayed signs of suffering. Almost wanted to bow my head in apology. As expected, Yuling waved his hand, striking that person and severing the blood vessels in his brain, sending him plummeting down. "Die miserably." Yuling appeared frustrated, walking down and saying, "HMPH, so weak it's ridiculous, it's like a parody." Fiend Yang gritted his teeth and snarled, "You will pay the price for this." "Very well, let's do it this way. Don't show any mercy. They have taken 8 points from us. Must make them pay a heavy price." Late at night, Lam prepared to step onto the field. He reassured them, saying, "Don't worry. Fiend Yang Guardians, for the upcoming matches, we are 10 out of 10 likely to win. 9 of the opponents do not possess the void transformation realm. Again, there is no ability to unleash so many combined attacks like this. Ha 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 ha." Fiend Yang lightly nodded his head with a smug expression. But on the other side, Elder Yun gave a sinister smile. Zhuan Xiaoyu spoke up. "It's Kui Lang over there. He is too strong. That person will definitely tear me apart. Elder Yun, please allow me to give up. I don't want to die." Elder Yun gently stroked his beard, his eyes revealing the cunning of a fox, then calmly said, "Young master, your body is worth 1,000 gold. If you encounter another powerful expert, even if I relinquish my authority. I would still be able to sympathize with you. As for this Kui Lang, ha ha ha, I have long since devised a way to deal with him. Take out the Han Guang sword of Chu Qingcheng, go up to the stage, and proceed as such. Then Elder Yun whispered into Zhuan Xiaoyu's ear. He kept nodding as well, his eyes revealing a crafty look. Then, Zhuan Xiaoyu followed Elder Yun's instructions, approached Chu Qingcheng, and took the Han Guang sword to step onto the stage. Late at night, Kui Lang sneered as soon as he saw Zhuan Xiaoyu and said, "Ah, so it's you. Isn't this the eldest son of the mystical heaven sect? What brings you up here? Do you want to get beaten?" Zhuan Xiaoyu coughed lightly and then said with a smile, "We can begin the conversation at any time." Do you know who I am?" Late at night, Lang pouted and said, "Who doesn't know that the young master of the mystical heaven sect is a sickly ghost, with incomplete 5 elements and a weak constitution, yet still dares to come to this place? Isn't it that you want to get beaten up? The sect master truly is willing. I don't know how you made him so afraid. Do you want to take this opportunity to get rid of yourself? Or is it that you are simply not his child and should go find your own way to die? Ha 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 ha." Zhuan Xiaoyu paid no attention to those provoking words. He still calmly said, "This young master has already ascended to the stage. Naturally, there is enough confidence to win." After speaking, the cold light sword in his hand suddenly glowed. Zhuan Xiaoyu continued speaking. "The previous master of this cold light sword is said to have never harmed anyone from the demon scheming sect. It's just that it's unknown whether the people of the demon scheming sect would strike at the one holding this sword." Late at night, Lang was startled, his expression becoming serious as he said, "The Han Guang sword. Isn't its master Chu Qingcheng? What are you using it for? Do you think using it will make it a protective talisman for you?" Zhuan Xiaoyu smiled, then transmitted his voice, "Ha ha ha, this young master, as the heir of the mystical heaven sect, has never relied on anything. Today, this sword is nothing more than to give you a little reminder." Then, Zhuan Xiaoyu whispered something. After hearing it, Kui Lan's expression became one of utter shock. Immediately after that, he frowned and lowered his head. After thinking for a long while, I sighed, looked toward the adjudicating elder, and said, I renounce my right." The words just spoken sent shockwaves through everyone present. No one expected a void transformation realm expert to surrender like this, yet, just before they had boasted so arrogantly, the adjudicating elder was once again grabbed by the fans. "I think, grandfather, your father is a master of the void transformation realm. Encountering this scrawny ghost, what's there to give up power for?" Fian Yang thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted angrily, "Kui Lang, what the hell are you doing? It's just a matter of a single hand. What the hell are you giving up your rights for? How come all of you are like this? Are you planning to mess with me or what? Damn it, these stupid girls." On the other side, Kui Lang lowered his head in embarrassment and returned to his resting place. Demon scheming sect's Zhou Feng coldly said, "Kui Lang, this matter has caused the sect heavy losses. Because you gave up the right. The sect has no affinity, no opportunity, and has completely lost with a deficit for personal points. Therefore, if you do not provide a valid reason, I will have to act according to the sect's rules." Hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Zhou Fan thought to himself, "It seems like you have no right to speak on this matter. After all, you are the one who initiated the forfeiture of this power." He could tell what everyone was thinking. Zhou Fan took the token that Ziwuyu had given him, then said, "When I accept the commission from the sect leader, I am representing the sect leader. Therefore, no matter what I do, you have no right to object." "Understood." Yes, everyone sighed and said, "Understood. You are the best. Is that all right?" Zhou Fan continued, "Then it's settled, Kui Lang. You must answer me to avoid doing this again. If it is difficult to open your mouth, tell me quietly." To Kui Lang helplessly whispered in Zhou Fan's ear, "All right, I will help you. But no one can know about this." Hearing this, Zhou Fan understood everything. The male lead nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then I can understand. Let's let this matter go." Everyone, don't mention it again, not even when we return to the sect. If anyone dares to utter a word, don't blame me for being the bad guy. On the second day, Kui Lang gratefully clasped his hands and said, "Thank you." Steward Zhuo Kuigang still asked his father with great suspicion, "What happened? Why did you give up your power?" Kui Lang hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Seeing this, Zhou Fan said in a deep voice, "Don't ask your father anymore. If it were you, I'm sure you would do the same." Done. He raised his voice again and said, "I just told you, don't bring this up again. Are you trying to defy the sect master's order?" Kuigang hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "I dare not, master." Zhou Fen nodded in satisfaction, while Kua Lang felt even more grateful. The Fiend Yang group was also paralyzed by the oppressive aura, not daring to say anything at all. At this moment, the adjudicating elder loudly announced, "Demon Scheming Sect, 4 points. Mystical Heaven Sect, 8 points. The individual battle, Mystical Heaven Sect wins." The entire hall was once again shaken. Perhaps no one had expected it before. According to reason, the Demon Scheming Sect is so powerful. Yet it was still defeated by the Mystical Heaven Sect using all sorts of underhanded tricks. Then the adjudicating elder once again raised his voice and said, "Next, the bilateral combat operation took place within the barrier of the cultivation domain." As soon as the words were spoken, Elder Yun stood up, clasped his hands, and said with a laugh, "Ha ha ha, I report to Elder. In this battle, the Mystical Heaven Sect requests to forfeit its right." Zhou Fan silently nodded upon seeing this, thinking, Old Van is quite calculating. He was confident and hopeful of winning earlier, which is why he exerted all his strength in the attack. Now that he knows he can't win, he immediately abandons the fight without hesitation, showing the ability to retreat when necessary. This is truly rare to find, at least compared to some people, who immediately kick up a fuss whenever things don't go their way. This person is really much better in comparison. Fiend Yang was unwilling to accept this and shouted loudly, "Ha ha! Old Mannion is playing dirty and still wants to escape. There's no such good thing in the world. When individuals battle, they harm us. Don't think you can escape like that. If you have the courage and the skill, let's settle it on the battlefield between our two sides." But Fiend Yang just stood there, shouting to himself. Zhou Fan had already led everyone away. By the time he realized, Fiend Yang frantically chased after them, laughing loudly and saying, "Haha, why didn't you wait for me? No matter what you say, I am still your phoenix." The situation on the battlefield was truly surreal, causing everyone present to burst into laughter all of a sudden. In the end, the low-rank individual competition was won by Mystical Heaven Sect. The group competition was won by Demon Scheming Sect. The final result was that Demon Scheming Sect won this match. But everyone understands that the Mystical Heaven Sect is just a small fry, using tricks and schemes to win individual battles. The real threat to them is still the monster guarding the Demon Scheming Sect. On the spectator stand, Wen Tao laughed and said, "Zhou Fan, the number 1 of the Tianyu Empire. When will you finally make a move and challenge the mid-rank?" "Ha ha ha, right, Zi Xiaofeng. Hey, where did they go?" But when he looked back, Zi Xiaofeng had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Zhou Fan returned to the small courtyard with the disciples of the Demon Scheming Sect. Everyone was still filled with resentment, discussing and analyzing the battle that had taken place today. Lu Zi kept explaining, saying, "If we fight again, this old man will definitely be able to break their formation." The people of the Demon Scheming Sect shook their heads and smiled, thinking, "What is the result? Is it not already clearly visible? Must it be a life-and-death battle before you submit?" Yet he still arrogantly said, "I haven't even used my full strength yet. This is just a stroll. If I were to use all my power, then—" But while he was still bragging, a sudden, terrifying force rushed toward him, causing Lu Zi to be horrified, his eyes widening in shock. And then suddenly, with a sound, a small, delicate foot kicked the muzzle of Lu Zi. Right after that, a heaven-shattering kick sent Lu Zi flying far away. When he hit the ground, his mouth spurted blood, and at the same time, 2 of his teeth were torn out and flew away. The people of the demon scheming sect were horrified as they looked toward it. Then a familiar figure immediately walked over to where Lu Zi was lying. Then, he ruthlessly squeezed Lu Zi's throat. Everyone looked on in horror, seeing Zhou Fan like a monster staring intently at Lu Zi. His eyes filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and snarled, "You bastard, I've put up with you for a long time now." Seeing Zhou Fan go mad was terrifying. It made everyone, including the 3 guardians, tremble with fear and not dare to speak up to stop it. Lu Zi was incredibly terrified upon seeing this. He was frightened to the point of trembling all over and said, "Steward Zhuo, what do you mean? I haven't done anything wrong, have I?" Zhou Fan grabbed him by the neck, lifted him high, and coldly shouted, "Your fate. Where's the antidote? Take it out now, otherwise I'll snap your neck." Lu Zi was horrified as he thought, the antidote. So Zhou Fan is still standing up for that young lady, even though he seemed so cold before. I thought I no longer held that woman in my heart. It turns out they were just trying to endure on the outside, and now they are finally venting their grievances onto me. Finished, he unwillingly said. "Steward Zhuo, you cannot do this to me. I have fought to the end for the sect. If you don't punish those who fled from the battlefield, then so be it. But to raise your hand against me just because of an outsider woman, where is the fairness in that?" PingBong also hurriedly spoke up to offer advice. "That's right, Zhou Fan. Earlier Lu Zi truly used all his strength. You just need to ask him to provide the antidote. You don't need to use such force." Zhou Fan's face remained cold and ruthless. He snorted coldly and said, "This place is under my control. Who gets rewarded? Who gets punished? All of that is decided by me. You have no right to say such things. Don't think that just because you have the Stone Phoenix behind you, I won't dare to lay a hand on you. You, who don't know your place, quickly hand over the antidote." Or else Lu Zi gritted his teeth and said, "There is none. There is no antidote. That palm strike of mine was not a lethal poison to take a life. It was just meant to make her suffer for 48 days. After all, when the adjudicating elder spoke, I feared that the Long Institute would investigate it. So I didn't strike to kill. I only punished her lightly. Otherwise, elder, you would have directly asked me for the antidote, isn't it?" Zhou Fan, hearing his wife being tortured in pain, became even more enraged. The momentum surged like the destruction of heaven and earth, with black mist continuously swirling. The sky-piercing killing arm, glowing red, had already appeared, and it squeezed tightly as if it wanted to crush Lu Zi's neck. In just an instant, Lu Zi felt as if his body was being corroded by something. The feeling of danger made him break out in a cold sweat. He truly felt that Zhou Fan harbored killing intent toward him, all because of a woman. Zhou Fan angrily shouted, "Where's the antidote? If you don't bring it out here, don't even think about surviving through today." "This dog," PingBong quickly said. Wait a moment. Zhou Fan just said there is no antidote, and that woman is not in danger of losing her life. Now, the Double Dragon Manor is still in progress. We are in a time of need. We cannot casually behead generals." Zhou Fan seemed not to hear. The dense black mist continued to envelop Lu Zi, as if it could immediately plunge him into darkness and crush him. PingBong, increasingly terrified, screamed loudly, "Zhou Fan!" At this moment, Lu Zi could no longer endure. He shouted, Wait a moment, I have the antidote." The PingBong group couldn't help but be stunned, and then angrily glared at Lu Zi, secretly cursing, "If you have the antidote, you should have taken it out earlier. You've made us worry for nothing." Zhou Fan swung his hand again, throwing him to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Continue, till more teeth fell out. Lu Zi trembled, took out the small porcelain bottle, and it was immediately snatched by Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan looked at PingBong with tears in his eyes and coldly said, "As long as a person releases poison, there is an antidote. However, if the poison is specifically meant to take a life, then perhaps there is no antidote. But the more poisonous substances like these are used to torture people, the easier it becomes to find an antidote. Therefore, when I take action, you better not interfere. Better not to speak, so people think you're stupid. Better to keep quiet than open your mouth and let others know how dumb you really are. Then, if you're dumb, don't make it so obvious. The Fiend Yang group was deeply embarrassed, then cast fierce glares toward Lu Zi, thinking, this little brat is really something. Even we dare to deceive? Zhou Fan ignored them and walked out with the antidote in hand, but after taking only a few steps. He was startled. Zi Xiaofeng stood next to Yang Ning and Yun Shuang. He spoke, long time no see, Zhou Fan. Seeing Lu Zi, bloodied and crawling on the ground, and Zhou Fan's expression like that of a mad dog, the two women's eyes filled with even more horror. They had never seen Zhou Fan so angry before. Zi Xiaofeng did not feel surprised. He smiled lightly and said, since the last 100 schools contest, I haven't seen you lose your temper like this. It seems you King Cheng. Ha ha ha. Zhou Fan exclaimed in surprise. Zi Xiaofeng, how could it be? Are you also a representative of the Tianyu Empire? Zi Xiaofeng smiled faintly and shook his head in response. You didn't see me on the stage earlier, but I still saw you causing trouble. Ha ha ha. It's been many years, and you're still the same. Nothing has changed at all. Zhou Fan, the target of mine before, do you still remember? Ever since you left the Tianyu Empire, I have followed you as well. Right now, I am a disciple of the Sword God sect, competing in the mid-rank challenge. I am waiting for you. Zhou Fan thought for a moment, then silently nodded. Then, he waved his hand and threw the porcelain bottle to him, casually saying, we'll deal with that later, but first, help me with something. Zi Xiaofeng took the porcelain vial. He shook his head and said, well, this brothel is still the same as it was before. All right, I will help you deliver this antidote to them. After saying that, Zi Xiaofeng turned and left. But suddenly he stopped, looked at the two people, and Yang Ning said, do you wish to come with me? You're probably not familiar with Chu King Shang, right? This time, go meet her to know more. Knowing both the enemy and yourself is the key to winning every battle. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Zi Xiaofeng gave a cryptic laugh and walked away. The two of them, Yang Ning, exchanged a glance, nodded towards Zhou Fan, and then quickly followed behind. Zhou Fan pondered for a moment, then shook his body and vanished. No corrections needed. The sentence is already correct. By this time, the tense atmosphere gradually began to dissipate. The group of Fiend Yang let out a collective sigh. Then, slowly walking towards Lu Zi, she glanced at him and scolded. Are you stupid? Don't you know what kind of relationship that woman has with Zhou Fan? You dare lay a hand on her again. Just now, it was fortunate that Zhou Fan didn't kill you. TSK, truly, the elders are carrying the burden. Lu Zi was unwilling to accept it. He embraced himself and, in pain, roared. I thought they had severed all ties. Didn't both of them say so? Then, if the two sides meet, neither will show any mercy. The young man looked up at the sky, then sighed and said, these two have severed all ties. How can it be so easy to break away? In this world, when a man meets the right woman, their hearts are directed towards the same goal. They said they would show no mercy. But the result, who hasn't tried to keep it? The woman spared your life out of respect for Steward Zhuo, not killing you with a single sword strike. Steward Zhuo, in turn, beat you because of that woman. In the end, you're stupid, so you die. What illness are you talking about? Lu Zi said angrily. But Ni dear, Ni is tangled. The two of them are affectionate with each other. Why is it that I'm the unlucky one? Done. He turned to Fiend Yang and continued speaking. Guardians, I follow your command. I will show no mercy to those insolent fools who dare burn bridges after crossing them. Fiend Yang quickly denied, shifting the blame. Don't. This matter I know nothing about. That's right, I told you not to go easy on others. You didn't say that you must show no mercy to that woman. You should show some respect for the monk, at least show some respect for the Buddha. Do you think Zhou Fan is already a dead man? Yeah, what about you? Zhou Fan is not wrong. He has been tolerating you for a long time now. All this time, he hasn't shown you any respect. It's also because you're foolish, provoking the scales on his chest. Can't you see it? Earlier, Yemo had moved towards that woman, and then how was he tortured by Joe Fan? In the late night, Lang spoke up. That's right, with this point, you definitely deserve a beating. My brother is someone with experience. Matters between men and women are best left for the individuals involved. Outsiders should not interfere. If you do, don't blame anyone if something happens to you, just blame your own stupidity. Lucy felt extremely angry, thinking, what did I do wrong? I was beaten for no reason. And now these two are lecturing me. Anyway, Joe Fan should not let someone from outside provoke him into showing hostility toward me. With such a temperament, does he even have the qualifications to lead the team? Damn that bitch, Joe Fan. You just wait for making me this angry. I won't let this slide without a reason. Secondly, the scene shifts to a small, cramped room. At this moment, there were many people inside. Shui Ruohua anxiously asked King Cheng, how are you? The icy aura swirled around her, but the green poison mark still appeared on her neck, causing Chu Cheng's entire body to tremble uncontrollably. It seems extremely painful. Xuan Xiaoyu angrily said, those demonic cultivators are truly despicable and vicious. How dare they resort to such vile tricks even after they've been defeated? Danner also angrily said, that's right, I wonder if Senior Chu Cheng is in danger of losing her life. With so many healing pills and detox pills, none of them seem to have any effect. Elder Yun calmly said, there is nothing to worry about. Everyone does not need to panic. Previously, I had already examined Chu Cheng. It's not a lethal poison. After all, this is Double Dragon Manor. How could they casually kill someone? It's just that, these few days, Chu Cheng will not have it easy. Xuan Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said, HMPH, the evil funeral of those wicked cultivators. Yet they dared to make junior sister Chu Cheng suffer like this. I, Xuan Xiaoyu, will definitely not let them off. Everyone angrily nodded, but suddenly a voice from outside shouted, young master, elder, disciple of the Sword God sect, Zi Xiaofeng, requests an audience. Xuan Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, impossible. Are you telling the truth? Sword God sect, how could a sect at the top of the mid-rank? Elder Yun said, why did someone from the Sword God sect suddenly come to our mystical heaven sect? We haven't challenged them in any way. Chu Cheng suddenly opened her eyes, as if she had already known that something like this would happen. She said happily, let him in. He is an old friend of mine from the Tianyu Empire. He must have come to visit me. Xuan Xiaoyu's expression darkened as he thought to himself, is it an old friend? Could it be that there's another tailing me? Done, he said coldly. Junior sister King Cheng is currently poisoned and is unavailable to meet guests. Send him away. Elder Yun hurriedly said, wait a moment, young master. This cannot be done. If this person is just an old friend of King Cheng, then King Cheng is not in a convenient position to meet with guests right now. It truly is not appropriate to let him in. But behind him is the Sword God sect, the leader of the mid-rank. We cannot afford to lose face. It is still better to invite him in. Xuan Xiaoyu felt extremely angry after hearing this. He gritted his teeth, but in the end, he had no choice but to let Zi Xiaofeng in. Immediately after that, Zi Xiaofeng stepped inside. He clasped his hands together and spoke, Chu Cheng, it's been many years. Are you still doing fine recently? Before Chu Cheng could respond, Dana rolled her eyes and shouted, what a ridiculous question. My sister is in this condition, and you're still asking if she's doing well? Are you planning to ask something? Zi Xiaofeng smiled lightly, then bent down and said, sorry, it is because of my ignorance that I have caused you all to ridicule me, Chu Cheng. I have heard that Chu Cheng has been poisoned. I have come here specifically to gift a vial of detoxifying elixir, which our sect has secretly concocted. It is guaranteed to cure the poison afflicting Chu Cheng. After speaking, Zi Xiaofeng immediately presented the small porcelain bottle. Chu Cheng's eyes brightened, then she smiled gently and nodded, saying, thank you for your kindness, young master. Zi Xiaofeng smiled and replied, "There's no need. We are old friends, fellow townsmen. There's no need for such politeness." Shui Ruohua quickly took the antidote and handed it to Chu Qingcheng. Then she angrily said, "Thank you, young master. Chu Qingcheng has taken quite a few elixirs before, but there has been no improvement whatsoever." Correction, Shui Ruohua quickly took the antidote and handed it to Chu Qingcheng. Then she asked angrily, "Thank you, young master. Chu Qingcheng has taken quite a few elixirs before, but there has been no improvement whatsoever. Could it be that this pill furnace of yours?" Zi Xiaofeng said confidently, "We cannot let failure dominate us. Every difficulty is just a challenge, and I believe we will overcome it all. It will definitely be effective." Chu Qingcheng heard this and became even more certain of the thoughts in her heart. She pondered for a moment, then understood and said, "I trust you. This pill of yours will definitely be effective." After speaking, Chu Qingcheng immediately opened the bottle and drank it in one gulp. Then, she sat cross-legged to refine and meditate, quietly remaining in place. The people around her were anxious, observing. After a while, a miraculous event occurred. Chu Qingcheng, who had been trembling nonstop earlier, now had a complexion that gradually turned rosy. The emerald aura tormented her unbearably, but it gradually faded. In the end, there was not a single trace left. Danner joyfully said, "Young master, your elixir is truly miraculous. It really cured the poison." Zi Xiaofeng only smiled faintly. Zhuan Xiaoyu and Elder Yun exchanged a glance of astonishment, thinking, "Mid-rank truly is powerful. Not sure what kind of toxin it is. Yet, it is actually possible to completely resolve the poison. Could this be the cure-all?" Chu Qingcheng let out a long breath. She slowly opened her eyes, looked at Zi Xiaofeng, and gave a faint smile, saying, "Ha ha ha. Is that so? He's always been like this, never taking credit for his good deeds." Danner Zi Xiaofeng exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, how did you know?" Chu Qingcheng smiled faintly, her face full of happiness, and said, "Of course, the antidote can be obtained. Apart from taking it from the hands of the poisoner, where else could it possibly come from?" Hearing these words, Danner questioned Chu Qingcheng, "Are you saying the antidote was given by the poisoner? Doesn't that mean it's that scoundrel Lu Zi playing dirty?" Chu Qingcheng replied, "That's correct. It's from his place. However, it is likely not that he gave it up. Correction. However, it is likely not that he actively gave it up." Zi Xiaofeng laughed, nodded, and said, "Chu Qingcheng, you really are like his second version." "That's right. When I went to find him, he beat the little brat so badly that he was left half alive, half dead. Then forced him to hand over the antidote. But you also know his temper. For matters like this, where a good deed is involved, he will never step forward." Chu Qingcheng recalled the past, and she smiled gently as she spoke. Of course, he had always been so stubborn, forever wearing a cold expression during the 100 Schools contest. "I understand all too well." The group of people, upon seeing this, were even more astonished and said, "Senior sister, you're not saying that the person who gave the antidote is Zhou Fan, are you?" At that time, in the hall, he even scolded his sister, and at that moment, it was truly accidental and too cruel. Chu Qingcheng laughed again and said, "So what? He scolded me because he cares about me and doesn't want me to be in danger." At that time, when I heard him say that, I was very happy. As for being cold-blooded, ha ha ha, he has always been like this. I'm used to it. The group of Shui Ruohua, after hearing this, became even more stupefied and confused. What kind of relationship do these two people actually have? Why is it becoming more and more complicated? Zhuan Xiaoyu gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that the antidote had been brought by that damnable person. If I had known this earlier, I would have tried my best to stop it, even if it means risking offending the Sword God sect. I absolutely cannot allow them any connection to this. Zi Xiaofeng gently nodded, then sighed and said, "Chu Qingcheng, you have changed a lot in recent years. I remember back then, your temperament was incredibly stubborn. There were times when Zhou Fan, a person who feared neither heaven nor earth, was scared to the point that he didn't dare to look you in the eye. Danner was incredibly shocked and asked, Huh? Do you have anything else to do? Chu Qingcheng chuckled and shook her head, saying, I should have definitely made him take responsibility for me. But ever since seeing him do anything for Ning Xiang, I know that this man has a path he wishes to follow, so I let go. Yang Ning exclaimed, Ning Xiang, is that you? Chu Qingcheng looked at her in surprise, then said, Do you know Ning Xiang? Then, aren't you a disciple of the Sword God sect? Zi Xiaofeng smiled and said, I forgot to introduce them. This is Princess Yang Ning of the Tianyu Empire, and this is Saintess Yan Shuang of the Tianyu Empire. These two people are both considered rivals in the love of Chu Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng, you must pay attention to this. The two people, Yang Ning, were startled upon hearing this. Chu Qingcheng remained indifferent, playfully saying, I never expected that the martial idiot from back then would one day learn how to tell a joke. Then, she looked towards Yan Shuang and said, You are Yan Shuang, right? I heard from Drifting Flower Edifices that they sent a message to me. Zhou Fan stood before everyone and said, You are his person. Meeting you today, indeed, you are Bing King Yaozu, very similar to Ning Xiang from back then. Yan Shuang hurriedly said, No. Please don't listen to what they're saying. Done, Yan Shuang blushed, awkwardly continuing, At that time, I was just a pawn in his hands. Nothing else. The group of Shui Ruohua was startled again, their hearts full of anger, thinking, What is going on? What's wrong with the chess piece? How dare you treat a good young lady as a pawn? Zhou Fan is indeed a treacherous scoundrel. Then Zhuan Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and said, Have you all heard? That devil is truly despicable and shameless, only ever attempting to lure innocent young girls. Chu Qingcheng, you must see his true face clearly. Do not let him deceive you any longer. Just now, he definitely did it on purpose to have someone hurt you, and then sent this brat to deliver the antidote, all to win your favor. Chu Qingcheng sneered disdainfully, I know better than you what he's like. Another thing, if he likes me, what's wrong with being a pawn for him? I'm just afraid that he will forever abandon me. I want to be his pawn. Just once. But that's not possible. The women, upon hearing this, were filled with horror, thinking that the Ice Maiden, who was usually so proud, had always been so arrogant. At this moment, she actually volunteered to be a pawn for someone else. What happened to this cold, beautiful woman, untouched by the dust of the world? Zhuan Xiaoyu was so angry that he nearly spat blood. Elder Young could only shake his head and silently sigh. This little girl has truly been greatly influenced by that demonic path. Shui Ruohua urgently shouted, Qingcheng, wake up quickly. Have you been bewitched by the evil demonic path, causing your mind to become entangled? Chu Qingcheng chuckled, shaking her head as she said, Senior sister, I am indeed bewitched by him, but that was my own choice. But Shui Ruohua still did not believe, shouting angrily, Nonsense, bewitched and confused. How could it be voluntary? Chu Qingcheng didn't bother to explain further. She waved her hand, signaling for the two Yan Shuang to come closer to her. The two of them, Yan Shuang, immediately clasped hands, slightly hesitant when rivals meet. It is usually extremely eye-catching. Could it be that Chu Qingcheng doesn't have any ill intentions toward us? But when they saw the holy face of Chu Qingcheng, pure and gentle like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, with no trace of malice, the two women walked forward. Corrected version. But when they saw the holy face of Chu Qingcheng, pure and gentle like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, with no trace of malice, the two women walked forward. Note is a Chinese term meaning or took the initiative, which could be translated as voluntarily or took the first step depending on context. Chu Qingcheng smiled faintly and said, I know all of you are willing to stay by his side. Since it is like this, then you must definitely understand him, especially the matter concerning Ning Xiang. Yang Ning quickly said, The matter about Ning Xiang. I heard the people of the Luo clan say that in the end, Zhou Fan saved her. She has forgotten him, and he let her go. Chu King Cheng nodded and smiled. Indeed, there is such a thing. But perhaps you do not know. At that time, how had he gone through this? At that time, I was very stubborn, forcing him to accept my place in his heart. Chu King Cheng recounts the old tale that began with the 7 families vying for supremacy. Zhou Fan coldly appeared, changing the course of events. Until Ning Xiang died, it drove Zhou Fan mad, risking his life for Ning Xiang and becoming emaciated. Only in one night has your hair turned as white as it is now? Then, Chu King Cheng continued, at that time, I knew this man was not heartless. He was just constantly putting pressure on himself. The path he wishes to walk, it must be the path of fate. Why would I want to become an obstacle to him? Then, I left, not wanting him to confront me. Otherwise, he will once again fall into the suffering that Ning Xiang did back then, in the end. As long as he is happy, I am already very satisfied. She then turned her head to look at Shui Ruohua and said, fortunately, he holds me in his heart. The last time seeing your sister returned, you mentioned that he asked about me, and that is enough to satisfy me. But all the women there couldn't help but be stunned. They thought no one had ever imagined a demonic cultivator as cold-hearted as Zhou Fan. Yet, he went through such a turbulent love journey. On that road, facing Ning Xiang, a new life began. He did not continue to insist on holding on, because the best choice for the other person was to let go. Therefore, Chu King Cheng also chose the best path for the other person. It is precisely time to let go. Suddenly, it felt as if these two, though on different paths in evil, one Raichao had an incredibly harmonious working style. The two of them, whether from the righteous path or the demonic path, truly had no difference. Both were red-faced confidants. Xuan Xiaoyu couldn't bear the sensation of his teeth seemingly being crushed. The thought of Chu King Cheng completely forgetting about that little brat was truly impossible. But in that case, what chance do I have left? Zi Xiaofeng spoke deeply. I see. No wonder Chu King Cheng didn't care, no matter what that brat was like. It turns out that she had entrusted her whole heart to him. But it seems that he is still tangled, in the end. Whether the path of the Devil Dao is more important or if this emotional attachment weighs heavier, he is still conflicted. But no matter what, I hope he can make a decision quickly and become stronger. Only then can I continue to take him as my target. The two people, Yang Ning, chuckled to themselves, thinking, what a pervert. At the same time, outside the small courtyard of the mystical heaven sect, in a secluded spot, Zhou Fan was standing there, waiting. Since Zi Xiaofeng entered, 3 watch hours had passed, and the male protagonist was restless, only because he wanted to know the worst situation of Chu King Cheng. Suddenly, a sound of wind tearing through the air rang out, followed by a familiar voice reeking of alcohol. Ha ha ha, are you restless? Zhou Fan found Danking Shen strange and said, Senior, why are you here? Danking Shen laughed casually and said, ha ha ha, I have long said that on this entire continent, wherever I wish to go, no one can stop me. How? I only walked around behind you for a circle and stopped. Do you have any objections? Zhou Fan chuckled softly and replied, I wouldn't dare. Please feel free to take a walk at your leisure. Danking Shen couldn't help but laugh and said, ask the world what love is. It makes people swear to live and die together. You brat, you've already taken an interest in that young lady. Just go straight and snatch her away. Why bother thinking so much? Zhou Fan shook his head and replied, Senior, please don't joke. You must be very clear about this yourself. I have no right to speak on this matter. Danking Shen nodded and said, ha, that's right, you little brat. You're too fickle. You already have those 2 maids. And now you want to add more. Indeed, I have no qualifications. Otherwise, how would you have me let people like us, the bachelors, live in this world? Zhou Fan sighed and said, Senior, please do not joke like that. I am of the demon path, walking the road of indifference. How could I possibly be moved by emotions? If emotions are stirred, not only will I be harmed, but she will also suffer. And there have been clear examples of this in the past. Danking Shen asked, strangely, then what are you doing here? If you choose the path of indifference, you should sever both affection and ties. Now, you're still spying on another man's daughter, aren't you, just harming both others and yourself? Sigh. Joe Fan sighed and replied, Senior's right. It's just something that hasn't happened yet. It is truly very difficult to let go. Joe Fan has never owed anyone any favors. Only a few people, once indebted, find it very difficult to repay it in this lifetime. Danking Shen laughed and said, Haha, are you interested? I like it, tell me, and I will help you strategize. Perhaps it could enlighten you. Joe Fan said, that's fine. To be pointed out by a senior is also a blessing for me. Immediately afterward, Joe Fan recounted the story of the 100 Schools contest. The protagonist continued, Saving Ning Xiang is my responsibility, but as a result, Chu King Chang was forced into the mystical heaven sect because of Ning Xiang. We don't know if she agreed to any other conditions besides that, do we? This debt of affection, I don't know when I will be able to repay. If even her life and death are unclear to me, then my heart is filled with unease. Danking Shen, after hearing this, couldn't help but sigh and say, All right, she is truly a rare woman. To save the one she loves, she is willing to give up her own freedom. No wonder you beat that dog, Lu Zi, up, tossing him around, even though he's one of your own. This bond of affection is truly immense. Aside from offering your body as repayment, I don't see any other way for you to repay me. Joe Fan hurriedly said, Senior, I am from the demon path. Danking Shen solemnly said, I know that by being heartless. The Tao of severing emotions and breaking ties. Brat, although I am not a practitioner of the demonic path, nor do I study the demonic way. The great Tao that flows through the rivers ultimately leads to the sea. This principle, I still understand. To say it was accidental, the Tao of someone like you has never known love. How could it be accidental? Just like righteous cultivators, we pursue the righteousness of heaven and earth. But without the existence of evil, how can there be righteousness? You do not understand what evil is. How can one know what is right? Following the same principle, take the universal righteous sect as an example, which every day proclaims that the heavens and the earth are filled with righteous energy. But what exactly is righteousness? There are a few people who think that by doing something that goes against the demonic path, they can consider themselves righteous. Indeed, those narrow-minded people. Joe Fan frowned and thought, though he understood, he still didn't fully comprehend. It seems there is still a layer of confusion covering it, not dissipating. Danking Shen continued, Right, brat, with so many girls around you. Your feelings for this little girl are especially distinct. This old man thinks you're serious about her. After hearing your words, this old man is somewhat suspicious. Think carefully and reconsider. Are you truly feeling guilty towards this little girl, or is it that you are genuinely infatuated? Joe Fan hesitated slightly, and in the end could only force a bitter smile as he said, I'm not quite sure, either. Danking Shen smiled and said, Ha, kid, then this old man will teach you a method. Now close your eyes and recall the moment when your heart was the calmest, warmest, and happiest when, and where was it? Follow the words of Danking Shen. Joe Fan slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm himself. The male protagonist recalled the past. All kinds of things were recalled in the mind. Then the young man said, The two most peaceful times in my life were during my stay at the King Beast Mountains, together with Ning Xiang and Zi Tianyang. Danking Shen laughed and said, Ha, well, then I wish the three of you happiness. This must be the friendship of brotherhood, nothing more. It is not a romantic relationship between a man and a woman. Is there any kind of romantic relationship between a man and a woman, where three people can be happy? Ha. Here, Joe Fan continued speaking. Once again, it was in the room. Danking Shen hurriedly asked the others, What are you doing? Why are you here? Joe Fan replied, 2 people. Danking Shen asked, Male or female? The male protagonist answered, Female. Danking Shen shouted, Who is she? Joe Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide and took a deep breath. His expression gradually became heavy. What should we do? For 3 consecutive days, Zhou Fan locked himself in the small room, lying still in one spot, not moving, since the day Zi Xiaofeng came to deliver the antidote to Chu Qingcheng. Knowing that the medicine was effective, the male lead had returned, and it was like this. Even though today was the day of the mid-rank tournament, Zhou Fan couldn't be bothered to observe the enemy faction, letting Fin Yang lead a group of disciples to watch the situation. Zhou Fan furrowed his brow, thinking for a long while. The words that Danking Shen had said constantly echoed in his mind. The male protagonist sighed repeatedly, never having been so indifferent before. He had never been like this in the past. Zhou Fan thought that perhaps it was because he had walked the path of the Grand Tao for so long. He had grown accustomed to being alone, without any attachments. Now, the heavens are causing trouble for me again, granting me a rebirth into the body of a mortal once more. There are many more constraints. Is the heavens playing with me, or is this a test? Perhaps Yun Zhuangji was right back then. This is an opportunity for me to walk the path of the demonic Tao. This path is not only very strange, I don't know how to walk properly. Compared to each other, the devil path was somewhat easier to follow before. But the problem was that this path could not push one to the highest peak of the great Tao. Interesting. What should I do now? The devil path has always valued the concept of detachment. Those who are affectionate will inevitably suffer consequences. But what of those who have never been affectionate? Can they truly be heartless? Why is it so contradictory? If one uses emotions as a means to step on the demon path, can this emotion still be considered pure? Can it be called true emotion? It is merely a tool to be used. However, if it involves the whore of love, how could it be severed without reason? And if it can be severed, how can it be called a true emotional bond? Forget it. There's no need to care. If it's just a mindless tool, then indeed, there is no path that is truly correct. But Zhou Fan remained deep in thought, hesitating, unsure whether he should persist in following the old path of the demonic way, or follow his own heart, letting things flow naturally with the current. But if that's the case, how could Zhou Fan return to the path of the demonic way? I'm afraid the further we go, the farther we get. Suddenly, a panicked voice said, "It's not good." Zhou Fan once again has a group of black horses appear to challenge the high rank before us. I'm afraid even overcoming the mid-rank obstacles will be impossible. Zhou Fan knew that the total was Fin Yang, but he couldn't be bothered to pay much attention to it. His face remained deep in thought as he continued pondering. But Fin Yang would not let go so easily. He kicked the door open and rushed in, then said, "Brat, it's already night. Why are you still sleeping? Waiting for you to die is the only chance to sleep comfortably. Now we are facing great trouble." Zhou Fan said indifferently, "What's the big deal? Aren't we fighting the mid-rank tomorrow?" "It's no problem at all." Fin Yang angrily shouted, "No problem with the cage. Little brat, aren't you going to watch the mid-rank tournament today? Do you know what the result is?" Zhou Fan remained indifferent and said, "I'm not interested." Fin Yang was extremely furious and said, You don't know. That's why it's so gentle. If you go watch the mid-rank competition, you will definitely worry more than I do. At the top of the mid-rank is the Sword God sect. They can be said to be against the heavens. Ridiculously strong. 10 disciples in the arena. All of them are experts in the void transformation realm. Your old friend as well. He has just broken through to the void transformation realm. Zhou Fan carefully recalled, then nodded indifferently and said, "Right, exactly as before. I didn't pay attention carefully. Now that I think about it, his aura indicates that he has entered the void transformation realm. He was originally a martial artist, also a martial arts genius. But to be able to quickly break through to the void transformation realm like this, just as I expected, it seems that the cultivation resources of the mid-rank are indeed abundant." Truly rejoicing, Fin Yang, seeing Zhou Fan's appearance, became even more furious and said, "To be honest, it's a relief that your damn wife is the one. Are you still in the mood to congratulate an old friend? He is the biggest threat to us right now. Big brother, you are the leader of our demon scheming sect. Can you please be a bit more positive and serious?" The The formation of the Sword God sect is already at least high rank. Do you know the result of this time's competition between the three sects? Whether it's the individual battles or the team battles, the Sword God sect won every battle, while the Demon Soul sect and Heavenly Circulation sect were unable to win a single battle. Joe Fan was slightly astonished, his eyes widening as he said, "Is it really that strong?" Fiend Yang sighed and said, "Truly, it's incredibly powerful. In the past, although the Sword God sect was at the top of the mid-rank, its strength was only slightly superior to the two other sects, and there was absolutely no way they could crush the opponent like that. This time, it was Gentle Sword went out. Today, his actions were as casual as a stroll. It was clear that he had not yet used his full strength, and the entire Sword God sect was hidden in a way that could not be exposed. And again, he even looked towards us, giving a provocative smile. It was clear that they were not afraid of us. Or to put it bluntly, they don't fear you. They must have already prepared a plan to deal with you. This is the thing that I am most worried about." Joe Fan nodded seriously, then said solemnly, "I see. So, I really have to pay attention to those chickens, then. Thus, I will unleash my unbeatable trump cards, and I guarantee that I will not lose." Fiend Yang's eyes lit up as he said, "Huh? You still have that undefeated trump card? Tell me about it." Joe Fan replied, "If we don't fight him, we won't lose. So, to put it more clearly, it's fine to say we will jointly attack the three sects. Don't even think about the high rank anymore." Fiend Yang's face hardened, and then he angrily shouted, "Joe Fan, is this the so-called invincible technique you were talking about? I spit on it. In the beginning, it was you who said you wanted to settle scores with the high rank. Speaking so boldly like that, the result was encountering the Sword God sect blocking the way and immediately retreating. Damn it, what the hell is this?" Joe Fan yawned loudly, then turned around and walked away, too lazy to pay him any attention. He thinks that there are still many troubling matters waiting to be resolved, so he has no mood to pay attention to such things. As for the benefits of the sect, I care even less about them. Being able to carry you to the mid-rank, that alone is my goal accomplished. That is fulfilling the promise with Ziwuyu. You want to reach high rank. Ha ha ha. You can all keep dreaming while you sleep. Seeing Joe Fan's indifference, Fiend Yang became utterly enraged, thinking, "This little brat is truly unpredictable. Everything is done with heart. When in a good mood, one is proud and self-satisfied. It is possible to pierce the sky with one hand. When in a bad mood, ignore everything. It really drives a person mad. Yet there's nothing they can do about it." Suddenly, Kui Lang poked his face in and spoke. "Steward Zhuo, Fiend Yang, guardians of the Heavenly Circulation sect request an audience." Fiend Yang gritted his teeth and said, "We have been here for so many days. What does it have to do with either side? Why has someone from the Heavenly Circulation sect come today?" But he still went outside to take a look. As he walked, he shouted loudly, "Little brat, this isn't over yet. I will come looking for you again. I am leaving now to check on that matter." Joe Fan couldn't care less. The kid suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment, Kui Lang. Come in here. I have something to ask you." Kui Lang laughed and said, Steward Zhuo, is there something you would like to instruct me on?" "Got it. Here's the translation. That's fine." Joe Fan pondered for a moment, then said, "Kui Lang, you must have a very deep bond with that person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given up your position for her. This is a capital offense." Kui Lang, after hearing this, immediately looked up to the sky and sighed, saying, "Ah, the love of the past never leaves any regrets." Joe Fan immediately raised his hand to stop, saying, all right, please spare me. I didn't ask you to read poetry. You're already ignorant. Yet you still try to show off with poetry and literature. I just want to ask you, you know that the devil's path is heartless, the path of the Kai. Why do you still have feelings for that person?" Late at night, after hearing it, Lang was left speechless. Then he grimaced and said loudly, "Steward Zhuo, I know the sect has rules prohibiting indulging in lust, but this slut of love, once involved, It is like the Yangtze River breaking its dike. Once it's entangled, it cannot be stopped. Wanting to stop it, but being unable to. I am someone who has been through it all. Therefore, I understand all kinds of bitterness and sweetness within it even more. I can say that I have never regretted it, even though, because of that matter, I was exiled to the labor office. But I have no regrets, HMM. Joe Fan shook his head in frustration and said, HMM. Did you perhaps misunderstand something? I am not talking about the sex rules. I only say that the demon path is the path of indifference. Getting involved in this, it's very difficult to move forward. At that time, why did you still throw yourself into it? Late at night, Lan Shiguai said, Steward Zhuo, although I am a disciple of the Devil's Path, I have truly never thought deeply about what the Devil's Path actually is. Just following you and doing things according to you is enough. Furthermore, the sex rules cannot be broken. That's all. At that time, she and I really didn't think that much, at most. We were worried that this would be exposed and that we would be punished. When we returned to the sect, Zhou Fan widened his eyes upon hearing this, thinking, Kui Lang is actually just cultivating like an ordinary person. He hasn't even set foot on the demonic path, and there's no way he would ever consider stepping onto the peak of the Grand Tao in the future. I really am such an idiot. Is there no one else to ask that I have to go and ask this guy? He does not know what the way is, nor what the devil is. Just do whatever you're told to do. Done. He waved his hand and said, All right, go outside. Let me be at peace. Kui Lang immediately bent down and stepped outside. But after taking a few steps, he hesitated, turned around, and said, Steward Zhuo has said this. I'm not sure whether I should mention it or not. As for the understanding of the demonic path, of course, I am inferior to you and Elder Yuan. However, I have also deeply ingrained it within myself. Clearly understanding one thing, it was because, before cultivating, I chose the demon path instead of the righteous path, as I did not want to be bound by the many complicated rules of the righteous way. You still don't know what you think. I feel that you are binding yourself. Why does it have to be like this? I am someone who has experienced matters of the heart. There's really no need to overthink. Zhou Fan was taken aback after hearing this, as if struck by some sudden realization, and exclaimed, why are you so smart now? Kui Lang laughed and said, How could my wisdom surpass that of Steward Zhuo? You are simply someone who has more experience than I, ha ha ha. Zhou Fan stood stunned, thinking for a long time. The demonic corruption. The initial plan had originally been to act recklessly on his own, refusing to be controlled, yet bound by the pursuit of the demonic path. This is truly contradictory, ha? Zhou Fan watched Kui Lang walk farther away. The young man stood there, dazed, but the old problem remained unresolved. New troubles have arisen. Fin Yang kicked the door open, angrily shouting, Damn Leader Ren, how dare he look down on me? To say that Lousy is not worthy of speaking to him. It's really funny. Done, he pointed toward the male lead and continued speaking. Zhou Fan, a person from the Heavenly Circulation sect, wants to see you. Hurry, go quickly. Zhou Fan asked, What do they want with me? You, as the leader of the Guardians, can't you even speak your mind? Fin Yang grumbled, Of course, but these damn bastards, their dog eyes look down on others. HMPH. But they only want to meet you. Go meet them. They are the leaders of the three sects protecting the Tianyu Empire. It's not appropriate to make them lose face. Zhou Fan sighed, then stood up and followed Fin Yang. Soon, they arrived at the small courtyard, where four people hovered in midair, observing the surroundings. A young master holding a folding fan laughed contemptuously and said, Your place is so small. No wonder the great fortune of a low-rank cultivator is only this much. Ha ha ha. The Guihu group was very angry, but with two guardians present, they couldn't easily lose their temper. Zhou Fan turned to ask, Fin Yang, is the Heavenly Circulation sect here to cause trouble? Fin Yang replied, I don't know either. Our two sects don't have much of a relationship. Never mind, let's go out there and see what happens, seeing Zhou Fan arrive. The group of Guivu quickly bent down to pay their respects before stepping aside. The four strangers immediately focused their attention on the male lead. The young man holding the folding fan tilted his chin and continued. So you are the dark horse of Double Dragon Manor this time, Joe Fan? This young master watched as you fought with the mystical heaven sect. At that time, you had not yet made a move, and I was unclear about your strength. But you truly were very arrogant. Ha! Joe Fan angrily thought. This damn crazy dog knows I'm arrogant and yet still dares to look down on me? Does he want to get beaten? He only thought to himself, but Joe Fan still walked forward with a charming smile, saying, So, may I ask what brings you all here? You had to come find me in person, after all. The person holding the fan laughed and replied, Ha ha ha, it's nothing. It's just that we have heard that you, brat, always deliberately cause trouble, relying on the fact that the sect master favors you, and you don't pay any attention to the words of the elder guardians. Therefore, there are a few things we want to say to you. Joe Fan sneered, thinking, climbing sugarcane. So you want to come and fight me, huh? However, you're just a bunch of mid-rank minnows. Do you think you're worthy? Seeing that the male lead remained silent for a long time, the other person thought that Joe Fan had been intimidated by his aura, so he became even more arrogant. He laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. This young master has no ill intentions. It's just that you need to be clear about the results of today's mid-rank competition. How is it correct? This young master is most afraid that you will become too complacent. So I specifically came to remind you. The people of the demon scheming sect couldn't help but tremble, all of them having already understood his intentions, their expressions immediately darkening. Only Joe Fan did not understand her meaning. He still smiled and asked, How did the mid-rank competition go today? Tell me. The young master's face immediately darkened, and he said fiercely, You already know, yet you still ask. Are you trying to humiliate our heavenly circulation sect? Yes. Let's consider that our heavenly circulation sect's expedition to the Double Dragon Manor this time did not go well, but it is also not something that your insignificant low-rank family can compare to. Joe Fan knew their intentions clearly. The young man sneered and laughed loudly, saying, So it's a match where the bottom is rigged, huh? Afraid that as soon as we make a move, we'll choose you all? Now you're here begging for mercy? Ha ha ha. How nice of those dogs wagging their tails to please their master. But if you're going to beg, at least do it properly. Still baring your fangs, talking nonsense, and randomly biting people like this. Who would want to talk to you? As soon as Joe Fan finished speaking, a roar echoed. Impudent, a powerful aura erupted, and the old man, unable to contain his anger, struck out with his palm towards Nanjung. Yeah, Joe Fan is not afraid at all. Still standing still, waiting for that old man to bring his life over, Joe Fan thought, Just avoid transformation realm 5th layer and you want to kill me? You might as well return to your ancestors. Boom! With a loud crash, PingBong suddenly blocked in front of Joe Fan, clashing palms with the old man. Both sides were struck back, barely managing to hold their ground. Joe Fan sighed and said, What are you doing here, Sugarcane? You've ruined my perfect catch. Damn it! PingBong quickly waved his hand and laughed, saying, Ha ha ha, Elder Chi, my apologies. Joe Fan did not go to watch the battle today. I am unaware of the situation of your sect. Those who are ignorant are not at fault. I have no intention of offending your sect, and I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive me. Elder Chi coldly said, HMPH. Does a person who doesn't know bear no guilt? So what does his next sentence mean? Who is the dog wagging its tail to greet its master? PingBong, after hearing this, was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Joe Fan leisurely said, So, what brings you here today? The young master angrily shouted, saying, We have come here to warn you. Don't overestimate yourself and join the competition. If you think you can challenge, then go ahead, but don't bring shame upon yourself, all right? Joe Fan heard this and burst out laughing, saying, How can you say that? If you were not afraid, would we have come all the way here just to waste our breath? In conclusion, you are scared, and since you're scared, you're putting on an appearance of horror and worry. Don't bark in front of me, you bunch of beasts. The young master's anger made his entire body tremble, his eyes bloodshot, and he shouted loudly, "Smash her to death for me." Immediately afterward, he gave a wink to the two men in blue beside him. The two young men nodded, then quickly rushed toward the group of Chi Changlong, the three strongest members of the demon scheming sect. Then, the two of them began to form seals, and a greenish aura rose from their bodies. The expressions on their faces were incredibly provocative, truly deserving of a premature death. The three of Chi Changlong knew that these two individuals were both experts at the third layer of the void transformation realm, with strength equivalent to their own. So they did not dare underestimate their opponents. They immediately launched a counterattack. But before he could get into position, that palm strike came at him, transforming into a blast of soft earth, striking straight ahead with incredible speed. As soon as it reached the location of Chi Changlong and his group, it surged up like a mountain. 3 loud explosions rang out. At the same time, the 3 Chi Changlong were sent flying out, their mouths spitting blood. The 2 people in blue robes then returned to their positions. "It seems as though it has never left," Zhou Fan whispered. "To put it another way, it's a coordinated attack formation." The young man chuckled coldly and said, "HMPH, that was a warning. If you dare to recklessly step onto the stage without knowing life and death, then don't blame this young master for not showing mercy to the 3 sects protecting the nation, and striking without holding back." Having said that, he decisively grabbed the person and left. Zhou Fan calmly said, Hey, do we need to spare them any face?" Fin Yong angrily said, "What face does this cage have? Tomorrow, we will drag them down from their horses. We will be mid-rank. Do we still need face?" Zhou Fan, remember this well. That arrogant brat is Ren Kong, the young master of Leader Ren. As long as the Heavenly Circulation sect doesn't kill him, they can beat him half to death or do whatever they want. Others, it's up to you. The 2 people in blue robes were Kong Shan and Kong Lin, gathered together. The phantom of the mountain forest, with its vague and unpredictable figure, was quite difficult to handle. Today, the mid-rank competition would take place. They almost secured 2 points from the Sword God sect. Unfortunately, they encountered Gentle Sword and Dao. Otherwise, they could really defeat the Demon Soul sect, enter, and take over the 2nd seat of mid-rank. After all, the Demon Soul sect is only slightly stronger than they are. Zhou Fan gave an evil grin and said, "Your father has taken a liking to you all now. Heavenly Circulation sect." Everyone shouted loudly. Everyone was unusually excited. Zhou Fan has finally returned to battle, and this time the Heavenly Circulation sect is in big trouble. At another place on the way back, the 4 members of the Heavenly Circulation sect were extremely pleased. Ren Kong said loudly, "Elder Qi, it seems that the brat is not worth paying attention to. Look, when you made your move, he didn't even have time to react." Completely standing there dumbfounded, Kong Shan and Kong Lin made their move against those disciples, and he didn't even have time to offer any help. "It seems that we have been worrying too much. Ha. These 4 people came to issue a warning to the demon scheming sect and also to gather information. Anyway, they have no idea what Zhou Fan's strength is like, but unfortunately, they couldn't probe anything and instead provoked the anger of the fierce beast. What's more, they even thought it was a rabbit. Now that the rabbit is preparing to transform into a dragon and bite them to death." Elder Chief frowned and said, "But according to what people have been gossiping about, Zhou Fan wiped out all the disciples of the beast-taming sect with a single punch, and even the elder had to die at his hands. It certainly won't be easy to deal with." Ren Kong still confidently laughed aloud. Ha, Elder Qi, do not worry. Zhou Fan is only at the 3rd layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. How strong could he possibly be? The Radiant Soul Realm is so funny, it's killing me. The rumors outside are mostly boastful exaggerations. Otherwise, when the various sects arrive to observe, he will show his true abilities. Why doesn't he dare to go up? I think he is just good at showing off his power, trying to intimidate the mid-rank disciples into surrendering early. He did not fight, yet he still won. This is the psychological strategy of the coward. The story of the death of the elder of the beast-taming sect, the Dragon Supremes publicly stated that he had violated the rules of the Double Dragon Manor and dared to act against a guest, which was why he was killed by Exalted Hyran. What does that brat have to do with this? I'm sure he's talking nonsense again to scare those cowardly people. But does he really think he can trick and intimidate me, Renkong? It's not that easy, haha. Elder Chi nodded and said. The young master said, Indeed, is it reasonable? It seems that I have grown old. I almost got tricked by that little brat. Renkong laughed and said, Of course, that's called the Yangtze River waves pushing forward. Ha 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 ha. Then he turned to his subordinates and said, Kong Shan, Kong Lin, tomorrow's competition. You to take care of Zhou Fan first for me. Let everyone know he is just a scammer. Only after that will you deal with others, understand? After speaking, Renkong chuckled to himself and thought, after tomorrow, everyone will understand clearly. Everyone has been deceived by this little brat, leaving their minds confused. But only I, young Master Renkong, can see the true nature. Even though my strength may not be at its peak, I must possess supreme intelligence. Haha. In the early hours of the second day, the battlefield was already crowded with people. Since it was a low rank challenging a mid-rank, the high-rank individuals once again gathered to watch the excitement. It's just that this time they have one more thing to do. That is paying attention to the dark horse of the competition. Zhou Fan is one more person, which draws even more of their attention. Not only his personal strength, but also the overall strength of the sect cannot be underestimated. At the top of the mid-rank disciples, leading the Sword God sect, Gentle Sword Wentao. On the largest stage, Wu Qinkyu chuckled softly and said, Ha ha ha. It seems that the unstable position of the high rank over the past few thousand years will finally change today. The one who has managed to rise is not the demon scheming sect, but the Sword God sect. I just wonder who will fall here. Yan Mo slowly walked forward, then spoke casually. How should I say it? Of course, only the universal righteous sect, who told them they are always at the bottom. Wu Qinkyu said, Huh? Are you so sure about that? Yan Mo replied, Of course. It's always like this every time. This time, it will definitely be like that again. The top two positions of the high rank will absolutely belong to our two sects. If we don't secure the bottom, who else will? Suddenly, I heard Yulin's voice. I do not care about any sect's foundation, even if it is my own sect's foundation. It does not matter. I only hope that little brat can hurry up and come here to have a proper fight with me. That is my wish. It's really irritating to have an enemy who, by nature, doesn't engage in a decent battle. Yan Mo suddenly said, Kid, I suddenly want to spar with you for a few rounds. Yulin sneered and said, You are not worthy yet. Get out of the way, you dog. Yan Mo was extremely angry. Wu Qinkyu just smiled lightly, shaking his head as his younger brother made a fool of himself. At that moment, the adjudicating elder ascended the platform and said loudly, We welcome the two esteemed guests. Done. Long Kai Tang appeared on the stage, then slowly sat down. Exalted Hyran spoke. Start. The adjudicating elder shouted loudly, Disciples of mid-rank and low rank, step onto the stage. Firstly, the Sword God sect, Demon Soul sect, and Heavenly Circulation sect entered the center of the arena together. After that came the Mystical Heaven sect and Demon Scheming sect. Seeing Zhou Fan take the lead, not retreating to rest like last time, everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone understood the situation. The male lead was about to make a move. Yan Mo, Wu Qinkyu, and the others all became excited, especially Wu Qinkyu. He truly wanted to broaden his knowledge to see what kind of strength this kid, whom his monstrous junior brother considered to be the greatest opponent of his life, actually possessed. Wentao looked at Zhou Fan across from him, his eyes burning with the intent to fight, and said, Zhou Fan, I have heard your great name for a long time, and today, I have finally met you in person. But I wonder, are you as tough as the rumors say? Joe Fan lifted his chopping board-like face and replied, "Whether it's right or wrong, we'll find out after the fight." Wen Tao, after hearing this, was a bit stunned. Then he nodded and calmly said, "Then it's settled. I will take you." Han Yunfeng pondered for a long while before speaking. "Surely you have admired me for a long time. I am the eldest son of the Demon Soul sect." Zhou Fan suddenly interrupted, saying, "There are second Han, third Han. Aren't you the young Master Han?" Han Yunfeng awkwardly said, "I am Han Yunfeng," because our father was a bit strict in his upbringing. He did not give us names until we were 5 years old. He also determined our names based on our abilities. Only the strong can have a name. The other two are both titles, so I only have their names as Second Han and Third Han. "All right," Zhou Fan nodded and said, "Your father is truly heartless. No wonder he's the sect master of the demon sect." Han Yunfeng said calmly, "This time, at the Double Dragon Gathering, we originally wanted to test our skills against you, but after careful consideration, we must let it go. Knowing that it is impossible, yet still doing it is unwise, so although there is some regret, if you wish to challenge the Demon Soul sect, we will definitely not fight." Zhou Fan nodded slightly, thinking, this kid truly knows when to advance and when to retreat, is flexible, and is someone capable of great things. How is it that, being the child of the sect leader, there are some who aren't as clever as others? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Fan looked towards Renkong, just in time for him to speak with disdain. "What a fool! All of you have been deceived by him. He's only good at showing off his power." Zhou Fan, upon hearing this, only gave a light laugh and shook his head, as if dedicating a moment of silence for the fool Renkong. After that, Long Kai Tan was slightly startled when he saw Zhou Fan come out, but then they exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. They felt that Zhou Fan was too strong, but after watching the mid-rank competition, they realized the strength of the disciples from each sect is not weak. This is because if Zhou Fan had not taken action, it is likely that the demon scheming sect would not have had enough qualifications to challenge. Therefore, when Zhou Fan stepped onto the stage, they also agreed. Zhou Fan looked up at the two revered figures, seeing that they were also looking at him, then nodded. Knowing that the two Dragon Supremes had granted permission, the male protagonist was finally at ease. From this moment on, the restriction on him was lifted, and the gate was officially closed, releasing Zhou Fan. The adjudicating elder said in a loud voice, "In individual combat, low rank wins against Mystical Heaven sect, and in team combat, Demon Scheming sect wins. Based on the rules of the Double Dragon Manor, the Mystical Heaven sect can only challenge individuals. The Demon Scheming sect can only challenge team battles. May I ask, do both sides wish to challenge any of the three sects?" Elder Yun lowered his head and said, "Our Mystical Heaven sect has always followed the Heavenly Circulation sect, like the thunder of heaven striking wherever it is commanded. This time, I was fortunate enough to secure the top position in the low-rank individual battle. I only hope to hold this position with the limited manpower I have, keeping the gate secure and avoiding any sudden movements that might disturb the higher-ups. Therefore, our Mystical Heaven sect will absolutely not challenge." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone felt disgusted and cast contemptuous looks at him. How could Nin shamelessly say such things? Not much different from the hunting dogs of the Heavenly Circulation sect. Zhou Fan silently nodded, thinking, this Elder Yun is truly shameless. It really has the style of Lao Tzu from back then. He thought to himself, I don't think it's bad, either. Surely there was some admiration from the previous great battle. It was evident that he was not simple. Have patience, plan deeply before being sure of victory, then become an insignificant person. However, when the opportunity for transformation arises, he will absolutely not let it slip by. Therefore, although he now speaks such overly heated, shameful words, appearing to be a lackey of the Heavenly Circulation sect, in reality, he is the most dangerous hunting dog. Once its master suppresses it, it will turn around and bite without missing a single strike. The adjudicating elder turned to the side and asked, what about the demon scheming sect? Zhou Fan confidently waved his hand and shouted loudly, Do you still need to ask? Done, he said excitedly, loudly proclaiming, battle. As soon as the words ended, the disciples of the demon-scheming sect were filled with fervor. With their big brother backing them, they were confident enough to go and fight. The crowd in the stands kept shouting non-stop. It had been a long time since they had seen a low-rank challenge a mid-rank. Ren Kong, with a face full of anger, said, Kong Shan, Kong Lin. Focus on eliminating that arrogant little brat first for me. The adjudicating elder shouted loudly, the demon-scheming sect has decided to challenge. So let the cultivation barrier be opened. As soon as the words were spoken, two familiar figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They quickly formed hand seals, and waves of spatial fluctuations were emitted. And then, another vast space was opened up inside. The mountains were clear and beautiful, with tall peaks, dense forests, and the great expanse of heaven and earth with no visible end. In this place, even if celestial soldiers and thousands of horses were to fight, it would be no problem at all. The adjudicating elder spoke. The demon-scheming sect ranks at the top of the low rank, while the heavenly circulation sect ranks at the bottom of the mid-rank. The two sides will enter here to fight with 10 people. Please invite the disciples of the two sects to enter and engage in free combat. Immediately afterward, Zhou Fan led the most favored disciples and slowly advanced. Suddenly, Ren Kong laughed and said, Ha ha ha, this place is really big. You've never fought together before. I'm sure this is the first time you've seen it. However, don't take advantage of the vastness of this place to play hide-and-seek with us. How many times have we been here? I am more familiar with the terrain than you are. Zhou Fan sneered and said, These words should be spoken by me to you. It is fine if you hide. I will at most just take a little more time. I haven't played the cat and mouse game in a long time. Now I miss it. Ha. Ren Kong also smiled confidently and replied, Ha ha ha. Love is a cat, love is a mouse? Only then will it be known. The day of the challenge between low rank and mid rank finally arrived. Above the grandstand, the high rank experts were also very excited, especially Yi Lin. He was eager to test his skills against Zhou Fan. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Wen Tao immediately displayed a clear desire to fight with the male protagonist. As for Han Yunfeng, it was the opposite. He was certain that if Zhou Fan had a choice, he would not engage in battle and waste his life. Ren Kong still confidently believed that the demon-scheming sect did not have the courage to challenge them today. But life is not as dreamy as it seems, Zhou Fan declared. Serve it up hot and fresh. At that moment, a spatial gate opened inside. There was a vast battlefield where the children could freely engage in combat with one another. Before entering, Zhou Fan and Ren Kong had a very intense verbal sparring match with one another. During that verbal confrontation between the two, anyone who was aware of Zhou Fan's true strength looked at Ren Kong as a fool. He must be really sick of this life to choose such a terrifying death. Zhou Fan shook his head, not bothering to pay attention, and walked straight into the barrier. The group of Qi Changlong also sneered in disdain and followed him in. Ren Kong and his people also entered. At this moment, only the spatial gate illuminated the valley, allowing everyone to gossip. Zhou Fan appeared first on the mountain. Immediately after, the disciples of the demon-scheming sect arrived. Everyone looked around in awe and fear, for the concentration of spiritual energy in the valley was several dozen times denser than that of Double Dragon Manor. Cultivating here would undoubtedly lead to rapid progress. Zhou Fan thought to himself, Double Dragon Manor has such a great place. No wonder it's the #1 grand sect of the Western continent. The concentration of spiritual energy is incredibly rich. It is absolutely not a formation for gathering spiritual energy, but rather, there must be celestial and earth spirit stones emitting from this place. Could it be that while the disciples of the demon-scheming sect were still admiring the scenery around them, two streaks of light suddenly descended? Those two people were Kong Shan and Kong Lin? Kui Lang exclaimed in shock. How have they already arrived here? Steward Zhuo, be careful. As soon as they landed, they immediately charged toward Zhou Fan. The male protagonist merely regarded them coldly as an appetizer. But suddenly, the two of them were thrown backward. Kongshen shouted loudly, "Mountain Forest Illusion Technique, Mountain Self Technique." As soon as the words were spoken, a burst of green light erupted around him, carrying with it a powerful aura. Like a sky-high tidal wave, it surged forward. The two of them formed a seal together and then unleashed a palm strike toward the group of Chi Changlong. The members of the demon scheming sect were struck with immense fear. Then, he hurriedly counterattacked. The 6 Taoist priest's power from the void transformation realm pressed down on the two people, simultaneously like a mountain. At this moment, Konglin formed another seal and shouted loudly, "Lamb-like shadow technique, Lamb self technique." A faint light of green radiance flowed around the two individuals. A layer of illusory mist appeared on their foreheads. At this moment, the elders from the demon scheming sect attacked, but something strange occurred. The force struck, yet it did nothing to the leaf-shaped shield. It only stirred a slight ripple, then immediately absorbed the 6 Taoist forces. The illusory image jerked backward, and the 6 Taoist forces were shot back in reverse. On Monday, Kui Lang exclaimed in shock, "What? That green shield can block all of our attack power?" At that moment, another force was also dispatched, continuing with 7 streams of powerful energy attacking the 6 people. They were caught off guard and immediately beaten to pieces. The 6 people truly could not believe that this was the truth. To Void Transformation Realm Cultivators, were actually able to defeat 6 Void Transformation Realm Cultivators. Moreover, they had only used a single move. The 6 people were immediately defeated. Not just them, the spectators were also utterly amazed. The joint attack formation of these two was truly formidable, able to take on 2 opponents with 6 and still maintain the upper hand. Those from the Sword God sect and the Demon Soul sect who have fought against them are the ones who truly understand how terrifying it is when these two join forces. Absolutely, not just any Void Transformation Realm expert can be compared to this. Don't say it's 2 against 6, even if it's 2 against 10, they could still manage it. Wen Tao spoke. The illusory image of the forest mountain, deciding between illusion and reality, combines both rigidity and softness in harmony, as if leaving the mountain, filling the sea, and ruling over all with unquestionable dominance. The softness, however, is like the forest sea, rising with the wind, almost impossible to break. When these two unite, they become a formidable force. Previously, when facing off against these two, we fought for a long time before finally defeating Zi Xiaofeng. How long do you think your old friends will need to defeat them? Zi Xiaofeng murmured, "This Zhou Fan is a monster with extraordinary innate talent, progressing at an astonishing rate. I haven't seen him in several years. At present, I am not entirely sure how strong he has become." Han Yunfeng said, "At most, it will only be 1 minute." Wen Tao paused for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Oh brother, so you finally decided to share, huh?" Han Yunfeng casually said that it couldn't be considered top-secret information. Zhou Fan and the 2 others gathered at Lam Thanson. "We have all fought each other before. Although both sides lost, we still clearly know the strength of each side, Kongshan and Konglin. When they fought with us, at the very least used 90% of their power. Zhou Fan had once made a move against my 2nd Han and 3rd Han, each time casually striking just 1 blow, without revealing the true extent of his power. If Kongshan and Konglin are like a deep, serene pond, then Zhou Fan is a vast, boundless sea, unfathomable and unpredictable. Among our disciples, I can hardly imagine anyone who could force him to use his full strength to deal with them." Wen Tao said that, "Then I must take a close look." Thus, if I am not mistaken, the attack by Kongshan and Konglin on the other 6 was a deception. In reality, to target this profound and inscrutable senior on the battlefield, the 6 members of the demon scheming sect were beaten like dogs, and there has been no movement from them since. Indeed, the 6 people were blasted out of Kongshan. Konglin did not chase after them, but instead turned around to strike toward Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan calmly thought, "So that's how it is. Because I want to focus on dealing with lousy and don't want to be disturbed by others. I have already cleaned up the battlefield in advance. Haha. Seng Shen shouted loudly, the illusory image of the mountains and forests. The mountains will decide the mountain, as heavy as Mount Tai rises. Kong Lin shouted, mountain forest illusion technique, forest self technique, forest sea. Overturn the heavens. Immediately afterward, a figure of earth shot up from beneath the ground, surrounding it. A layer of green shield still enveloped it. Immediately afterward, it transformed into the shape of an ox, which looked quite powerful. Wentao nodded and said, these two are dealing with Zhou Fan very carefully, using a completely different approach compared to how they dealt with the other 6. Han Yunfeng nodded in agreement and said, that's right. When dealing with the 6 Void Transformation Realm experts, Kong Shen used the powerful Kai technique and struck with a single palm, sending all 6 flying. Kong Lin uses the power accumulation technique, drawing on the strength of others to use it for himself. The 6 people unleashed 6 palm strikes, all of which were absorbed by the Yinmu Kai force and then shot back at them, causing the 6 individuals to be sent flying. Not only was it the powerful force from Kong Shen, but also the combined palm strikes of all 6 people. At this moment, they switched to a new method of coordination. Kong Shen became even more aggressive, like the shifting of the heavens and the earth. Kong Lin used the soft and subtle force of Kai, no longer gathering strength for a recoil shot. If Zhou Fan prefers to take it head-on, the force will be drawn back, having no effect whatsoever. This formation's combined attack and defense is a perfect balance of firmness and flexibility, both offensive and defensive, making one unable to help but admire it. Wentao chuckled softly and said, the combined attack formation is truly quite troublesome. However, do you know why they changed their method of cooperation? Han Yunfeng replied, because I am afraid, after all, gathering energy is still dangerous. A single punch from Zhou Fan, even though they haven't seen it yet. But it has been rumored that if that force is too strong, Kong Lin will be unable to withstand it. Gathering strength is essentially suicide, concentrating the power into one spot, and delivering it all at once to one's own body. The result is a complete disintegration of the body, which is why, for safety reasons, he chose to redirect his force. Kong Lin Wentao nodded and said, that's right, if we give our all. No matter how exquisite their techniques are, they are nothing in the face of absolute power. Now we have to see how much power Zhou Fan's punch has after Kong Lin redirected the force. I wonder if it can still deal with Kong Shen. Oh, by the way, have you all seen that punch of Zhou Fan's? What is it like? Han Yunfeng replied, you can tell by looking yourself. Wentao sighed narrowly, then shrugged and continued observing. At this moment, the 2 individuals, Kong Shen and Kong Lin, had come close to Zhou Fan. The mighty, skillful force of the golden-hued tiger was about to strike the male protagonist, Zhou Fan, but he still showed no reaction, standing there calmly, watching. Everyone couldn't help but shiver as Zhou Fan thought, could it be that the dark horse of legend would be killed so easily? The 2, Kong Shen and Kong Lin, sneered coldly in their hearts, secretly thinking, just as the young master predicted, this brat is indeed only good at showing off. You don't have any real abilities. We have fought our way almost to this point. He is about to take his life. Yet, he did not show any signs of movement. Then it can only be proven that he was either too scared or simply couldn't react in time. Not the peerless expert described in the legends. But just as the growing force was about to reach Zhou Fan's toes, it was crushed by a mysterious source of power. That was the divine eye of the void, 4th 100-meter domain, Space Crusher. Zhou Fan stood there, calmly smiling strangely, and this moment had finally arrived. Closed the door. Release Zhou Fan. The 2, named Kong Shen and Kong Lin, were visibly terrified. They stared wide-eyed ahead. But suddenly, a stream of fresh blood flew toward them from somewhere. Whose blood could it be? The 2 men, Kong Shen and Kong Lin, clasped their arms and screamed in indescribable pain. It turns out that their 2 hands had been shattered by Zhou Fan's masterful strike. The two of them didn't even have time to react before being added to the ranks of the disabled. The two leaders of Double Dragon Manor witnessed the scene and couldn't help but be horrified, their eyes wide with shock. The technique was too fast, decisive, and efficient, without any unnecessary display or extravagance. As for Wen Tao and the others, there is no need to mention. Their eyes shrank as soon as they were touched. Old Wen Tao seemed like a lost soul, saying, Hey, what is that? Is that still martial arts? Or is that some kind of magic from who knows where? How strange. Over here, Zhou Fan silently began to approach his prey. Zhou Fan's gaze once again flickered with a golden hue. In the blink of an eye, he stepped on the gas, propelling himself forward at full speed. The two guys saw the male protagonist rushing toward them and immediately shouted, Run, run away. With no other choice, Kong Lin had to shout loudly. The illusion of the mountain forest, the decision of the forest itself determines the path. Immediately after, a layer of green shield appeared around him. But just as he finished forming the hand seal, the Zhou Fan monster lunged forward, delivering a punch that pierced through Kong Lin's body. The male protagonist then let out an evil laugh. It's exactly like the first time doing something like this. Kong Lin was deeply shocked when he witnessed the scene. He hadn't even had a chance to react. Even the protective shield was useless. Immediately after that, Kong Lin's entire body trembled repeatedly, and his eyes were filled with intense fear. Zhou Fan laughed even more wickedly. His eyes filled with pleasure, and the young man laughed loudly. Ha ha, I can feel the spine of this yuan. Immediately after, Zhou Fan decisively swung his hand, and in an instant, Kong Lin transformed into a pool of blood that splattered everywhere, leaving only a dazed fool behind. On the stands, an excited gaze was watching the match. Yulin eagerly said, That's right, that is my opponent. Zhou Fan had now completely entered a state of madness. The young man's gaze was filled with murderous intent, and a bright smile was always on his lips. Kong Shen was utterly shocked upon witnessing the scene. His entire body trembled violently, and he muttered in disbelief. The monster, immediately after that, Kong Lin turned around and ran away. He shouted, Crazy. This guy is crazy. Save me. But life is not like a dream. In Zhou Fan's eyes, it shone brightly. A golden circle of light burst forth in an instant, and the male Li was already standing in front of Kong Shan, causing him to nearly wet himself in fear. Kong Shan was cornered, and he shouted loudly, Mountain Forest Illusionary Decision. The mountain's will is as heavy as Manhwa. Immediately afterward, he collapsed, and a pile of earth surged up from below, blocking in front of him. But these few clawing moves were nothing more than child's play to Zhou Fan. The young man gripped the piercing killing arm tightly, his face filled with great excitement as he charged forward. Immediately after, Zhou Fan transformed into One Punch Man, the young man who wielded the second technique of the Demon Slaughter 3 Absolutes. The Ghost Dragon Claw delivered a punch that struck down from the sky. The force instantly crushed the dry earth that Kong Shan had summoned. The source of power then directly struck Kong Shan. One could only see the surrounding area shatter from Zhou Fan's punch. As for Kong Shan, he must have already transmigrated into a capacitor by now. His body was shattered into pieces, flying carefree up into the blue sky. Everyone who witnessed that scene was stunned, their eyes wide with amazement. Many people, this is the first time they have seen Zhou Fan make a move, and they absolutely did not expect that the legendary monster would be so powerful and ruthless. The performance of the two individuals, Kong Shan and Kong Lin, in the previous mid-rank battle was very impressive. They are qualified to stand on par with the elite of the high rank. Yet, when facing Zhou Fan, they couldn't withstand a single strike. This left everyone horrified. Zi Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile bitterly, letting out a sigh as he said, This little brat. Every time they meet again, it always gives people the feeling that he has undergone a complete transformation, becoming stronger and more perverse than before. I have suffered for many years, continuously enduring hardships and practicing cultivation without rest. Now that you're going to fight, you can only accept death. Wen Tao unexpectedly said, See Xiaofeng. Let me ask you something. What did your old friend eat to become so strong so quickly? Is he really human? Han Yun, wait a minute. Did you just say he has to deal with those two within a minute? Why is that, with one breath, I struck so hard that there was no trace of vitality left? Han Yunfeng sighed and said, if you ask me, then who else should I ask? I already told you he's unfathomable. That punch earlier, I'm afraid it didn't even faze him in the slightest. It's really hard to imagine the limits of his strength. A monster like this, how could it possibly be free to participate in the double dragon manner? Would it even leave anyone else alive? Wentao continuously nodded, silently agreeing. Then, his mouth turned bitter, and he said, the thing I previously thought about dealing with the demon scheming sect. I had prepared quite a lot for it. Now stop running your mouth. What else is there to compete about? Are you going in there just to get beaten up? He was troubled. But there was someone even more frustrated, more than 10 times over. The elder leading the heavenly circulation sect was terrified, feeling utterly helpless, thinking, anyone who enters this barrier will be transmitted into that valley in order. Young Master Ren Kong had instructed Kong Shan and Kong Lin to deal with Zhou Fan immediately. So as soon as they arrived, the two of them attacked the members of the demon scheming sect. However, after the fight, damn it, young Master Ren Kong still hadn't arrived. If the young master does not know the terror of the opponent, when he lands and ends up with his neck exposed in front of that monster, isn't he asking for death? It seems that the rumors are not exaggerated at all, but clearly they are still lacking. Damn it, this brat is even more terrifying than what the rumors say. Wu Qinkyu took a deep breath, then sighed and said, indeed. Hearing about it is not as good as witnessing it in person. This guy, Zhou Fan, is truly not ordinary. The strength of those two, even if they ascended to the supreme sect, we wouldn't be certain that many of us could easily defeat them. But Yan Mo recalled the painful experiences from before, sighed, and said, forget it. Only now do you realize? That brat is truly a wicked and strange person. You two definitely wouldn't want to meet him. At least, he hasn't revealed his true self anywhere yet. Wu Qinkyu exclaimed in shock. What the heck, the soul? He's in the radiant soul realm. Does he already have a soul? What the hell is going on? Yanmo replied, nonsense. Without a soul, how dare he challenge the void transformation realm? Wu Qinkyu said with a serious expression. I believe he has a magical artifact protecting his primordial spirit, and relies on his incredibly strong body to engage in close combat to achieve victory. At least, until now, he has always been like this. But if he has a divine soul, oh my god. Huh? Yanmo sighed and continued speaking. Listen here, he not only has a soul, but his soul is definitely not of an ordinary kind. Wu Qinkyu was stunned and said, huh? How do you know? Did you meet him? Yanmo shook his head and sighed, saying, all right, how should one describe this? Saying we've met is true, but saying we haven't met is also true. At that time, he only revealed half of his divine soul, but only half of that divine soul almost took my life, if not for the fact that he was still concerned about the girl he held in his arms. I'm afraid this life of mine is already doomed. Wu Qinkyu was horrified. What did you just say? You fought him before. Isn't he still no match for him? Damn it. Done. The young man thought he understood Yanmo's strength very well. Although it was slightly inferior to his own, it was not significantly weaker. He is one of the strongest characters on the Western continent. Even though I am called the #1 genius, it is still very difficult for the Western continent to defeat Yanmo. But taking his life is an even greater challenge. But a master like that almost got killed by that little brat. That would be considered lucky, because that brat didn't use his full strength to kill. What level of strength does the brat Zhou Fan have, I wonder? Then he looked toward Yulin and said, Junior brother, the opponent you've chosen is indeed very formidable. Yulin excitedly said, of course. How could you possibly be worthy of being my opponent? I said it long ago. Except for me, none of you are worthy opponents to him. Because we are the ones destined by heaven. Ha ha. Kong Lin shifted the scene to the midst of the battle after dealing with the two brats. Zhou Fan calmly looked around. Suddenly, two streaks of green light appeared in the grass, wriggling like worms. These were the souls of Kong Lin and Kong Shan. After that, a golden ring shimmered in his right pupil. Zhou Fan vanished, then instantly reappeared right in front of the two men. And then, surprise, surprise, the two dogs playing hide and seek are quite fun. Zhou Fan smiled warmly, gazing at the souls of the two children. Zhou Fan grabbed the necks of the two souls, then returned to his original spot, laughing sinisterly as he said, "Run. Go ahead and run some more. Do you think I can't see through it? Your bodies were just destroyed. And you used the blood and bones to hide in the grass, didn't you? Kong Lin, I can understand, but Kong Shan, you're just too foolish. Instead of avoiding the obvious traps, you chose to hide under a bird's nest. Do you want to be reborn as a bird or a chicken in your next life?" The young man clapped twice, and once the soul was done, he chuckled and said, "You bastards. Why don't you fight with anyone else?" Upon arrival, he immediately chose Steward Zhuo, if he's that stupid. Even the elders can't handle him, haha. To people, Kong Shan and Kong Lin felt very embarrassed. But right after that, not knowing where the courage came from, he yelled loudly, "You dare to destroy our bodies. Do you still dare to kill us? We are disciples of the Heavenly Circulation Sect, the sect that stands at the top of the three national guardian sects of the Tianyu Empire." Zhou Fan punched the faces of the two guys. Immediately after that, the boy grabbed the collars of the two guys, then spun them around like tops. He sneered while turning around and said, "Being at the top of this bunch of idiots, waiting for us to kick you down. Then, we will be the true sect at the top. Ha 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 ha." At that moment, several beams of light flashed. Ren Kong and his group had finally arrived. Seeing all the people from the demon scheming sect gathered in one place, laughing and talking as if they were in a trance, no corrections needed. The sentence is already correctly spelled and appropriately written. Ren Kong looked around in all directions, then fully said, "Kong Shen, Kong Lin, where are they? Could it be that they were teleported elsewhere?" Then he thought, "I told you to strike immediately upon arrival and deal with Zhou Fan, so they wouldn't have time to react. But now it has spread somewhere and disappeared. Truly a wasted opportunity." Then Ren Kong stepped forward and spoke. "Hey, where are those dogs from the demon scheming sect, Kong Shan and Kong Lin?" Zhou Fan turned to say, "Ha ha ha. It feels really strange, doesn't it? Are you surprised that we are still alive? Do you still think they will attack me as soon as we arrive here?" Ren Kong was astonished, wondering how he knew what was on his mind. But understanding his thoughts, Zhou Fan took out the two divine souls, Kong Shan and Kong Lin, then laughed with great delight and said, "Because they just finished it. But unfortunately, they are a bit weak, so they have been defeated 7 times. Haha." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Fan immediately crushed the souls of the two. In an instant, the mountain peak of Kong Lin was obliterated. The male protagonist's face was incredibly satisfying. Ren Kong was extremely fearful, thinking that the two great masters, Kong Shan and Kong Lin, had actually died at the hands of the enemy in just an instant. Before they could even see the person make a move, they were crushed to death with a single hand as soon as they entered. How long had it even been, although they didn't see how that Zhou Fan person made his move? But one thing is clear, the rumor is not false. This name is indeed a monster, not easy to provoke. Unfortunately, it is all too late, for now Zhou Fan is looking at him with a covetous gaze, even displaying a strange, cold, and eerie smile. Ren Kong was horrified as he thought, "I can't believe this." Now, even if Zhou Fan does not take action, the other party has 6 Void Transformation Realm experts by their side, and apart from me, they are all Void Transformation Realm. Only the Radiant Soul Realm remains. All are ordinary disciples. They can't be stronger than this. For others, it's basically just about taking a beating. Zhou Fan said disdainfully, "From today onwards, I will not forgive anyone who dares to betray me. The position of the sect at the top of the 3 sects protecting the Tianyu Empire will change. Young Master Nam, now do you know who the cat is and who the mouse are? Renkong gritted his teeth, but had to suppress the anger in his heart, not daring to speak it out. He thought bitterly, this little brat is clearly insulting me. Zhou Fan saw through his thoughts. The young man smiled and shook his head, saying, that's right, Lousy is indeed insulting that person, this little dog. But heaven has the virtue of cherishing life, so Lousy will give you a chance for a fair battle. Here, after 3 hours, the barrier will open once again. At that time, regardless of victory or defeat, the battle will come to an end. Before this, didn't you say that you were all very familiar with this place? Then be obedient and act like a rat run away in fear of death to save your life. If within 3 watches we catch you, then catching mice will be our duty. Ha 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 ha. Hearing these words, the people from the demon scheming sect all looked at each other, then laughed eerily, clearly thinking that Steward Zhuo was trying to tease them. Look, Steward Zhuo is really no different from that Yimo guy. Both have the same childish temperament. Wentao shook his head and laughed, saying, great, it seems that the temperament of those demonic cultivators is always like this. They all enjoy torturing others. Does this mean that your entire sect should be wiped out then? All right, haha. Han Yunfeng said, this is called absolute strength. If 2 people of equal strength fight each other, both putting in their full effort, then who could possibly torture whom? Wentao nodded, sighed, and said, that's right. Only an enormous strength on the calendar could lead to something like this. Perhaps this little brat Zhou Fan wants everyone to know just how powerful he is. Don't be foolish enough to provoke them. Han Yunfeng teased, saying, so, do you still want to block his path? Wentao resolutely said, facing a powerful opponent like this, whether winning or losing, at the very least, we should have a battle. Han Yunfeng trembled upon hearing this, his expression suddenly dull, and he thought to himself, knowing that it was impossible yet still doing so was unwise. From the perspective of the sect's interests, fighting against an opponent you know you have no chance of defeating, retreating, and conceding is the best course of action. But being a cultivator is inherently about defying the heavens, overcoming difficulties, and advancing, knowing full well that it cannot be done. One must still try to do it. But I have been too focused on the overall situation of the sect, and over time, I have forgotten this point, forgotten the core of a cultivator. If you've come this far, but are still afraid of a strong opponent, then where can your cultivation path possibly lead in the future? Then, Han Yunfeng's eyes stared fixedly at Zhou Fan. He suddenly sighed and said, I have missed it. Wentao glanced at him again, then nodded happily, thinking to himself, this is more like it. This is the young master of the demon sect. When the scene shifted to the battlefield, the Golden Fragrance Contest's 8th round officially began. Kui Lang and his group grinned wickedly, standing and watching as Renkong and his group ran for their lives. Has this young master ever had to endure such extreme humiliation? Has he ever been mocked like a dog like this? However, in the face of survival and dignity, Renkong could only grit his teeth and choose survival. He immediately turned around, pulling his legs to run. Behind him were continuous mocking laughs. As for the disciples of the Heavenly Action sect, seeing the eldest young master flee, they had no other thoughts. Naturally, they had to flee as well. Zhou Fan shouted, I will count from 1 to 10.1. 10. Hit it, brothers. Renkong dragged his companions, running for their lives, cursing the enemy as he ran. Damn cheater. Who plays dirty like that? Zhou Fan grinned eerily and said, take your time and enjoy yourselves. Everyone glanced at one another. Everyone understood the meaning implicitly and nodded. Then, he let out a strange laugh, and everything disappeared. Zhou Fan let out a faint smile. Then, with a shake of his body, he disappeared. Since then, this small mountain valley became quiet again. Everyone scattered in all directions, starting the game of cat and mouse. The 2 elders guarding the door lightly closed their eyes, using the formation to monitor the various locations within the valley, in order to witness the scene of the door closing and the demon scheming sect, pursuing the heavenly journey sect. Wentao shook his head and chuckled, saying, nice. It seems that the temperaments of those cultivating the devil path are all like this. They all like to torture people. This isn't the heavenly circulation sect. It's the pig sect now. Haha. Han Yunfeng said, this is called absolute strength. If two people with equivalent strength fight each other, both using their full power to counter the other, who could possibly torment whom? Wen Tao nodded, sighed, and said, that's right. Only with an extraordinary amount of power in history could such a thing happen. Perhaps this little brat, Zhou Fan, wants to let everyone know just how strong they are. Don't be foolish enough to provoke them. Han Yunfeng teased, saying, so, do you still want to stop him? Wen Tao firmly said, in the face of a powerful opponent like this, whether we win or lose, at the very least, we should have a fight. Han Yunfeng trembled upon hearing this, his face suddenly becoming sluggish and darkened. He knew that doing something he was fully aware he could not do was unwise. From the perspective of the sect's interests, battling an opponent with no chance of winning, it is wiser to concede and retreat. But being a cultivator is to go against the heavens, to overcome difficulties and advance. Knowing that it cannot be done, one must still do it. But I have been too focused on the overall situation of the sect that, over time, I have forgotten this point forgotten in the core of a cultivator. Having come this far and still being afraid of a strong opponent, where else can the path of cultivation lead? Then, Han Yunfeng's eyes stared fixedly at Zhou Fan. He suddenly sighed and said, I have missed it. The scene shifts to the TV screen, showing the battle inside. This is no longer a skirmish but a massacre, with the demon scheming sect slaughtering the members of the Eater sect. Then, the group of Kui Lang continues to chase them down, striking ruthlessly at the people of the Eater sect. Everyone is tortured, both physically and mentally, until death. Seeing the situation, the onlookers all sighed. The two leaders of Double Dragon Manor also felt that it was pointless and dull. I really don't know how the Heavenly Circulation sect acted so recklessly. To offend the demon scheming sect, only to be met with such brutal revenge afterward. But there is one strange thing, which is that since the beginning of the cat and mouse game, Zhou Fan has not been seen at all. In the middle of a dense forest, Zhou Fan appeared. The young man looked around in all directions, then gently nodded and said, HMM. Very good, this place must be the blind spot of the formation. Saying that, Zhou Fan took out a glowing crystal. This was the sacred stone that the male protagonist had once used to set up the formation. In his hand, a green aura swirled, slowly crawling up the sacred stone. The sacred stone gradually dissipated, becoming smaller and smaller. Zhou Fan focused his gaze in the direction where the black mist was coming from, then said joyfully, that way. Having said that, Zhou Fan disappeared once again. Yes, just like that. Zhou Fan continuously avoided the surveillance formation of Double Dragon Manor, relying on the sacred stone to guide him to a towering, unyielding mountain. The concentration of spiritual energy here was extremely dense. Zhou Fan said joyfully, at last, we have succeeded. Indeed, this is the sacred spirit mines of the Western continent. But in reality, since Zhou Fan entered this place, he had suspected that this could be the sacred spirit mines of the Western continent. However, the male protagonist, of course, can see through it. All the corners have been arranged with surveillance arrays by Double Dragon Manor to openly probe the sacred spirit mines. Aren't they simply courting death? Therefore, Zhou Fan created the game of cat and mouse, allowing the demon scheming sect to massacre the Heavenly Circulation sect, in order to divert everyone's attention, to ensure that Zhou Fan would have no more distractions and come to this place. Therefore, that is why Zhou Fan had previously instructed the disciples of the demon scheming sect to take their time and play slowly, extending the time for the male protagonist. But now, Zhou Fan has found this place. That suspicion has also been clarified. Zhou Fan pondered and heard Zi Wuyu say, the sacred spirit mines in Nanzhou can only be partially mined. A large amount of spirit ore is controlled by a powerful formation, most likely created by a master from the holy domain. But aside from my own misfortune of being framed and reincarnating into this mortal realm, what expert would willingly descend to this place? And furthermore, the The passage between the holy realm and the mortal realm is tightly sealed. Even saints find it extremely difficult to open, let alone others. Thus, the answer has become quite vivid. This matter must be related to the 5 great sacred beasts from back then. Kempeng allowed himself to search for the whereabouts of the other sacred beasts. Still keeping the little third wheel by your side as a hostage? This is definitely a clue. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Fan looked to both sides and laughed, saying, "Indeed, worthy of being the sacred spirit mines within a mere 5-meter radius. There are dozens of surveillance formations, and the method of arranging these formations is extremely mysterious. But unfortunately, you have encountered Lao Tzu when it comes to arranging formations. Lao Tzu could be considered your ancestor as well. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. The pupils of Zhou Fan suddenly rose with a golden glow. Immediately after that, he disappeared, and the young man transformed into a wisp of aura, weaving and dodging, avoiding the surveillance arrays in the area. Just like that, the young man had successfully broken through countless barriers without even realizing it. After a while, the male protagonist appeared at a cave. From afar, looking at the entrance, over 100,000 surveillance formations showed no signs of disturbance at all. And only then did Zhou Fan let out a long sigh. Looked around for a while. Zhou Fan saw that the wall was covered with glowing gemstones, emitting a white light that illuminated the entire passage. The spiritual energy in this cave was truly dense, making one feel as if it were boiling. Zhou Fan thought for a moment, that's correct. This is the entrance to the sacred spirit mines. And these crystals are the sacred stones condensed within the ore veins. As long as it is the sacred spirit mines, it must be formed right above the self-created great formation. Only then can it condense such a high concentration of spiritual essence. Therefore, in the sacred mine, aside from the sacred formation, no other formations are suitable for deployment, because they will inevitably be disturbed by the forces of nature. As a result, Zhou Fan was not concerned that there would be any surveillance formations here, or it is another defensive formation, unless they truly have the ability to set up a holy formation. Zhou Fan no longer had any hesitation. The young man walked in with confidence, his eyes filled with curiosity. The protagonist really wants to watch which god or deity is capable of setting up the protective formation for these sacred spirit mines. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly a faint, piercing chant echoed through the air. Zhou Fan immediately halted his steps, wondering what had happened. What was that noise just now? At that moment, Zhou Fan took careful steps, inch by inch. The soft chanting in his ear grew louder and louder. Suddenly, in front of Zhou Fan was a dead end. The protagonist was still dazed as a sword, 7 feet long, appeared before him. Pure as white jade, it radiates a brilliant glow, silently floating in midair. The sword's body occasionally trembles slightly, emitting a melodious hum. The holy stones in all directions were still continuously emitting a rolling aura, all converging toward the holy sword. Like a newborn baby absorbing nourishment from its mother, holy swords are continuously absorbing spiritual energy from the sacred stones. They emit soft, satisfied sounds. Ecstatic, Zhou Fan exclaimed in shock, "Is that the divine sword? And it's the 6th great holy weapon, the strongest in the entire sacred realm." That's correct. Spirit weapons are divided into 12 grades. Above that are the sacred weapons, which are types of weapons of extraordinary power that only those who have transcended the mortal realm can unleash at their full might. And furthermore, because a large amount of holy stones is required for the refining process, and the refining technique is extremely complicated, even in the holy realm. This is something exceedingly rare. At least, before Zhou Fan became the leader of the 8 desolations, he had barely managed to obtain a divine sword of the 3. But as of today, Zhou Fan never expected that, in this humble mortal realm, the legendary 6th great holy weapons, the most powerful of all, would appear. Right now, Zhou Fan has quite a few holy stones, but not a single piece of the holy sword. Now that we have met, it is quite possible to let go. Zhou Fan grinned wickedly, casually stepping towards the holy swords, then joyfully said, "Ha ha ha ha! I know that the holy swords possess spiritual awareness. You must be able to understand my words. Look here, this place is damp and dark, never seeing sunlight all year round. Don't you get bored staying here? Do you want me to take you out and have some fun? The holy sword understood Zhou Fan's intention. It then trembled and emitted a sharp light. Zhou Fan was startled and quickly stepped back, saying, Wait a moment. I mean no harm. I don't want to claim you as my own. I know that holy swords require holy stones for nourishment to replenish their energy. We have a lot of holy stones here. Follow me outside, and you will not only be able to soar freely to the farthest horizons. The knowledge of the mortal world is prosperous, where one can still enjoy delicious food, drink to their heart's content, and live a life of abundant nourishment. I will not treat you unfairly. How much better is it here? Zhou Fan pulled out a large number of sacred stones, then sneered, continuing, See, I wasn't wrong, was I? You enter my space ring, and you can still replenish your energy. The only difference is that you can freely move your body. Not sure how many times this place is better. Would you like to take a look inside my space ring? If you're not satisfied, that's fine. You can still continue being the holy sword of yours. I can't do anything to you, either. After speaking, the young man began to point the ring forward. The holy sword hesitated slightly, its body trembling intermittently. Zhou Fan, seeing a glimmer of hope, became excited and thought, Mom, I'm about to acquire the ultimate holy swords. It looks like this trip to the Double Dragon Manor won't be a loss after all. Even though it was not because of the task assigned by Ziwu Yu, nor was it entrusted by Kunpeng. If I had known that holy swords were hidden here, I would have come a long time ago. But when Zhou Fan saw that the grand plan to deceive the holy swords was about to succeed, the spirit realm suddenly ignited with a green flame. At the same time, a faint flame appeared on Zhou Fan's forehead, and several bolts of purple lightning pierced through the male protagonist's body. The right arm suddenly emitted a deep red light. Zhou Fan was terrified, thinking, What is going on? Suddenly, a cold and sharp aura appeared, enveloping the entire mountain cave. Zhou Fan was terrified as he gazed at the holy sword, thinking, What happened? Everything was peaceful just a moment ago. So why has this sword suddenly turned hostile and shown such intense enmity? Immediately after, holy swords gently swung, sending a stream of sword energy toward Nanjung. Zhou Fan was so surprised that he raised the sky-piercing killing arm to block it. But, the sky-piercing killing arm was slashed and began to spurt out blood. Zhou Fan was horrified, thinking, Damn it, the sky-piercing killing arm is injured? How is this possible? Zhou Fan's face was filled with immense horror as he thought to himself, It was just a mere sword chi, yet it could cut through the body of a sacred beast. What kind of divine being could have forged the sixth-grade holy weapon to be so monstrously powerful? But without giving Zhou Fan any time to think further, the holy sword immediately shot in the southern direction. Zhou Fan was extremely panic-stricken. This is the first time in many years that the young man was scared to the point where his entire body broke out in a cold sweat. Then he thought, This sword, even though it is only sword chi, is already so domineering. The body of the divine beast was cut down like mud, unable to resist at all. Now, if it charges at me again, won't it be easy to chop me into pieces? But if I can't defeat it, I can still avoid it. Thinking is doing, the pupil immediately brightened. Zhou Fan then vanished. Then, it appeared 100 feet away from its previous position, the Longsword. Unable to see Zhou Fan, circled around in place, confused about what was happening. As soon as Zhou Fan materialized, the sword field sensed it. Zhou Fan exclaimed in horror, Damn it, I'm doomed. Immediately after that, Zhou Fan did not dare to be dismissive, not daring to run out of the cave for fear of being detected by the surveillance formations. The male lead could only continuously shift his position within the small underground chamber. However, this is not a long-term solution, because the longer it goes on, the more Zhou Fan depletes his primordial energy, and at some point, it will be exhausted. As for the holy swords, they are located in the sacred spirit mines, where they are constantly replenished with energy. Certainly, more persistent. Then Joe Fan, feeling vexed, thought, if there is no path, then I will create one myself. After thinking for a moment, two beams of light appeared in Joe Fan's pupils, and he shouted loudly, Divine Eye of the Void, Second Eye Void Annihilation. Boom, 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 boom. A rumbling sound rang out, tearing through the air and shooting toward the wall, but suddenly, it was shot back in reverse. It only caused the entire mountain range to continuously tremble. Joe Fan was shocked and thought, this is just the sacred spirit mines. Could it be that the power of the void-breaking technique cannot penetrate the sacred spirit mines? But before Joe Fan could catch his breath, the holy sword charged toward him again. Joe Fan became even more panicked, thinking, this is bad. The holy swords are almost here, and the divine power from the space-breaking strike hasn't dissipated yet, so there's no time to change my position or appearance. Then, it will be impossible to avoid that sword strike. The only solution is to use the void break technique. It hasn't dissipated yet. The Longsword strikes, but how could that be possible? No matter how powerful the breaking god's might is, it is still inferior to the divine strength of the sky-piercing killing arm. The sky-piercing killing arm was also struck by the sword energy, not missing a single blow. Break! How could it be possible to stop that sword formation from attacking? But because the holy swords were closing in, Joe Fan could only grit his teeth and take the risk. Just considered almost unstoppable, but still worth a try. Then, the male protagonist chatted loudly, Divine Eye of the Void, Second Eye Void Annihilation. From the pupil of Joe Fan's right eye, an invisible shockwave shot out, heading straight for the sword. The sound of clashing resonated, and the holy sword was struck by the blow, spinning wildly in the air. After that, it was inserted into the wall filled with sacred stones. Joe Fan was extremely surprised and said, Huh, isn't this rain? The sky-piercing killing arm is much stronger than breaking through the air. How could the sky-piercing killing arm not withstand it? And yet this holy sword was shattered, not even knocked away. Truly absurd. Suddenly, the holy sword twisted and broke free from the rock face. It was once again as majestic and imposing as before, aggressively charging toward Joe Fan. Since he already had his trump card, the male protagonist used void breaking without hesitation. With a loud bang, it was the same as before. The holy sword was sent flying again, but this time the body of the sword was shaken, as if it had been struck with enough force to be dazed. Joe Fan furrowed his brow, filled with wondering why the powerful and violent piercing killing arm had no effect on this creature. The power of break is not small, yet it can be easily shattered. Could it be that it is naturally incompatible? Damn it, if break can't suppress it, then what about the other divine abilities of the Divine Eye of the Void? At this moment, the holy sword charged forward once again. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. However, Joe Fan no longer had his mouth agape in shock. Instead, his face resembled that of an old fox quietly waiting for its prey to fall into the trap. Wait for those holy swords to fly over, only 100 meters away. The pupil must be Joe Fan for the 4 rays of light to appear. The young man shouted loudly, Divine Eye of the Void, 4th Eye 100-meter domain, Space Crusher. Immediately, the entire mountain cave trembled. The sacred stones around continuously fell to the ground. But it was just a shock. Its power was not as it was before, and it was clear that the intensity of the sacred spirit mines was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the holy sword was also constantly shaking, motionless and stagnant in one place. The entire sword trembled, not a trace of strength left to pursue Joe Fan. Joe Fan was pleased as he thought, indeed, the divine power of the Divine Eye of the Void can completely counter this holy sword. Immediately after that, the male protagonist shouted loudly, Divine Eye of the Void, 3rd Eye Illusion, Mirage World. All the surrounding it immediately stopped. The holy sword was shaken invisibly, enveloping it. Like a compass without a direction. Only spin around on both sides. It feels like it's on drugs. Joe Fan's expression darkened with intent as he said, HMPH. You no longer want to work for me, yet you want to kill me. In that case, A sword spirit like you is of no use to me. Then he thought, holy swords have sentience. This holy sword has a sword spirit, and to control it, I must control its sentience. But this sword and I are not compatible. To be completely accepted as its master, one can only insult the spirit sword and disobey its commands. Therefore, it is necessary to use an illusionary realm to control the consciousness of the sword spirit, so that it can calm down. But if the holy swords lack spiritual intelligence, they will weaken by several levels, making them easier to control. Thinking of this, Zhou Fan began chanting the blood infant. It flew out from within his body and then entered the holy swords. The male leaf formed a seal and shouted loudly, Heavenly Demon Great Transformation Technique. Transform Sword 6, Split Sword Spirit, I entreat you. Each black aura flickered on the sword. A terrifying scream was heard. It was the spirit sword suffering and wailing as Zhou Fan used the illusory void divine power to suppress its divine consciousness, so even though it tried to resist, it was unable to do anything. Zhou Fan placed the blood infant inside the holy sword. Then, using the heavenly demon great transformation technique, the spiritual consciousness of the Long's word was disintegrated. In the end, it completely became nourishment for the blood infant. It will eventually be fully absorbed. A moment later, Zhou Fan withdrew his divine abilities. The male protagonist waved his hand, and the sword flew into his grasp. After observing for a while, Zhou Fan nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, From today onwards, the world loses a 6th grade holy weapon, but gains a 6th sacred demonic sword. Little brat, from now on you are the vessel of this sword, both my destiny blood infant and the most powerful demonic sword of the sacred realm. Only a pity that with my current strength, cannot even unleash 1% of your power. The sword body trembled once more. It suddenly flew out of Zhou Fan's hand, then spun in the air. Suddenly, the blood infant emerged from the holy swords and flew straight toward Zhou Fan's chest. Zhou Fan was slightly stunned, but right after that, he burst out laughing, shaking his head as he said, Little brat, are you trying to say whether I can completely wield that sword or not? Are you still loyal to me? Just as expected of the Destiny Blood Infant, following me for many years. Much better than that broken pig spirit sword. I'll let you take charge of this holy sword. Now I can rest easy. Ha ha. Suddenly, a light flashed in Zhou Fan's hand. He pulled out a dozen or so holy stones, placed them under his belly, and calmly said, You need the holy stones to nourish yourself. Kid, you're probably going to eat a lot in the future. As soon as the words were spoken, the blood infant immediately devoured the holy stone in his hand. Zhou Fan, seeing his own younger brother's gluttonous nature, could only laugh. It's been a long time since I've seen him this happy. Perhaps Zhou Fan is laughing because he's ridiculously rich. The holy stone raises a fat, bloated blood infant, so whatever, ha ha.